Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Dust and Echoes. Chapter 11. A Brave New World. UNSC Everest, Valiant-class Super Heavy Cruiser. Geosynchronous Orbit, Remnant, System. December 18, 2540, 1700, UNSC Military Calendar. John, 117, only felt the full extent of his injuries after they got back onto the Everest. With his adrenaline finally wearing off, his entire body felt as though it was on fire. Every slight movement sent pain shooting through him, and he was more than certain that he would need weeks of recovery to get back into the fight. Linda was in the best condition out of Blue Team, with only a few bruises for her trouble, and Kelly was in a similar situation to him. Fred was by far the most seriously wounded out of them all, and the Master Chief could only watch as Fred was wheeled away to the medical bay, where his extensive injuries would have to be dealt with immediately. "How is he?" John asked as he watched the doctors work on Fred through the observation window. "Sierra, 104 has suffered from 3 broken ribs, a ruptured kidney, extensive internal bleeding, as well as a partially collapsed lung," Hannibal revealed, speaking through John's Mjolnir. "His right shoulder is also dislocated, and many of his ligaments and tendons have suffered damage." "How long will recovery take?" "My estimate is roughly 2 months," Hannibal replied, and John couldn't help but frown and clench his fist. Sensing his distress, Hannibal added, "You mustn't blame yourself, Master Chief. As far as I'm concerned, you did the best you could do in your situation." Haki felt was, by all accounts, a highly accomplished and deadly ex-huntress, and might I remind you that we've never faced a being with aura before today. "My best resulted in my Spartans almost dying," John countered. "The only reason why we are even alive is because Haki didn't take us seriously. Had she done so from the beginning, or had been of sound mind, we wouldn't have stood a chance." "Correct. But she didn't. That was a fatal mistake on her part, and even when she started taking you seriously, you were still able to overwhelm her despite her statistical superiority," Hannibal pointed out. "It's almost like fighting the Covenant, in a way." John supposed that Hannibal had a point, if at a vastly different scale. The Covenant, when compared to humanity at large, had all the advantages. Their technology, from weapons and space travel to simple communications, was centuries ahead of anything the UNSC had. Their soldiers, especially the higher-ranking species like elites, brutes, and hunters, were stronger than humans were. Even grunts, if properly motivated, were easily capable of disemboweling a marine, and drones were able to lift a fully equipped soldier into the air by their own power. Then there were the sheer numbers the Covenant were able to throw at humanity. They were seemingly endless, while humanity lost millions, sometimes billions, each and every year. Yet despite all of these inherent advantages, the Covenant had one crucial weakness: they weren't using them properly. Most of their soldiers were poorly trained, their commanders using outdated tactics with a blind insistence on what they felt was honorable that allowed a skilled human commander to turn the tide to their favor. This was most obvious on the ground, where humanity often won their engagements with the Covenant, albeit with heavy casualties. Afterwards, the Covenant would often retreat back into space, where they held the absolute advantage before promptly glassing the planet from orbit, making the entire effort pointless in the end. But even in space, there were ways for humanity to sometimes counter them. Admiral Cole himself had faced the Covenant dozens of times over the past 15 years and had never lost a battle. The Spartans trying to fight Haki felt was a similarly lopsided battle. Haki had clearly been stronger, faster, and more durable than anyone on Blue Team. It was something both she and the Spartans were able to recognize, which is where her downfall began. While Blue Team, after their initial retreat, learned from their encounter and adjusted accordingly, Haki remained fixated on her clear superiority, allowing her insane bloodlust to take hold. Had John been in her situation, he either wouldn't have let them escape in the first place or he would have fallen back to avoid capture, but she didn't. Instead, she pointlessly went after them, where Blue Team was able to, with much effort, put her down. Regardless of the ultimate outcome of their first engagement with a huntress, John knew that were they to ever fight another huntsman or huntress again, they could not afford to tread lightly. First, they would need to know every single thing they could about them, from their history and personality to their weapon and semblance. Then, they would need to field at least a full team of Spartans, or dozens of Odysseys and Marines, just to even the odds, and even that wouldn't be enough. Instead of attempting to take down a huntsman in close to medium range with their standard equipment, they would arm themselves with Spartan lasers, stanchions, and other such heavy weaponry and attempt an assassination from several kilometers away. If that wasn't an option and they had to get close, then they would bring in air and ground support, such as warthogs and hornets. Finally, much like how they killed Haki, luring the huntsman or huntress into a trap had proven to be effective, a tactic that John felt would be their best overall. That was really what it all boiled down to. Much like facing the Covenant, brute force wouldn't win the day. It would only be through clever tactics and strategy that they could achieve victory, and John vowed that should they ever be put into that position again, their victory would be much clearer. At the same time, his thoughts drifted to the horizon. If he and his Spartans, the best the UNSC had to offer, had experienced so much trouble against a single mentally ill huntress, how would the Covenant fare? It was a question that he knew without a shred of doubt that both Dr. Halsey and Admiral Cole were asking and keen on getting answers to. John wished them the best of luck, because he knew that after today, the best chance humanity had at surviving the Covenant's relentless onslaught was somehow being able to tap into the strengths aura and dust provided, whether that be learning how to use it themselves or bringing Remnant into the fold. He supposed, based off of testimony from Sergeant Graves, that the latter was far more likely. Apparently, Elysian doctors and even the headmaster of Beacon Academy had attempted to unlock the sergeant's aura, but all of their attempts failed. That wouldn't stop ONI, of course. He knew firsthand just how far they were willing to go if they deemed it necessary for humanity's survival. While John didn't regret his life turning out the way it did, he recognized the inherent injustice inflicted upon him and his Spartans. Part of him supposed he should hate the UNSC and Dr. Halsey for what they did to them, but he didn't. None of the Spartanias did, for while they may have lost their chance at a normal life, becoming Spartans gave them purpose. John didn't believe in fate or destiny, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel how serendipitous it was that the Spartanias finished their training and augmentations just before the Covenant began their onslaught. Had ONI, Dr. Halsey, Chief Mendez, or anyone associated with the Spartan II program not conscripted them, humanity would have lost their greatest weapon so far against the aliens. He wondered if it was another serendipitous occasion that they found Remnant here and now, when the Covenant were well on their way towards glassing the inner colonies much like they had done to the outer colonies. Remnant may only be a single planet with less than 1 billion people, but only 33 Spartans were able to hold the Covenant back this long. What happens if you add a couple hundred, if not thousands, of warriors stronger than Spartans? John eagerly anticipated finding the answer to that question. Master Chief, before we can debrief you, I insist that you also submit yourself to a proper medical examination, Hannibal insisted. John didn't respond, instead nodding and turning around to walk into an empty medical bay, where specialists were waiting to carefully remove his Mjolnir MK for armor. As each piece was taken off, he saw for the first time just how extensive the damage was, and he couldn't help but sadly frown. His Mjolnir was like a second skin, and seeing it so badly damaged only served to remind him of just how close his brush with death was. John resolved himself to learn from this experience and allowed the medical examination to continue unabated. Amity Coliseum, Vital Island, Kingdom of Vale, Sanis. December 18, 2540, 1830 hours, UNSC military calendar. Haki Feldes, dead? Professor Oshpin asked, slightly disbelieving of the news. Indeed, she is, Dr. Halsey repeated herself. My team attempted to non-lethally apprehend her for interrogation, but she resisted. Put up quite the effort in doing so before they were forced to put her down. I see, General Ironwood said, rubbing his chin. Well, I suppose that is good news, if slightly disappointing. A capture and interrogation would have been preferable. Haki had been one of our most wanted criminals for years, Professor Theodore added, crossing his bare arms over his chest. Every one of our attempts to capture her had failed. I suppose this really was the only way it was ever going to end. She certainly left us with no choice, Halsey stated, frowning slightly. The fact that her Spartans nearly died in the attempt was, admittedly, a stinging blow to her pride, but she forced herself to remain objective. Besides, she was already planning on making sure that never happened again. If I may, Dr. Halsey, was your team able to ascertain what Haki's semblance was? Professor Rumpole asked. Halsey nodded, then adjusted her glasses before reading over the debriefing sent to her once again. It was apparently, Halsey stopped to release a put-upon sigh, feeling a migraine coming on once again, some kind of temporal reversion field in a small area around her. She had a semblance that strong? Linda asked, raising her eyebrow slightly. No wonder she escaped justice for so long. Halsey stared at the professor silently for a few moments, then quietly said, You aren't surprised by this. This is something normal to you. Time-based semblances are indeed rare, Professor Oshpin admitted, and are often above average in their power and utility, but they aren't unheard of. Halsey remained silent, her eyelid twitching slightly before she groaned and pinched her nose. She then declared, Of course, your people are capable of breaking the laws of physics on a whim. Why not? Professor Oshpin couldn't help but chuckle, then pointed out, To be fair, Doctor, your people do have FTL. We honestly thought that was impossible. Slipspace is based on science, Halsey insisted. Not whatever magic aura runs off of. Aura is not magic, Oshpin pointedly countered. I beg your pardon? It's not. Neither aura nor dust are considered to be magic to us. Please, by all means, enlighten me on the difference, Halsey requested. Oshpin straightened himself, almost as though he had given this exact conversation before, and part of Halsey suspected that he had. Magic, according to our legends and ancient tales, is unquantifiable. It has no true limits, no barriers, and it can do practically anything the user wants, so long as they know how to properly use it, Oshpin explained. In contrast, we know exactly what aura and dust can do, and, more importantly, what their limitations are. For example, burned dust can only produce fire and heat, and to create said fire or heat, the dust must be consumed. Semblances are another example, although much more varied. They are formed from the individual's aura and personality, and use their aura as fuel. Once someone runs out of aura, their semblance is no longer usable. To summarize, Dr. Halsey, Pietro happily added, aura, and dust have understandable and universal rules and laws that govern them just like the natural world. Rules that can be manipulated and stretched, of course, but still followed at all times. Halsey stared at them for a moment. She wanted to do nothing other than groan, feeling that their explanation was wildly incorrect, but at the same time she could understand where their logic was coming from. It only added to her frustration, which the others were clearly noticing. While most were more than willing to drop the subject and move on, it appeared that Dr. Watts wasn't so willing, and he eagerly leaned forward to add his 2 cents into the discussion. Honestly, Doctor, your slipspace might as well be magic, Dr. Watts stated, causing Halsey to shoot her attention towards him. I mean, ripping open a portal to another dimension with different physical laws and traversing said dimension to cross interstellar distances is hardly any less magical than drawing on the power of our souls. Especially since traversing slipspace apparently affects the passage of time as well. Kindly do not attempt to compare using machines designed using the application of highly advanced physics to reversing the flow of time by thinking about it real hard, Halsey forcibly demanded. They are 2 entirely different things. Dr. Watts was momentarily taken aback by Halsey's forceful retort. It was clear to her that the smug scientist wasn't used to someone calling him out like she did, and he frowned at her for a moment before clearing his throat and raising his hands placatingly. He then said, "Of course. I meant no disrespect, Dr. Halsey. I must admit, while I do not fully understand slipspace, I am very eager to learn." "None taken," Halsey replied, then sighed to herself and collected her thoughts. Aura, dust, and semblances still seemed like magic to her, but at the same time she knew that appearances were deceiving. What seemed like magic today was highly likely to instead operate on some hitherto unknown field of science that was just begging to be understood. Halsey swore that she was going to be the one to crack it, to sufficiently analyze the fantastical compounds and abilities to where they went back to being science rather than magic, both for her mental stability and, more importantly, to find ways to replicate it. "Still, my mind keeps going back to Haki and her semblance," Ashbin admitted, frowning slightly. The fact that her semblance could reverse the flow of time around her is disturbingly telling. "How so?" Halsey asked, and Professor Lionheart cleared his throat before answering. "As my colleague suggested earlier, semblances are unique to the individual," the lion faunus stated. "We don't know exactly whether semblances are affected by the person or the other way around, but we have found a connection between a semblance and an individual's personality. Haki's semblance is no different. If she could reverse the time around her, yet return back to normal time soon after." Ashbin softly said, "It almost seems as though she wants to take something back, but deep down she knows she can't." The other Remnantians pondered Ashbin's words, but Halsey remained neutral. As far as she was concerned, the death of Haki felt wasn't a tragedy, but rather a necessary deed. She was too far gone and had done too much, and everyone was better off without her. That wasn't to say that they were done with her. The UNSC had managed to recover her corpse, mangled as it was, from the battlefield. It was heavily damaged, but they had worked with less before. Perhaps they might be able to glean some knowledge from it. So far, the only thing they managed to learn was that Haki's neural pathways were heavily degraded, with copious amounts of lightning dust in her system. Halsey might not be an expert in dust, not yet at least, but even she could find the connection. Haki felt had undoubtedly been exposed to lightning dust over the course of years, and over time her nervous system was disrupted by the dust electrical impulses. It would have started as harmless twitching of the extremities, but then turned into spasms and perhaps seizures before finally reaching the brain. Once there, her neurons and glia degraded, resulting in her schizophrenia. Judging by the extent of the brain damage, Halsey estimated that Haki, even if she hadn't decided that attacking the Spartans was a good idea, only had a few more years left in her life. 10 at most, assuming she stopped what she had been doing immediately and gotten proper treatment, which the UNSC would have provided had they captured her, after taking her to the Midnight facility. In any case, General Ironwood cut through the silence. "Looking at Dr. Halsey, you have our thanks for bringing her to justice. Do you by any chance have the body?" "Unfortunately, no. We had to use explosives," Halsey answered. The delegates cringed, clearly imagining the messy aftermath, but Ashbin looked at her suspiciously. Halsey stared right back, and the two focused only on each other before the headmaster, still looking right at her, began to speak. "I see. Well, I suppose it can't be helped," Ashbin admitted. Halsey nodded, but before the meeting could finally end and she could return back to the Everest and her Spartans, she had one more question to ask. "There's one more thing," Halsey stated, causing everyone to focus on her again. Before she died, when she began to realize that she wasn't going to make it, Haki felt mentioned as she who would punish her for her failure. In all likelihood, it was simply her sick mind playing tricks with her, but on the off chance it isn't, do any of you know whom she might be referring to?" Halsey could feel the temperature drop several degrees, specifically from a few select people. Most, including General Ironwood, Dr. Watts, Dr. Polandina, Gyra Belladonna, and others looked at her in confusion. They clearly had no idea what she was talking about, but Halsey wasn't focused on them. Instead, she was focusing on the headmasters and their direct subordinates, all of whom had shared looks of recognition with each other. They only lasted a split second, but it was enough for Halsey to see it all the same. "Ah, I may be able to answer that," Professor Lionheart spoke up, his voice slightly cowed as Halsey shot her attention towards him. After Haki murdered her team and fled Haven Academy, it was discovered that she had joined the cult of the Ash Bride. Cult of the Ash Bride? Halsey asked, studying every feature of the faunus face. A religious movement, Ashbin explained. They believe that their goddess, the titular Ash Bride, has a divine, almost royal, connection to the Grimm, and that by worshipping her they may be spared the Grimm's wrath. The vast majority are completely harmless, but some are driven to extremes to prove their devotion. So, a religious extremist? Halsey asked, and Ashbin nodded. I believe so, yes. Either her mind had degraded to the point where she truly believed she had met her goddess, or more likely she was found by someone who was more than willing to take advantage of her and her faith. Who that person might be, I do not know, but in any case it is clear that her faith was taken advantage of to make her do some truly heinous acts. My people are more than aware of that truth, Halsey admitted, her voice holding a slight saddened edge to it. At the same time, she knew that Ashbin was, if not necessarily lying, then definitely not telling the full truth. He and the other headmasters were hiding something, and she was going to find out what it was eventually. There was more to this than met the eye, but at the moment she was content with letting them keep their secrets. Well then, I suppose I should be going, Halsey stated. Admiral Cole should be back shortly. Thank you for your hospitality. The honor is ours, Doctor, Gyra declared, giving her a soft smile. Halsey nodded back, then turned around and walked out of the conference room, flanked by two Odysseys. Until the doors finally closed behind her, Halsey could feel the intensity of Ashbin's attention focused squarely on her. If there was one thing Catherine Halsey had learned during this entire conference, it was this. There was something deeper going on in Remnant, something just out of sight. Something that this Professor Ashbin was deeply involved in. She didn't care how long it took, but she was going to find exactly what it was. Crow Bramman watched as the UNSC forces packed up their equipment and began to retire back to their base. The first day of the First Contact Summit was now officially over, but that didn't mean the entire event was concluded. Normal diplomatic summits between the kingdoms took several days, at least, to cover everything they wanted on top of the pomp and circumstance, as well as the simple logistical back and forth. This summit was obviously on an entirely different scale, and although it was ad hoc on the UNSC's perspective, it was being treated with the utmost care and diligence. He suspected that it would be at least a week before both sides were comfortable enough to end before the actual UNSC diplomats arrived, at which point summits lasting months, if not years, would begin. Of course, the Grimm attack had undoubtedly thrown a wrench into everybody's plans, which was why the delegates were leaving for the night to return to Vale before coming back in the morning. Everyone wanted to make sure that the entire island was secure before starting things back up again. So, you guys fight those things on the regular? Sergeant Johnson asked, and Crow nodded while leaning against a tree. Yep, it's what I was trained for. Actually, Crow admitted while taking a drink from his flask, and Johnson nodded while taking a huff of his cigar. Well, I certainly wasn't. Those were some tough bastards, but they weren't a match for some mean, green muscle, Johnson replied, giving a soft chuckle that Crow couldn't help but roll his eyes at. Johnson then took out his cigar and looked at Crow, then said, "It's been nice talking to you, Branwyn, but I gotta head out. I'll see you around." "Sure," Crow replied, watching as Johnson put out his cigar and walked away, his bulky assault rifle strapped to the magnetic holster on his back. The Marine sergeant rejoined his squad, then walked into the base, which was apparently a temporary fortification built around a massive armored vehicle called an Elephant. Johnson waved one last time to Crow as he went inside, the door's sealing shut behind him. Only then did Crow sigh and put away his flask, then he got off the tree and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Overall, Crow had to admit that his opinions on the UNSC were mixed. They seemed far too militarized to his liking, to an even greater degree than Atlas. Sure, he had only met their military, but from what Ashbin had managed to feed him, the UG and the UNSC were quite intertwined politically, culturally, and economically. So he felt fairly confident that his assessment was accurate, at least to a certain extent. He also didn't like how secretive they tried to be, first with their initial encounters, then with whatever the Covenant was, as well as those super soldiers he saw fighting and killing, Haki felt. But at the same time, he had to acknowledge that the UNSC soldiers were genuinely brave and honorable people. Even without aura nor any experience in fighting them, they held their ground against the Grimm's onslaught. They protected each other and Crow's own people with no hesitation, standing tall and proud in spite of the odds being stacked against them. He even saw this with the super soldiers, who easily recognized how outmatched they were, yet instead of breaking they managed to do something no one on Remnant had done before and killed Haki. Crow also had to admit that he actually liked Sergeant Johnson, although he was still convinced he would most likely never see him again once all this was over. But if he did, he wouldn't mind going out for drinks with the guy. Seemed like he'd be a fun person to be around. Crow's thoughts were then interrupted as he found his way to where the main leaders were gathering. Most of the delegates were leaving, making sure their belongings were in order before hopping into bullheads and flying off. Only the headmasters, Glinda and Rumpole, and General Ironwood were left, all of whom were waiting patiently on him. "Sorry to keep you waiting. That Johnson guy wouldn't leave me alone," Crow declared, coming to a stop in front of them. "Yes, my men have been reporting that he's a very personable individual," Ironwood added. They were quite impressed with him and enjoyed his company. He was easy to get along with, I'll tell you that. Probably why the UNSC chose him to be in charge of their forces down here. That seems to be an apt observation, Ashpin stated, giving a soft nod. Then his expression hardened, and he asked, "Were you able to see anything?" "You mean the fight against Haki?" "Then yeah, I saw it," Crow answered, taking another drink from his flask. From the corner of his eye, he saw both Glinda and Ironwood grimace at the guzzling of alcohol during what was perhaps the most important and momentous occasion in Remnant's history, but he didn't really care. Besides, he only started drinking after they started to leave. It wasn't like he was drunk during the meeting. That would have been stupid. "Well, what happened?" Professor Lionheart asked. Crow put away his flask and nodded, then took a short breath before starting. "I missed the first part of the fight," the veteran huntsman admitted, "but from what I saw, it wasn't pretty. There were 4 tracks in the snow leading up the mountain, where they caught up to Haki just above the tree line. They surrounded her on all sides then, I assume, tried to arrest her. She didn't like that and a fight broke out, which ended with at least one of the soldiers assigned to capture her being wounded." "Which matches up with what Dr. Halsey said," Glinda said, rubbing her chin. The others nodded, subtly giving Crow permission to continue. They retreated towards the coast, with the wounded soldier being carried by another, given the fact that 4 tracks went in while 3 went out. Haki apparently rested for a few minutes before following them after incinerating what I assume was her scroll, Crow added, then frowned and shook his head. "By the time I tracked them down to an ancient ruin, following the gunshots, Haki was already confronting them again." "Here's where things get interesting, though." Crow raised his finger. "I was expecting Haki to be fighting 4 ODSTs, with one of them being wounded or dead, but they weren't ODSTs and all 4 were still fighting. The soldiers that the UNSC sent after Haki felt weren't like their regular troops. They were wearing this kind of fully encased power armor, far more advanced than anything I'd ever seen before, remnant or otherwise. It allowed them to keep up with her and tank her blows, and I can see that they didn't need my help." "You didn't help them?" General Ironwood asked, and Crow nodded. "If they were losing, I was going to. In fact, my plan was to help them, but when I got there they were winning and Haki was losing her damn mind because she knew it," Crow insisted. "So I decided to sit back and watch from a good vantage point where they couldn't see me, and where I could jump in if things went south. Towards the end, I almost did, but they managed to turn things around." "How?" Professor Rumpole asked. "From the looks of it, they caught on to how Haki's semblance worked. When she panicked and started burning it out, they used grenades to put her into position, then all 4 shot her at the same time. Then she was blown up by the last grenade, which I don't think they intended to happen." "I see," Ashpin softly said, nodding at Crow's words. He then asked, "What happened to her body?" "From what I could see, it was pretty mangled. Hardly recognizable, really, but they still took it up with them when UNSC reinforcements arrived." Ashpin hummed, rubbing his chin and frowning softly. "They told us that they killed her with explosives, but led us to believe that Haki's body was completely destroyed. That appears to have been a half-truth." "It appears so," Ironwood said, his frown deeper. He then sighed and added, "Regardless, there are far more pressing matters to attend to than the fate of a terrorist's body. Namely, those soldiers you observed. What can you tell us about them, Bramwin?" Crow frowned and scrunched his eyes, then answered, "They were weird, to say the least. There were 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women. At least, I think that's what they were. The armor they wore made it difficult to tell, but 2 of them were noticeably slimmer. As with the rest of the UNSC soldiers, they didn't have any aura, but they were strong. Fast, too. Far stronger and faster than any human being without aura had any right to be. Almost as strong as a huntsman, actually. I saw one of them get punted through a standing stone, collapsing the entire thing, but she got back up and started firing her shotgun at Haki like it never even happened. I don't know if their armor made them that strong or if there was something else going on, but it was clear that these soldiers were enhanced in some way." "Are you saying the UNSC has super soldiers?" Ashpin asked, raising an eyebrow, and Crow nodded. "Classified super soldiers, actually. Almost as soon as Haki died and UNSC reinforcements arrived, they ushered them off before any of our people could see them. The UNSC did not want us to know they existed. But that's not the concerning part. What concerns me is how those soldiers acted." "In what way? Were they unprofessional?" Ironwood, but Crow shook his head. "No, just the opposite. They were so professional, they were outright emotionless. Before I saw one of them bleeding out the abdomen, I thought they were robots. There wasn't any nervous fidgeting, no displays of fear or pain. I didn't even see anger. It was like they didn't even have emotions at all." Ashpin and the others looked at Crow for a moment, then shared concerned glances among each other. Crow was right there with them. The idea of humans being more like robots than actual people was highly concerning, to put it lightly. It raised all kinds of questions, ones that likely didn't have very pleasant answers. The fact that the UNSC didn't want people to know that these super soldiers existed only added to his worry. "I see." Ashpin finally broke the silence, adjusting his glasses. "Thank you for the information, Crow. Is there anything else you wish to report?" "No, nothing else," Crow answered with a small shrug. "Then I suppose all we can do now is wait and see what happens next," Ashpin declared, looking at everyone. "I think that I speak for everyone when I say that the course of Remnant's history has been forever altered after today. What comes next, I do not know, but I think it will serve everyone good to return home and recuperate for the time being." "I'll drink to that," Crow remarked, taking another swig of his flask in emphasis. "You'll drink to anything," Glinda stated through lidded eyes, but Crow merely shrugged. Glinda Gooditch rolled her eyes and released an exasperated sigh, trying her best to ignore the subtle smirk Crow gave her. Everyone readily agreed all the same, feeling tired and weary after a day that felt like years. The headmasters bid each other farewell, with Ozpin staying behind everyone else to converse with General Ironwood privately. Crow had a feeling he knew what the conversation would be about, but he wasn't going to pry. Right now, all he wanted was to get back to Ty and his nieces. When Ozpin finally returned to Crow and Glinda, they got onto a bullhead and flew straight from Vital Island to the city of Vale. They watched as the two UNSC ships returned to orbit at the same time, the strength of their thrusters causing the bullhead to shake and wobble slightly. It wasn't enough to be alarming, more annoying than anything else. Crow said goodbye to his colleagues once they arrived at Vale, where he immediately hopped onto yet another flight, this time heading straight to Patch Island. The main dock was once again swarming with activity, mostly clustered around a central media station where VNN was being broadcasted, detailing the press-released information of the first contact meeting. He ignored all of that and made a beeline out of the small town and into a dirt road that led towards the center of the island. Following the dirt road, he split off down another path towards the Xiaolong household. Once he got inside of it, he smiled and let out a relieved sigh, then walked up the steps towards the front door. He only managed to knock once before the door was flung open, and he let himself be tackled to the ground by a small red blur that wrapped herself around his torso and refused to let go. "Uncle Crow." RWBY screamed into his chest before looking up at him and giving a wide, toothy smile. Before Crow could even get a word in, RWBY continued at the top of her lungs, "Did you meet an alien? What are they like? Are they really just people? Do they dash?" "RWBY, get off him so he can breathe," Taiyang Xiaolong called out, entering the frame with Yang by his legs. RWBY looked up at her father and pouted, but after Tai gave her a stern look, she complied all the same. Tai then chuckled and helped his teammate to his feet, patting him on the shoulder before leading him inside. "Here, let me get you a drink," Tai said as he walked to the refrigerator and opened it. He pulled out 2 beer bottles, one of which he kept for himself while the other was offered to Crow, who happily took it. "Thanks, Tai," Crow said as he took a short pull from his bottle, then wiped his lips of the foam and placed the bottle down. He noticed how everyone was focused entirely on him, and he knew the exact reason why. He decided to take RWBY's earlier questions as his starting point, and he answered, "Yes, I did meet aliens. They're like us, in more ways than one. Friendly enough, I suppose, but they do like their guns. Reminds me of Atlas, but in space. And yeah, they really are just humans from another planet." Whoa. Both RWBY and Yang breathed out in rapturous awe towards their uncle, who couldn't help but chuckle. "I saw in the news there was a grim attack," Taiyang started, leaning forward on the table. "Yeah, couple people got hurt, but we managed to fight them off." "Well, duh, 'cause you were there," Yang insisted, smiling proudly at Crow. He chuckled again and ruffled her hair, prompting the young blonde to angrily sweat his hands away, then cross her arms and pout. "Are they nice?" RWBY gently asked. Crow and the others looked at her for a moment, then Crow nodded. "Yeah, they're nice, RWBY." RWBY smiled at the news, then declared, "That's great. I can't wait to meet one." "Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves, sis?" Yang teasingly asked. "No," RWBY insisted. "I told you, Yang, I want to become friends with an alien. Sure, they're just us from space, but that makes it so much easier. Please, you'll just get scared." "Oh, like you weren't scared?" "I wasn't scared." "Yes, you were. You were hiding behind Dad the whole time." "Nah. Yeah. They've been like this for the past month," Taiyang tiredly explained to Crow as RWBY and Yang continued their childish argument. "I can imagine," Crow dryly replied, taking another drink from his beer bottle. Tai nodded, then leaned closer to Crow in order to whisper into his ear. "What do you think's going to happen?" he asked, and Crow paused for a moment. "I honestly don't know," Crow admitted. He truly didn't know what was going to happen next, whether it would be good for Remnant or bad. There was one thing he knew, though. Whatever new world was born from this event, RWBY and Yang were going to have to live in it, and with the brothers as his witnesses, was going to make sure it was a good one. UNSC Everest, Valiant-class super heavy cruiser. Geosynchronous orbit, Remnant, System. December 25, 2540, 1900, UNSC military calendar. After a grueling week of nonstop talks and ad hoc diplomacy, the first contact summit between the UNSC and Remnant's kingdoms was now officially over. Diplomats were going home, prefabricated buildings removed or demolished if needed, and UNSC soldiers were returning to the Everest, the Iroquois, and the Paris. Of those 3 ships, only 2 would be turning home. Admiral Cole had managed to negotiate an agreement to let the Paris remain in orbit so that a more long-term UNSC presence could be established. In return, the Paris's forces, coordinated by Sergeant Johnson, would assist Remnant in repelling any and all hostile Grim activity. The Iroquois would be returning to Reach, which was where it was originally going before they were redirected to Remnant, while the Everest was going straight to Earth. The Dusk would also be remaining in system, but Remnant didn't need to know that. Part of Admiral Cole wondered if yet more ONI prowlers had arrived, but he had learned not to ask and just let ONI do its job. All Marine and Naval personnel are now in cryogenic suspension, Admiral Hannibal reported, popping back into existence from the bridge's hollow tank. Thank you, Hannibal. Prepare my personal pod. I'll be in there momentarily, he ordered. At once, Admiral, Hannibal replied, giving a crisp nod before receding back into the hollow tank. Vice Admiral Preston Cole then turned to the only other inhabitant in the bridge, who was staring intensely at him. I take it you will not be joining us, Doctor? Admiral Cole asked, and Halsey shook her head. No. I will be staying here as part of the UNSC's scientific outreach with Remnant, as per our negotiations, she explained. And the fact that you'll be in position to begin focusing entirely on dust and aura is a mere byproduct. Don't be ridiculous, Admiral. It's the entire reason why I'm staying and not having others take my place. Of course. Cole nodded, letting out an amused chuckle before turning back to the planet below. His face took on a more neutral set, and when Halsey joined him she adopted the same expression. What do we do now? She asked, and Cole let out a long, tired sigh. Right now, I return to Earth to hand-deliver my report to Highcom, Admiral Cole explained, folding his arms behind his back. I meant after that, Halsey insisted, giving him a pointed stare. When Admiral Cole sighed, Halsey frowned and said, You and I both know, Preston, that we need them to join us against the Covenant. Their dust and aura could turn the tide in our favor in ways we can't even imagine yet. It's just one planet, Cole pointed out. They might not be able to affect much, assuming they'll even want to join our war in the first place. Unfortunately, I don't think they have a choice. We found them by complete accident, and they wound up on the edge of our claimed space. It is not a matter of if the Covenant finds them, it's when. And if the Covenant finds them as they are right now, they won't stand a chance. Cole let out another sigh, then softly replied, I know, but they might not see it that way. Then we make them see it, by any means necessary. Cole turned his head towards Dr. Catherine Halsey and frowned, then asked, Are you suggesting we annex them? Of course not, Halsey insisted, giving the Admiral an offended sideways glare. The last thing we need is another war, especially one that is completely unnecessary. Of course, I'm certain that fool Ackerson would insist on annexing them by force, but I've long since learned to disregard his opinions. No, I'm suggesting a softer approach. I haven't come up with any definitive ideas just yet, but I'll be sure to share them with you once they come to me. Before any of that, we'd still need to inform them of the Covenant in the first place. Regardless, I'll appreciate your input, Cole admitted, then returned his attention back to Remnant. He stared at it deeply, observing its features. It's strange, isn't it? This planet, Remnant, it's so much like Earth yet different at the same time, Cole said. Yes, it is. It's quite beautiful, Halsey admitted, then turned to Admiral Cole. All the more reason to get them on our side. I don't want to see this place melted into glass. Cole remained silent for a moment, then breathed out, Neither do I. Then we are agreed. In that case, I'll return planetside. Dr. Polendina offered me a residence in Atlas, which I happily took him up on. I must admit, it is a breath of fresh air to talk with someone who both knows what he is talking about yet also happily admits when his knowledge is lacking. His upbeat attitude is welcome, too. He's much easier to get along with than Dr. Watts. I didn't get the impression that he liked you that much, Cole pointed out, and Halsey shrugged. The feeling's mutual. Dr. Watts is a blowhard who thinks he's the smartest person in the room and loves to rub it in everyone's faces. Don't you do that? Yes, but I can back it up. Preston Cole let out another chuckle, then he bid Halsey farewell. She nodded back to him, then returned to the nearest hangar bay where a pelican was waiting for her. Cole, meanwhile, walked towards the private cryo bay for the bridge crew. Stopping by his personal locker, he removed his clothes and walked barefoot along the metal catwalk into the only open cryopod that remained. Stepping inside, the plastisteel pod sealed shut, and the 7-minute-long put-down cycle began. Soon the administered anesthetic gas worked its magic on his body, and he fell into a deep, cryogenic slumber. December 25th, 69 AGW, 7:30 p.m., Remnant calendar. Unknown location. Salem sat silently atop her obsidian throne as Hazel knelt before her and explained what had transpired during the summit on Vital Island. Her expression was hard, her fingers intertwined, and her elbows resting atop her thighs. I see, she said as Hazel finished his report. So, Haki is indeed dead? She is, although I do not know what, exactly, killed her. Only that she mentioned a group of enhanced soldiers before she ceased communications, Hazel explained. I can only assume they finished her off. Pity, Salem replied, her brow furrowing. She wasn't saddened by the loss of perhaps her most devoted agent. If anything, she had expected this to happen sooner or later. Haki felt always to tend to let her bloodlust get the better of her. It was only a matter of time before said bloodlust resulted in her death. More than anything, Salem was simply disappointed. My lady, I accept full responsibility for her, Hazel began, only for the atmosphere inside the castle to suddenly grow heavier. His words died in his throat, and he slowly looked up as Salem got up from her throne and began walking towards him. Hazel, answer me truthfully, she demanded as she gracefully approached, all the while the shadows around her lengthened. Who was responsible for Haki's death? Hazel looked at his master as she stood over him, and he took a deep gulp before answering, It was Haki, my lady. Yes, it was, Salem said, and at once the atmosphere and shadows returned to their previous states. As Salem walked back to her throne, she declared, Haki let her arrogance and bloodlust get the best of her, and she blundered into a situation that she was unable to get herself out of. She herself paid the price for her mistakes, and it would not be fair for anyone else to do so in her stead. Do not take responsibility for her or anyone else's failures, Hazel. Only do so for your own. Do you understand me? Yes, my lady, Hazel replied, standing up straight. Good. Be sure to remind yourself of that in the future, Salem ordered, and when Hazel nodded she added, Now then, this covenant you spoke of. Are you certain that the UNSC is at war with them? Absolutely. Their Marines only spoke of them in hushed whispers and offered no specifics, but it was enough to gain an incomplete image. An image we can still glean information from regardless, Salem pointed out, then hummed and rubbed her fingers across her chin. The covenant, that has a religious connotation to it. Perhaps a theocracy? That's what I thought as well. It appears that the covenant may also use high heat in their weapons, as UNSC armor is designed to protect against it despite not using it in their own armaments. How peculiar. Salem paused, then let out a small smile. UNSC forces are remaining on the planet, correct? Yes, my lady. Just a single ship's complement. The kingdoms wouldn't allow any more. I get the distinct feeling that won't be the case for long, she suggested, and Hazel raised his eyebrow questioningly. What do you mean? Hazel asked, and Salem's smile grew. Only that the UNSC likely has some long-term goals in mind for Remnant. Goals that would require a prolonged and permanent presence, she declared. That provides us with an opportunity. I want you to continue to observe the UNSC. Refrain from making any moves against them, not without my explicit permission. When the time is right, I want you to determine what, exactly, this covenant is and report back to me. Spare no details. Of course, my lady, Hazel replied, and Salem nodded before waving her hand. You are dismissed, Salem ordered. Hazel nodded again, then turned around and walked out of the central throne room. Salem watched her subordinate leave, and once the large wooden doors closed behind him, she rose from her throne and walked towards a nearby chamber. Entering through an iron door, she was greeted by stacks of wooden boxes and barrels neatly aligned on the wall and shelves. They were stocked to the brim with an assortment of supplies, including food and water. While she herself had no further need for it, beyond simple comfort and pleasure, her subordinates were still quite mortal and thus required food and water to properly function. But she wasn't focused on those. Instead, she walked towards the latest addition to her stockpile, a box recovered from the Grim Lands. Unlike the others, it wasn't made of wood. Instead, it was made of metal, dark green in color with a white eagle perched on top of a planet. The symbol of the UNSC. She had obtained it before the UNSC formally announced themselves, when they foolishly sent a squad of Odysseys deep into her territory, who were promptly slaughtered by the Grim down to the last man. And with it she had obtained her first bit of knowledge about them. How they didn't have aura, how their weapons seemed laughably primitive to what the kingdoms themselves used, and most importantly, how they were in fact human. At first, she thought that perhaps the two brothers were once again playing tricks on her, but soon she realized that wasn't the case. These humans had come from another world, and with that revelation came an infinite number of questions. Questions that she had all the time in the world to find answers to. But right now she focused on only a few as she opened the box and pulled out the cracked, dented, and bloodstained helmet of an ODSD. Namely, what effect will the UNSC have on Remnant, and how can she twist it to her favor? Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for all their help in bringing this chapter to life. The Remnant portion of the first contact arc is now complete, and we move on to the next phase. As you can imagine, no one quite knows what will happen next, although both sides know that things will never be the same. But while Remnant wonders what their new neighbors will bring, the UNSC has already decided what they want. They want Remnant and what it offers on their side, but luckily aren't willing to use force to achieve their desperate goal. Now we move towards Remnant finding out just what, exactly, the Covenant is, and we can finally dive into the real meat of this story. Now, onto the Q&A. SBRDN 544. Thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed it so much. I really wanted to make sure that the fight against Haki, the highlight of the chapter, got as much love and care as it deserved. It really served to show how I intend to compare/contrast Spartans and huntsmen/huntresses by pitting some of the best from both sides against each other. You can definitely be certain that both sides are going to learn from this encounter, but the UNSC is in a better position to do so for the time being. You are correct that the Spartans were at an incredible disadvantage against Haki, but their decades of training and experience allowed them to carry the day. That being said, it helped that they won against an opponent who wasn't taking them seriously. Had they been facing a huntsman of sound mind and of similar skill, such as Cryo, things could have gone very differently. Yes, ONI is going to be a source of tension in this story, which perfectly suits them. The lazy haiku. Thank you. Glad to hear that. Guest, too, thank you. Honestly, that commitment to balance is a major goal of mine. I want to ensure that one side doesn't just dominate or steamroll the other, as that doesn't usually end well. The fight against Haki was a good way to show that. Book lover reader. As you can see, they've figured it out and now they are interested. I am the prophet. You'll have to wait and see on that. Mr. Salty. That she is. KPMH 2001. I understand that. However, do keep in mind that the purpose of this fight was to show how, at this point in time, a huntsman versus Spartan fight would go. As you can see, not very well for the Spartan. Not to mention Haki is one of Salem's top fighters, her equivalent to Tyrion really. She's a very strong and capable fighter, so what she's capable of doing isn't necessarily evocative of other huntsmen and huntresses. So, the fight being this tough for the Spartans was on purpose, as it helped me convey what I wanted to convey as well as keep the tension for you guys. If I made it obvious who was going to win from the get-go, things get boring. I mean, it was 4 canon characters against an OC, so with that in mind it was fairly obvious who was going to win, but I can't write the scenes like that. Know what I mean? Glad to hear, though, that you like how it wasn't a curb stomp. That is something I don't want to do in my stories, unless the plot directly demands said curb stomp. I'm not going to do a curb stomp for the sake of a curb stomp. I'm also proud of how I was able to convey Haki's backstory without it taking away from the flow of the chapter. Vain Bloodborne, you'll have to wait and see. This goes for everyone, but try to refrain from questions pertaining to things that may or may not happen in the future of this story. I can't answer those as they would be spoilers. I can answer clarification questions as to what has already been explicitly revealed as well as my thought process behind something. Also, yes, I did base Haki felt off of the Mad Hatter, which was where her weapon, semblance, personality, and overall appearance came from. Oni Armeduk, glad to hear that I'm a legend, apparently. As for that, you'll have to wait and see. Axel 100, that it is. Power scaling is always very tricky for a story, and if done incorrectly it can ruin the entire thing. I like to think, though, that I'm doing it in this and my other stories in a believable fashion that both respects the source materials as well as maintain narrative tension. Reveal. Yep, this is a hobby for me. I do want to actually write and publish my own original work someday, but right now I'm doing this for fun and my enjoyment. You guys enjoying my work is an added bonus. Iron 117 Prime. Thank you. I'm glad you liked the fight. We put a lot of work into it, and we wanted to make sure that it was something you guys would all readily enjoy. Chief 34, you're going to have to wait for that, as Crow could only see them and give a report afterwards. At the moment, the Spartans are still highly classified. But Iron 67, I'm happy to hear that. As for the Covenant's reaction, let's just say that the collective energy of the UNSC's Cathartis would be able to power a Death Star. 909-11700, remember, no one in the UNSC has ever really encountered Aura before. They had no idea the true level of enhancements that it offered. They thought it, at most, made them Spartan level, but they grossly underestimated what it could do. As for Blue Team's tactics, they were under orders to bring her in alive for interrogation. They didn't want to risk actually hurting or killing her if they could help it, which is why they revealed themselves after surrounding her. Also, using a Spartan laser to dismember her is far too overkill and outright barbaric, which the Spartans have never done. That's something a brute would do, not a Spartan. I'm pretty sure not even an elite would do that. Also, in regards to the 6 kilometers fall, that was with the Mjolnir Mk6 armor. Blue Team is wearing the Mk4, which is not as strong or durable. Plus, Chief was using a piece of the Dreadnought's hull as a heat shield. It wasn't like he endured atmospheric re-entry all by himself. Was it still badass and awesome? Absolutely, but keep in mind that huntsmen and huntresses are bullshit, too. The last Sterling, that random maniac, was one of Salem's top subordinates, so she was quite capable of giving Blue Team a run for their money. Besides, her being so crazy was actually an advantage at first as it kept Blue Team from really knowing how she was going to react. Fallout Man 111, they could, but they don't want to, so that isn't going to happen. Kaidora Prime. Yep, as Halsey pointed out, Remnant doesn't really have a choice. It's only a matter of time before Remnant is found by the Covenant, and if both sides want to survive against the Covenant, they have to work together. Sully Mike 23. Haki came from khaki, while felt came from the felt material used by hatters in the 19th century to make hats. Felt that they cured using mercury, which unfortunately poisoned them and made them go insane. Steering 66. Thank you. I'm glad you liked the chapter. And yeah, Crow was originally planning on stepping in, but he was able to see that the Spartans didn't need help, so he didn't. Instead, he sat back and watched, ready to jump in if needed, but that wasn't required of him. As for both sides being suspicious of each other, that is definitely the case. But, on the UNSC's perspective, they have bigger things to worry about at the moment. Shadows 960. Glad to hear it. You can definitely assume that the Halsey/Ashbin relationship will be an important one to explore in the future. A game of poker is an apt comparison to their relationship, actually. The Avenging Titan, yeah, that happens a lot in Halo stories. It's something I wanted to avoid here. Yes, Spartans are badasses, but they're not invincible. They're still mortal, and they themselves understand that better than anyone. That's going to be a major theme regarding the Spartans, how they're more than what they seem to outside observers. Glad you like the interaction between Halsey and Ashbin. You can expect more of that in the future. That's it for this chapter, but before I go, I have an announcement. I will be starting a new story fairly soon. The first chapter has already been written and is in the process of editing. I hope to have it posted soon. Like the rest of my work, it is a crossover, this time between Familiar of Zero, a setting I have experience in exploring thanks to my crossover Outsiders, where Louise goes to Kalos and becomes a Pokemon trainer, in a new setting for me. Resident Evil. As you can imagine, this will be a horror/action story as Louise and Saito have to survive Raccoon City. It's going to be fun, and I hope you guys give it a look. See you all next time, and I hope you enjoy. Let us know what you think. Chapter 12, Instrument of the Gods. Highcom Facility Bravo 6. Sydney, Australia, Earth, Sol System. January 10th, 2541, 1351 hours, UNSC Military Calendar. As Vice Admiral Preston Cole expected, the probes detailing what he and the crew of the Everest had experienced while at Remnant had reached high command before he arrived back at Earth. Almost as soon as the Everest left slipspace, he was hailed by Highcom and ordered to report directly as soon as possible. Having not only expected this response but also prepared for it, Cole had Hannibal direct the Everest to the nearest available repair station while he and a complement of ODSTs serving as a security detail got onto a Pelican that flew straight towards High Command's headquarters in Sydney, Australia. His dropship was escorted by a flight of C-712 longsword fighters, making it apparent that no one was to interfere with his flight path, either any outside interlopers or Cole himself. Cole had no intention of deviating. Rather, the information he was about to share was far too important to leave at the table. After all, it wasn't every day that the UNSC finally came across something that had the potential to turn the war in their favor. As much as Cole didn't want to bring the people of Remnant into a war that, by all accounts, shouldn't involve them, he knew none of them had a choice. Either Remnant would work with the UNSC in stopping the Covenant, or they would all perish. It was times like this that made Cole sigh tiredly and rub his forehead. He had been leading the UNSC war effort against the Covenant from the beginning, and even after almost 16 years, they were no closer to winning now than they were on day one. In fact, just the opposite occurred. With each and every passing day, the Covenant was inching closer and closer to victory, and with it humanity's utter annihilation. Cole wanted nothing more than for this to just end, to let him live out the rest of his days in peace, but he knew that wasn't going to happen. Not when humanity still needed him, and especially not when they finally found something that might save them. When the Pelican entered the Earth's atmosphere, Cole's thoughts were broken as the turbulence of re-entry rocked the vessel. Cole wasn't fazed in the slightest, and neither were the ODSTs. If anything, the soldiers were amused. All of them had long since grown used to re-entry and had experienced far worse before. After a few minutes, the turbulence ceased, and Cole felt weight return to him as the force of gravity reasserted itself. There weren't any viewports and the cockpit was sealed shut, so Cole wasn't able to see what was going on around them. That suited him just fine, as the lack of distractions allowed him to collect his thoughts. Even now, the revelations at Remnant seemed insane to him. If he could hardly believe it, how would Highcom react? More importantly, what would they do when they got this information? Cole knew that whatever they chose to do, it would be perhaps the most important decision in Remnant's entire history, a decision they had no voice in. Cole already recognized the inherent injustice of it, but the choice had to be made. Finally, the Pelican touched down on one of the landing pads at Highcom Facility Bravo 6. Cole had already risen from his seat as the drop bay doors opened, revealing a cadre of UNSC military police, wearing their trademark bubble helmets and light blue BDUs, waiting for him. They all saluted as soon as he stepped off. Then they escorted Admiral Cole towards his destination while the ODSTs who had accompanied him were ushered elsewhere. As they entered the facility, Cole was greeted by UNSC personnel working at their stations, collecting field reports for the Admiralty so that proper decisions could be made. Everyone he passed stopped to salute him, but Cole didn't so much as pause as he continued briskly walking to his destination. As he reached the conference room, he adjusted his collar and sleeves, making sure they were as neat as possible. Then, as he walked to the door, the MPs escorting him stopped, and the pair guarding the door let him proceed alone through the automatic door, which closed behind him. Cole was immediately greeted by the stern and expectant faces of the UNSC Security Council, all sitting along a crescent-shaped table and dressed in their uniforms. Each one represented a different branch of the UNSC military, all coordinating together to ensure maximum cohesion in their fights against the insurrection and now the Covenant. Gathered in this room were perhaps the most powerful individuals in human history, and all of them were waiting on Cole. "Admiral, glad you could join us." Admiral Margaret Parangoski, the Commander-in-Chief of the Office of Naval Intelligence, greeted him first. Her slight build and elderly appearance doing nothing to hide the ice-cold ruthlessness and calculation behind her eyes. With her hands pressed together in front of her face, she gestured towards the empty chair at the end of the table and remarked, "Please, have a seat. We have much to discuss." Cole nodded, then took his seat at the end of the table. The rest of the Security Council turned to face him, and all were giving him their utmost attention. Clearing his throat, Cole stated, "By now, I'm sure you've read the reports." "Yes, and we have questions," Colonel James Ackerson replied, leaning against the table and furrowing his gaze towards Admiral Cole. "Forgive me if I find the reports hard to believe, Admiral. Another population of humans? Ones who weren't connected to our colonization efforts and had lived on that planet for thousands of years? Humans with..." Ackerson paused to look over a datapad again, and he raised his eyebrow. "Superpowers? It's a lot to take in, I know. I was there, and I still find it hard to believe," Cole admitted. "But the grim, aura, semblances, dust, all of it is true despite flying in the face of everything we know." "That is putting it lightly," Vice Admiral Michael Stanforth declared. He then sighed and gestured towards the data pad in front of him while saying, "Still, it's hard to argue against the data provided." "How do we know it's not a fabrication?" Major General Strauss asked, and Ackerson nodded in agreement. "That data was collected by the Everest Smart AI, Hannibal, and further added to by Dr. Catherine Halsey," Admiral Cole answered. He saw Parangoski's face briefly frown at the mention of her name, but it quickly passed and returned to its normal passiveness. "Not to mention I witnessed it firsthand. One of the delegates was able to lift a 100-kilogram wooden table without so much as lifting a finger, and another turned it into gold. We took that table afterwards for analysis and confirmed it." Already the data pads were showing the feed in question, as well as video feeds of the other huntsmen and huntresses as they fought the Grim with UNSC Marines. The Admiralty was studying the data with narrowed eyes, clearly wanting to disbelieve what they were seeing but unable to. Finally, they all looked away from their devices to look at Cole once again, and Parangoski propped her elbows up onto the table and brought her hands together. "Spartan Blue Team fought one of these huntresses, correct?" she asked, and when Cole nodded, she added, "Then, tell me, how is it that 4 of the most highly trained military assets the UNSC has on hand struggled so much against a single woman suffering from schizophrenia? Even with the supposed benefits Aura provides, they shouldn't have had that much of an issue, much less almost getting killed." From the corner of his eye, Cole saw Ackerson smirk at that bit of information. He knew why. ONI's liaison to the UNSC Security Council had never liked Dr. Halsey and relished any and all chances to humiliate her. Ackerson likely viewed the Spartan Eye as near death as an example of how Halsey wasn't as good as she made herself out to be. Of course, he always seemed to forget that without Halsey's Spartans, it was likely they wouldn't be having this conversation to begin with. The others didn't, which only made him hate her more. Regardless, Cole shifted his attention towards Parangoski and said, "It was a combination of different variables. For one, Spartan Blue Team was operating under do not kill mission parameters. We had hoped to capture Haki felt for interrogation, which gave the Spartans a handicap that Haki ruthlessly exploited. In addition, we underestimated the degree of augmentation that Aura naturally provided. Instead of bringing an individual to, at most, Spartan levels of strength as we believed, her aura made her far stronger and more durable." "I see," Admiral Stanforth hummed and rubbed his chin. Already he was pondering the implications, then he asked, "Can this aura be replicated? Among the people of Remnant?" "Yes," Cole immediately answered. "Unfortunately, our own soldiers are unable to acquire those same abilities." "Yes, the case of Sergeant Graves." General Strauss nodded, rubbing his fingers together. "Do you think it's possible to give our soldiers aura?" "Maybe. According to Remnant's delegation, aura comes from the soul," Cole revealed, and he could already see the members of the Security Council roll their eyes, but he kept going. "While I don't necessarily believe that, I do believe them when they say that they tried and felt something within Sergeant Graves. He himself admitted that when they tried again when he was awake, he felt a tingling sensation around his body, as though something wanted to come out but was unable to." "Yes, but doing so might take years of research, if not decades," Cole admitted, and Ackerson frowned. "We don't have decades," Ackerson pointed out. "What use is giving our soldiers aura if it takes 20 years to do it? The Covenant will have one by then." Cole nodded, then replied, "I agree, which is why I think a more prudent and immediate response should be attempting to co-opt what Remnant can do for our war effort." The room was quiet for a moment. Then Parangoski narrowed her eyes and said, "You want to bring them in?" "Want has nothing to do with it," Cole clarified. "After everything I've seen, I am convinced that if either of us are to live through this, Remnant and the UNSC need each other. Otherwise, we all die." Once again, everyone was quiet as they pondered his words. Then, one by one, they nodded in agreement. Most likely, they had already come to that decision, and the discussion thus far had merely been a formality. Cole was fine with that, especially if it expedited the entire process. But now came the actual, and thus more difficult discussion. "How do you propose we do that, then?" Admiral Stanforth asked, cocking his head slightly. "To me, it's obvious," Ackerson offered. "The people of Remnant are, for all intents and purposes, human, even if they have superpowers, and some of them have animal parts. Since they are human, they fall under jurisdiction of the UEG, and thus need to be brought in line." "You want us to invade them after a peaceful first contact?" Admiral Stanforth asked, clearly offended at the insinuation, but Ackerson merely shot him a harsh glare. "What I want is to ensure that Remnant doesn't inadvertently serve to help the insurrection," Ackerson clarified. "Despite the fact that humanity is fighting the Covenant for our right to exist, the insurrection is still ongoing. It may be underground now, and most of the insurrection saw reason and joined the UNSC's war effort, but the ones left are the truly fanatical. They'll look at Remnant and see ultimate justification as to what they want, and they'll be emboldened to lash out. By bringing Remnant under the jurisdiction of the UNSC, preferably peacefully, but by force if necessary, we can prevent that from happening." "You know as well as I do that doesn't have any legal standing," Cole pointed out. "Had Remnant been a lost colony, we would have well been in our rights to do as you suggest. But they're not. By all accounts, they've been there for thousands of years. They are a sovereign planet wholly independent of the UEG. The insurrectionists won't care," Ackerson shot back. Those who are left don't care that the Covenant is at war with all of humanity, not just the UNSC, and they won't care that Remnant has been on its own for millennia. Besides, they may be stronger than us physically, but if there's one thing that the Covenant have taught us, it's that orbital supremacy beats anything on the ground. According to the data you gathered, they don't have any orbital presence whatsoever. They can't even go beyond their atmosphere. So if we were to bring them in line, there isn't anything they could do to stop us. Cole clenched his fist and his jaw in anger. But, at the same time, he had to admit that Ackerson did have somewhat of a point. The insurrection was, indeed, still active, albeit at a much reduced capacity. If they found out about Remnant, many of them would see it as justification and use the planet as a rallying cry. If the insurrection were to pick back up in force, it would spell disaster for the UNSC's war effort. But there were several key details that Ackerson was missing, and he was more than happy to point them out. You're forgetting that the purpose of bringing Remnant into the war is to preserve what they can do for our own use. Not just their aura and dust, but their infrastructure, manufacturing, agriculture, not to mention their huntsmen and huntresses. An infrastructure that is far more valuable intact than in ruins. You say, Ackerson, that we should learn from the Covenant and threaten them from orbit. The problem with that is that the Covenant are only able to do that because they are in a war of annihilation, not occupation. They can glass our worlds with reckless abandon and little regard for long-lasting collateral damage, whereas an annexation of Remnant wouldn't give us that luxury. Not only that, everything we want out of Remnant is hyper-concentrated in 4 supermassive cities. Cities that are the most heavily defended areas on the entire planet. If, as you say, we try to bombard those cities from orbit, all we would accomplish is destroying the very resources and infrastructure we want. At most, all we could do with our orbital supremacy is using it as a threatening bluff. Were Remnant to respond to this blatant, unjustified hostility with anything other than immediate surrender, we would be forced to subjugate them in a more traditional military campaign. We'd be throwing our soldiers against their huntsmen and huntresses, who are the main reason why we want Remnant on our side. Cole looked around the room. He saw that Ackerson was growing more and more infuriated as Cole continued to tear apart his argument, while Stanforth nodded along in agreement. General Strauss was glancing between Ackerson and Cole, trying to decide which side he laid on, while Parangoski remained as impassive as ever. Seeing how no one was speaking up at the moment, Cole continued. Speaking of the huntsmen and huntresses, as the fight between Haki felt and Blue Team showed, properly trained and experienced huntsmen and huntresses have the capability of being stronger than Spartan is. More than that, Remnant has managed to turn their creation into an industry. He raised the palm of his hand in emphasis. Let's compare them to the Spartans. It took us 8 years to train the first class from 2517 to 2525, resulting in a class of 75 Spartanayas. Of those trainees, 30 died during the augmentations and an additional 12 washed out, in the end, leaving only 33 active Spartans. Then we have the Spartan 3 Alpha Company, in which 497 conscripts were trained over the course of 5 years from 2531 to 2536, resulting in 300 graduating, nearly all of whom are now dead as a result of Operation Prometheus. For the record, Beta Company has been learning from the mistakes of Alpha Company, and we expect another batch of 300 Spartanayas to complete their training within the next year, Ackerson added, and Cole nodded. Thank you, Colonel. Regardless, the point stands. In the past 23 years since the Spartan program was initiated, including the upcoming graduation of Beta Company, we have successfully trained and fielded 633 Spartans. An impressive number, to be sure, and a number that has paid dividends. But let's shift our attention to Remnant. According to the delegation, which was led by Headmaster Ashbin of Beacon Academy, huntsmen and huntresses on average train for 8 years before graduation, 4 years at one of many combat schools, and 4 years at one of the 4 huntsman academies. Those academies being Atlas Academy, Beacon Academy, Haven Academy, and Shade Academy. Only considering those 4 institutions, each one has a class of, on average, 100 students each year. Every year, a combined 400 huntsmen and huntresses enter the field without fail, and if you multiply that by the amount of time it took us to train 633 Spartans, Remnant would have trained 9,200. Cole shot a glare towards Ackerson and remarked, if we do as you suggest and invade Remnant, you risk shutting that entire industry down. The training of huntsmen and huntresses would be ground to a screeching halt, and it might take years to build it back up. Not only that, assuming we manage to conquer the planet without utterly destroying their infrastructure, the UNSC would be forced to deploy a prohibitively large occupying force pulled away from fighting the Covenant in order to exert our will as well as combat the Grim, which, might I add, are attracted to negative emotions. Cole's guilt regarding his actions upon the arrival to Remnant had only increased when that information was shared. It had become obvious that his overabundance of caution had caused Remnant to drown in a sea of anxiety and fear, which resulted in a massive amount of Grim attacks that killed countless people. While the Remnant delegation had assured him that he and the Everest were forgiven, the guilt still remained. He then added, assuming that everything goes without a hitch, and we successfully annex the planet without destroying what we want, we have the issue of trying to get Remnant's huntsmen and huntresses to actually work for us rather than fighting against us. We would no longer be potential partners. We'd be their hated enemy. The only way we could get huntsmen and huntresses to fight for us, en masse, is for us to practically enslave them. And I don't think I need to elaborate how foolish it would be to try and use them as special forces in highly delicate and important operations. The conference room was silent and tense as both Ackerson and Cole glared at each other. Their fists were clenched, although Admiral Cole was noticeably more composed. The point is, Colonel, Admiral Cole then declared, his tone final. Attempting to invade and occupy Remnant is not only a costly decision, it is the wrong one. I agree that Remnant needs to be brought into the fold, but it should not be a subordinate. Remnant should be an ally. Ackerson glared at Admiral Cole, who glared right back. The other members of the Security Council were shifting their attention between the two men. Right away, Cole could see that Admiral Stanforth agreed with his assessment, while General Strauss was agreeing with Ackerson's. Whether that was due to legitimately believing in what Ackerson was saying, or if he was simply intimidated by the man, Cole did not know. But it was clear that the tie-breaking vote now belonged to Parangoski. As she scrunched up her face, deep in thought, Cole wondered which direction she might go, and part of him was worried. Then she looked up at him and declared, I agree with Vice Admiral Cole. Attempting to occupy Remnant would be a waste of time, manpower, and resources, and we stand to gain more through a mutual alliance than outright subjugation. You attract more flies with honey than vinegar, after all. Am I correct in assuming that Remnant does not know about the Covenant? You'd be correct, Admiral Cole said, a relieved smile on his face while Ackerson frowned and clenched his fist. At the moment, they're still convinced that the Grimm are their greatest threat. They'd be wrong, but that does give us an opportunity, Parangoski admitted, then narrowed her eyes. Gentlemen, we have much to discuss, and time is of the essence. I recommend that as soon as the Everest is repaired you return to Remnant, Admiral. I was already planning on doing that, Cole admitted. Then he asked, would I be authorized to inform them of the Covenant? I don't see how you'd be able to convince them of their threat otherwise, Parangoski admitted. Admiral Cole and the other members of the UNSC Security Council nodded. Then they settled into a long discussion on how a prospective UNSC Remnant alliance would work. Although they were only at the very beginning of this process, Cole felt that perhaps there was a chance, however slight, that this might finally be able to turn things around for them. Atlas Academy. Kingdom of Atlas, Solitas, Remnant, Elm System. February 12, 70 AGW, 5 p.m., Remnant calendar. It had been nearly 2 months since the first contact summit on Vital Island, and by now the planet was beginning to adjust to their new reality. People were no longer frightened or nervous when they saw a UNSC warship overhead. Instead, excitingly observing it through telescopes had become the more popular pastime. The UNSC had also started larger efforts to ingratiate themselves with the people of Remnant, aiding villages in need against the Grimm as well as bandits who had hoped to take advantage of the chaos. Much to General Ironwood's pleasure, the UNSC was very experienced when it came to dealing with them, much more so than the Grimm. That experience most likely came from dealing with their insurrectionists, with the only difference being the bandits having aura. All 4 kingdoms and the UNSC had coordinated nearly half a dozen operations against bandit clans all across the world. With Atlas, it was through a cooperation between 2 militaries, while the other kingdoms provided huntsmen and huntresses. Understandably, the cooperation between the UNSC and Atlas was far smoother, although he'd heard the missions involving huntsmen and huntresses were usually more exciting than his own forces. Of course, General Ironwood had a much more direct interaction with the UNSC right on his doorstep. Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey had elected to stay behind on Remnant in order to facilitate scientific cooperation between the kingdoms and the UNSC. She mostly stayed in Atlas, but more often than not she was traveling all over the world, communicating with top scientists over a myriad array of subjects. Already they had learned much, if only a preliminary understanding. Halsey herself had been expanding her knowledge of dust and aura, and Ironwood got the feeling her drive to do so came from more than just an attempt to replicate it for their own forces. From Halsey, Remnant had begun to understand the inner workings of AI theory, as well as slipspace and alternate forms of energy, including nuclear fusion. Ironwood and everyone else on Remnant knew the latter two contained the keys to finally escaping their dependence on dust and, eventually, the confines of their world. They could start colonizing other planets or simply create massive space stations to live in. Either would be well out of reach from the Grimm, leaving them completely behind. The end of humanity's never-ending war with the Grimm was finally in sight. It was a salivating prospect, but 1 decade off, at least. With the former, however, General Ironwood was thinking much closer to home. If Atlas was able to create a smart AI, or even just a dumb AI, he knew it could be combined with Atlas robotics technology. AI-controlled robotic armies could march against the Grimm, holding them at bay without ever needing to sacrifice a human life. There was one major flaw to his idea, however, which was why he was walking towards Dr. Halsey's lab at Atlas Academy, one she shared with Dr. Polendina's team. By the time he arrived, she and the other scientists were deep in discussion, only part of which he completely understood. Slipstream space is far more complex than what you're making it out to be, Dr. Watts, Halsey explained as the other scientists gathered around her. A whiteboard behind her was covered from top to bottom with long, complex mathematical equations, one of which she was finishing as she spoke. What you were describing was a wormhole where you fold space and punch a hole through the other side. Slipstream is more akin to taking a piece of paper and crumpling it up into a ball. This has the effect of both shortening the distance between 2 points, but also creating far more complexity. There are several of our colonies that, in real space, were closer to others, but it took relatively longer to reach them through slipspace simply due to how it worked. How is that even possible? Dr. Polendina asked, while Watts merely grumbled and crossed his arms along his chest. We're not entirely certain, but we believe it has to do with the fact that slipspace has 11 dimensions versus our 4-dimensional reality. They don't exactly match up 1-to-1, she admitted. Fascinating, Polendina muttered, typing notes into his tablet. Are you certain it's not due to the fact that your Sha Fujikawa drives brute force their way into slipstream? Dr. Watts rudely suggested. Oh, that is most certainly another reason, she immediately replied. But that affects accuracy, not necessarily travel time. How long it takes for something to travel through slipspace is dependent on how powerful their thrusters are. It was then that Dr. Halsey turned to face General Ironwood. It was apparent that she had noticed his arrival earlier, but only now chose to acknowledge his presence. Her shift in attention prompted the other scientists to turn to see what she was looking at, and Dr. Polendina immediately stood up to greet him. Ah, General Ironwood. I'm surprised to see you here, Dr. Polendina admitted, and the general shrugged. Just had a few questions of my own, he declared, and Halsey immediately understood where he was going. I assume it's in regard to your earlier inquiry, she asked. When General Ironwood nodded, she added, then yes, theoretically it should be possible. The UNSC never focused on the idea of robotic infantry in favor of human soldiers. Seems like a bit of a lost opportunity, in my opinion, Dr. Watts stated. You try creating an android capable of surviving hundreds of different planetary environments and ecosystems. Halsey shot back, not even giving Watts a passing glance. It was cheaper for us to simply equip our soldiers accordingly, and with advancements in gene therapy over the centuries, the human body has proven to be quite adaptable. That being said, Atlas robotics technology is far ahead of what we currently field. Among other things, Watts muttered, once again referring to the seemingly primitive UNSC weapons. Once again, the UNSC prioritized cost and the ability to work across all of our colonies and their unique environments, she reiterated. We may use a 600-year-old round, yes, but it's cheap, easy to transport, and effective. It's easy to say something may be better, but much more difficult to actually prove it. But we are getting off topic. Halsey furrowed her brow towards General Ironwood, then said, AI-controlled armies does have merit, yes. But, given the state of Remnant's highly centralized infrastructure, at most I'd imagine that they'd only be used in a defensive capacity. If you're hoping to use them to reclaim lost territory, that might be out of reach at the moment. I understand that, General Ironwood admitted. But I'm more concerned about, what did you call it, rampancy? Ah yes, that is a concern, and another reason why we never developed AI-controlled robotic armies, Halsey explained. Dumb AIs could operate the drones indefinitely, but their capabilities would be significantly reduced. They'll only be able to do what they were programmed to do, unable to learn or expand their capabilities. Once the Grim discovered how to overcome the dumb AI's limitations, they'd run circles around it. Smart AIs would be infinitely more effective, but only for 7 years at most. Because of rampancy? Yes. A core feature of smart AIs is their ability to grow and expand their knowledge base. Much like the human brain they are based off of, they can learn. But they only have so much space to grow in their Riemann matrix. As they develop, they create more synaptic connections within the matrix, and eventually those connections grow too dense, and they begin to overlap, causing a short circuit. An AI can attempt to preserve itself by cutting away at those connections. But as rampancy continues to develop, the choices the AI makes grow increasingly erratic and poor, eventually causing the entire construct to collapse. An AI undergoing rampancy thinks so hard that the brain forgets to send signals to the heart and lungs. They think themselves to death, and in the process, might take others down with them, Ironwood suggested, and Halsey nodded. Rampant AIs often act uncontrollably and sometimes violently. Out of an abundance of caution, all smart AIs undergo final dispensation after 7 years. If you were to give a smart AI control over a robotic army, and said AI were to become rampant, Halsey left the likely outcome open-ended, but everyone knew where she was going. Ironwood had to admit, the idea of Elysian Knights turning on everyone was a chilling one, and he supposed that possibility was the true reason why the UNSC never developed that technology. At the same time, though, he found it nearly impossible to fully let go of the idea. It was risky, but if it worked, it could bring unheard of levels of safety and security to his people. I understand those concerns, but I still feel as though it's an avenue worth exploring, he insisted, and Halsey nodded. Just so long as we don't jump straight into the deep end, she suggested, and Ironwood nodded. That was the thing with her, he thought. Even after knowing her for only 2 months, Ironwood was able to get a grasp of who Catherine Halsey was. She was utterly brilliant, perhaps the smartest person he had ever met, and she certainly had the arrogance and pride to accompany it. Unlike Watts, however, who always felt the need to throw his superiority around, Halsey did no such thing. She, and by now everyone else, already knew what she was capable of, and she felt no need to shove it in everyone's faces. That meant she was much easier to have a working relationship with. It was an opinion that Ironwood shared with Dr. Polendina, and the two of them would talk for hours over different topics. One in particular that kept being brought up was the idea of merging robotics with aura, and Halsey had already thought of ways to combine AI theory into it. Her relationship with Watts, however, was much more arduous. The two did not like each other at all. Halsey felt Watts was, in her own words during their private discussions, a know-it-all buffoon who was too self-absorbed to see past his own nose. A sentiment Ironwood readily agreed with, and Watts did not appreciate being repeatedly shown that, when compared to her, he was far from being superior. All the more reason why the general liked her. Anyone who could effortlessly put that insufferable man in his place was worth getting to know, in his opinion. Yes, I suppose that would be wise, Ironwood admitted, and Halsey nodded. By the way, congratulations on your new position as headmaster of Atlas, General, Halsey announced, and Ironwood felt himself straighten more. Yes, I am honored that I was selected for the position, he replied, folding his arms behind his back. The process had started after the conclusion of the First Contact Summit. Apparently, the reason why the previous headmaster of Atlas hadn't come was due to him and the other headmasters eyeing Ironwood for the position for some time. The summit was simply a chance to test him, a test he had passed. After that, the previous headmaster announced his resignation with Ironwood as his successor, and only recently had the title formally passed on to him. Atlas certainly trusts you enough for the position, Halsey added, placing a dry erase marker on the whiteboard shelf, then narrowed her eyes slightly at Ironwood. Enough to keep both of your seats on the council, at that. Given the threats we face, I felt it was more prudent to keep both of my positions, Ironwood said, his voice firm. What threats might that be? Halsey asked, unflinching as Ironwood's steel-firm gaze peeled into her own. The grim, of course, Ironwood assured. Halsey remained still as she stared at him, which reminded Ironwood of another facet of their relationship. While they were able to work together quite easily, that wasn't to say it was without tension. When he had become headmaster, Ironwood had been made aware of something long hidden from the rest of the world. That awareness was why he kept both seats, a decision that the other headmasters, who were also part of this conspiracy, were uneasy about. But, since the Kingdom of Atlas trusted him wholeheartedly, there was little they could do but grumble. By now, it was obvious that Dr. Halsey suspected that something deeper was going on, and she wasn't fooled by his or others' declarations to the contrary. At the same time, Ironwood was also made aware of key details that the UNSC wanted hidden from Remnant. Namely, whatever this covenant that they were fighting was, as well as the 4 super soldiers that had taken down Haki felt. It created a cloud of suspicion that hung over both of them, and Ironwood doubted it would go away anytime soon. It was then that he got a notification on his scroll, and he pulled it out and held the device to his ear. This is General Ironwood. Report. Sir, we picked up something coming out of slipspace, a technician reported. It's the Everest, along with a small escort fleet. They're broadcasting an open message to the kingdoms announcing their arrival along with UEG diplomats. Ah, perfect, Ironwood replied. Tell the council I'll be there immediately. There's something else though, sir. A message underneath the open one addressed specifically to you. It's not letting me open it. Ironwood narrowed his eyes, then glanced at Halsey. She was staring passively at him while the other scientists looked confused. Slowly, Ironwood looked away, then ordered, "Send it to my office. I'll look at it myself." "Right away, sir," the technician replied. Ironwood hung up and pocketed his scroll, then turned around to the scientists and remarked, "Apologies, but something has come up. I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut this short." "As do I," Halsey added, swiping away at her own tablet. "Admiral Cole has requested I return to the Everest. Pietro, we'll continue our discussion on your project later." "Of course. Thank you, Catherine," Pietro replied, though a warm smile. Halsey nodded, then walked out of the laboratory towards one of Atlas' mini landing pads. Ironwood walked after her before splitting off towards his private office at the top of Atlas Academy. As he walked through the halls, soldiers stopped to salute, and he nodded back while continuing his stride. All the while a sinking feeling filled his gut. He didn't know what this hidden message was about, but his instincts were screaming at him that he wasn't going to like it. Professor Oshbin furrowed his brow as he looked out the bullhead's windows. Alongside him was only Glinda Goodwitch, with everyone else remaining back in Vale to talk with the UEG's diplomats. Ever since the Everest left the system, He had expected the UNSC to return with actual diplomats. His expectations were met after only 2 months, which should have been the first clue that something was going on. He had expected it to take at least another month, but at first he had assumed he had underestimated the UNSC's FTL capabilities. Ashbin still didn't quite understand slipspace. The only person on Remnant who did was Dr. Halsey, and he didn't particularly like speaking to her longer than he had to, both because of a lingering sense of distrust between them and the fact that she sounded so much like someone he once knew. The latter was a very petty reason, Ashbin recognized, but it remained, nonetheless. Then, as soon as the UNSC fleet began broadcasting openly to the rest of the kingdoms, Ashbin received a second message hidden underneath the first. It was addressed only to him, and as far as he could see, no one else on Vale's council received a similar message. Ashbin had opened it almost immediately, and the message's content raised his concern to astronomical levels. It had been a communication from Admiral Cole himself, requesting that the headmasters of all 4 Huntsman academies, along with the chieftain of Menagerie, come with the UNSC for a private meeting on board the Everest. They were allowed to bring one person with them, but no one else. Secrecy was of the utmost concern with this meeting. Ashbin recognized the hidden signs underneath the message. The fact that only the headmasters received it, along with Gyra Belladonna, told him that this was a wholly military matter, or that the UNSC had picked up on who were truly the centers of power in Remnant. He wondered if the ever-observant Halsey had notified them of that. More importantly, the secrecy told Ashbin that whatever the UNSC was about to tell them, they did not want the rest of Remnant to know just yet. Why that was the case, Ashbin did not know, but he had a sinking feeling it had to do with the fact that the information the UNSC was about to share would otherwise cause a panic. That only left one option, which Glinda and the other headmasters immediately recognized. The UNSC was about to tell them what the Covenant was, and was most likely going to ask for their aid. Ashbin, are you sure accepting this is wise? Glinda asked in a low whisper, and Ashbin shook his head. Honestly, I don't know. Even after 2 months, this is still quite new to me, Ashbin admitted, bringing his hands together while resting his elbows on his thighs and leaning forward. But if they want to pull us into a war, Glinda replied, and Ashbin steeled his gaze. I won't let Remnant be drawn into a war unless it is absolutely necessary, he declared. Glinda didn't seem completely satisfied with that answer, but she accepted it regardless. They fell back into an uncomfortable silence, waiting for the bullhead to arrive at their destination. Finally, after hours of flight, they arrived at Vital Island. It was the exact same spot where the first contact summit had transpired, and for the moment, it was utterly deserted. The kingdoms had decided once the summit had ended that it would be set aside to serve as the construction site of the UNSC's embassy alongside a monument to commemorate the event. So far, no actual progress had been made in actually building it, but they expected to begin construction within the next 6 months. The bullhead touched down, and Ashbin and Glinda stepped off. They then instructed the pilot to depart, who did so without question. They were the first to arrive, but they weren't alone for long as they soon saw an Elysian manta approach their position from the north. From the west came a vacuum airship, and from the east came a Mistralian airship. They all touched down at roughly the same time, depositing their passengers before departing. Only Professor Lionheart was alone while the others had elected to bring someone along. General Ironwood had brought Dr. Polendina along with him, while Professor Theodore brought Professor Rumpole much as Ashbin had brought Glinda. Once the White Fang's older bullhead arrived and dropped off Gyra Belladonna, they saw that he had also brought along Sienna Khan. Unlike the headmasters, they were completely confused. What's all this about? Sienna asked as their bullhead departed, her tone harsh and accusatory. We're as much in the dark about this as you, Sienna, Professor Lionheart placated, but Sienna merely narrowed her gaze at him. I very much doubt that, Sienna declared, pointing her finger at the others. My gut tells me that, if nothing else, the rest of you suspect something. Mind sharing what that is? The air around them grew tense, but before anything could come of it, Gyra placed a calming hand on Sienna's shoulder and stepped in front of her. He said, while her tone may be harsh, Sienna does have a point, and I do share her suspicions. I must admit, thus far the UNSC has shown Menagerie and the Faunus nothing but respect since they arrived. More so than the kingdoms, unfortunately, so I wasn't entirely surprised that the UNSC requested our presence. But what I don't understand is why Sienna and I were pulled in for a secret meeting away from the UEG's diplomats. They arrived as we left, which strikes me as rather odd. Yes, I feel the same way. I was preparing to talk to other scientists from the UNSC when James requested I come with him, Pietro admitted, his voice low and his face warped in confusion as he glanced around at everyone. It appeared that General Ironwood hadn't yet informed the doctor of what Ashbin had discovered. Whether that was due to him not wanting to explain things more than once, or simply deciding it was best to keep his suspicions to himself in case they were wrong, he didn't know. But Ashbin had to admit that the White Fang's representatives had a point. He sighed and closed his eyes before taking a deep breath, then looked out at everyone. During the vital summit, Ashbin began to softly speak. I had one of my most trusted huntsmen investigate a few things. You spied on the UNSC? Gyra asked, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Yes, because I didn't trust them, Ashbin admitted. I still don't, not entirely at least. But my goal was to discover what the UNSC's intentions were for Remnant. Whether they truly came in peace as they said, or not. My agent overheard UNSC Marines talking among themselves about the insurrection, which the UNSC later confirmed during our meeting. Pietro, Gyra, and Sienna seemed to pick up where Ashbin was heading with this, and they frowned. I don't see how rebels warrants our attention, Sienna pointed out. The White Fang will not intervene in a human rebellion, UNSC or otherwise. You and I are in complete agreement, Ashbin replied. But I don't believe they're here to talk about the insurrection. No, I believe that they want to talk about something else that they didn't admit to back during the summit. What do you mean? Gyra asked, narrowing his eyes. My agent also overheard the Marines talking about something called the Covenant, Ashbin explained. We don't know what they are, but we believe the UNSC is at war with them. A war they might be losing. Everyone stared at Ashbin silently. The only thing they heard was the faint chirping of birds in the distance alongside the chittering of insects and the rustling wind against their bodies. After a few moments, Gyra lowly asked, So, is that what all this is about? You think they're going to try and get us into a war? I don't believe there's anything else it could be, Ashbin declared. Gyra, Sienna, and Pietro looked at the other headmasters, who nodded in agreement with Beacon's leader. With wide eyes, they looked back at Ashbin, with Pietro running his hand through his brown hair while Gyra rubbed his beard. Sienna, meanwhile, frowned and clenched her fists before looking up at the sky. Ashbin understood where her anger was coming from. But before she could explode, Gyra once again placed his hand on her shoulder to calm her down. While that is a concern, Gyra said, we don't know for certain. I say we hear what they have to say. If they want to pull us into a war, they're going to have a convincing argument. I couldn't agree more, Ironwood replied and gave a nod. But until they say otherwise, keep our suspicions to ourselves, Ashbin instructed. The others nodded back in agreement. Then they fell into silence. They waited there for roughly half an hour. Then they heard the telltale sound of a pelican flying towards them from high altitude. They looked up and watched as the craft approached. Then it slowed down and began its descent, landing a few yards away from them. The wind kicked up by the pelican's four thrusters ruffled their hair and forced them to squint their eyes, but they otherwise remained standing. When the pelican finally came to a rest, with its engines still running on standby, the troop bay doors opened and revealed a nearly empty bay. Only Sergeant Johnson, already standing and hopping off, was inside, and with the cockpit sealed they couldn't see who was piloting the aircraft. Sergeant Johnson. Professor Ashbin greeted the man, who nodded and flashed a comforting smile, if only to ease the tension. Headmasters, General, Doctor, Chieftain, he announced to each person, then gestured with his arm for them to follow. Hop on board. Admiral Cole wants to speak with you guys about something urgent. Something that the rest of Remnant doesn't need to know about. When your fleet arrived, I thought I'd be talking to diplomats, not being pulled away for a secret meeting, Sienna accused as she stepped onto the Pelican, followed by Gyra and the rest of the delegation. At the moment, probably for the best not to, Johnson replied, turning his back to Sienna as he assisted the others into their seats. And why is that, Sergeant? Professor Theodore asked, having to keep his arms close so that the safety straps could be properly fastened. Rather than reply immediately, Sergeant Johnson sighed and looked at the others with tired eyes, a far cry from the jovial expression he normally displayed. He then stated, Trust me, you'll know why soon enough. He sat down onto his own chair next to the sealed cockpit doors, then raised his voice and yelled, We're good to go. Acknowledged. Alpha 122 departing now, the pilot announced over the intercom. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Things are about to get bumpy. It was then that the realization of where they were going finally dawned onto the delegates. They were being brought to the Everest, which was apparently far too large to safely go in atmosphere. As such, it was forced to stay up in space, which meant they were going to space. Lionheart's face paled the most, alongside the other headmasters, and only Pietro seemed absolutely excited by the prospect. They felt the Pelican lift off the ground after the bay doors sealed shut, and a tense, heavy pause followed. Sienna looked as though she was about to say something. Then the Pelican accelerated faster than anything they had ever experienced before. They were thrown back into their seats, and they clutched their safety harnesses as tightly as they could. Ashbin could feel his aura straining as the force of multiple GS slammed into his body. His face was turning red from the strain, and as he glanced around him, he saw that the others were doing the same. Only Johnson was relaxed, telling Ashbin that he had done this countless times before. Then, as the Pelican continued its climb through the atmosphere, the craft began to rock. Although Ashbin couldn't see it, he knew that they were going faster as they left the denser lower atmosphere behind. The turbulence only lasted a few minutes, but it gradually came to a stop. Once it did, the craft became eerily calm, and Ashbin took several deep breaths to calm himself. Gods above, Gyra muttered under his breath as he breathed heavily. If you thought leaving the atmosphere was tough, try going back down, Johnson stated as he hooked off his safety harness. then began to float off his seat. Ashbin looked around, and to his amazement saw that the force of gravity had completely vanished. He felt his arms drift upward when he unclenched them, and he saw that everyone's hair was floating upwards. Admittedly, it was a humorous sight, and soon everyone was unlatching their harnesses to feel the effects of zero-G for themselves. Incredible, Pietro exclaimed, and despite the seriousness of their situation, Ashbin couldn't help but agree. We'll be arriving at the Everest in a few minutes, the pilot said. Make sure you guys are seated when that happens. Last thing you want is to be on the roof when gravity reasserts itself. Don't worry, we'll be fine, Johnson dismissed, flashing a group a smile to let them enjoy the effects of zero-G for just a bit longer. After a few minutes, though, he gestured for them to float back to their seats, where he helped strap back in before going back to his seat. Almost as soon as he did, they felt gravity reassert itself as they entered one of the Everest's hangars. The only indication that they stopped was hearing a dull thud through the Pelican. Then they heard a faint rumble as the hangar was refilled with oxygen. Only then did they hear a wailing siren going off, which soon went away as the chamber was properly pressurized. All right, everyone off, Johnson announced as the bay doors opened, revealing an empty hangar. As Ashbin and the others stepped off, they took a moment to look around. Carried on racks along the roof and in tunnels leading into the ship were other Pelicans and large fighter aircraft. If Ashbin remembered correctly, Johnson had said that UNSC fighters were called longswords, so he assumed that's what they were. A few technicians were rushing over to their Pelican in order to conduct proper maintenance, but they left them behind to instead walk through the door they entered. Once inside, they were greeted by a pair of MPs wielding assault rifles, who escorted them and Sergeant Johnson through the Everest hallways. Like the rest of the UNSC's designs, the ship's hallways were boxy and utilitarian. Mostly gunmetal gray, the only dashes of color were arrows pointing to different areas of the ship. Ashbin couldn't read English just yet, none of them could, and he wondered what a sealed red door led to. Eventually, they came across an elevator, and they stepped inside before it ascended higher into the ship. Once it stopped, they got off as well and followed the MPs towards the bridge. When they arrived at the bridge, Ashbin immediately noticed Dr. Halsey and Admiral Cole waiting for them at the opposite end of a holidable, but his attention wasn't focused on them. Instead, it immediately went to what he saw outside the bridge's windows, a sight that took his breath away. He could hardly feel where he was going as he slowly walked up to the window, and as he placed his hand against what he assumed was glass, he beheld for the first time the sight of Remnant, his homeworld from orbit. Alongside him, he felt the others do the same, and no one said a word. It's beautiful, Ashbin whispered, feeling that was the only thing he could say. It didn't compare to the roaring swirl of emotions inside him, and he felt as though nothing could accurately describe it. Only then did Ashbin finally realize something. He, along with everyone else with him, were the first people to see their planet from orbit, the first to leave Remnant's atmosphere and see what it all looked like at once. After fighting for such a long time to protect as many pieces as he could of a world he believed was broken, only now for the first time did he see it in its entirety. Below, underneath thick white clouds and surrounded by pristine blue seas, he saw the greens and browns of Sanus. Vale was beginning to descend into night, and an orange glow sprang forth from the lights of the city. At the same time, he saw the blank canvas of Solitas, a single intense dot of orange light showing where Atlas was. Mistral was too far away to be seen, as with Menagerie, but he could see the western shore of Anima. And beyond all of that, past the curve of the horizon, there was simply an infinite void of black, broken only by the scattered sparks of the stars. It is, he heard Admiral Cole say as he walked over to them, his hands folded behind his back. Thank you for showing us this, Ashbin said, his voice sincere. Even if the UNSC's purpose of this meeting wasn't benign, he could cherish this sight for the rest of his life. Of course, we felt that seeing Remnant from orbit would help to put things in perspective, Cole admitted, then turned around and walked back towards the holotable. Now, if you please, there's something else we need to show you. Slowly, the tense feeling returned, and Ashbin tore himself away from the window to go back to the command area. The others followed his lead, and they each grabbed a chair and sat down around the holotable. Only when they were all seated did Halsey, Admiral Cole, and Sergeant Johnson take their seats, and a heavy silence fell over them. Now, I want to thank you all for accepting our request, especially on such short notice, Cole began. I understand that the secrecy is concerning, but I assure you it's in Remnant's best interest. If it's in Remnant's best interest, couldn't we hold this discussion more openly? Professor Ashbin asked, narrowing his gaze. Cole and Halsey returned it without flinching, and the Vice Admiral placed his gloved hands together on top of the holotable. If the contents of this meeting were to get out and exposed improperly, before the kingdoms were ready, the panic that ensued among your people when I arrived would seem like nothing, Cole declared. A chill went down Ashbin's spine, and as he studied Halsey's and Cole's faces, he saw that they were telling the truth. Once again, Ashbin realized his suspicions were accurate, which was only solidified after Admiral Cole pressed a button on the table. A holographic projection of a planet went up, showing a small world dominated by a single supercontinent that dwarfed the ocean that surrounded it. It was lush and green, covered in vast grasslands, forests, lakes, and streams. A single word, translated into 2 languages, emerged around it, and it read, Harvest. This is the planet Harvest, one of 5 planets in the Epsilon Indi system and the only one that was habitable, Halsey explained. Founded in 2468, at the time Harvest was our farthest and most remote colony. Its fertile soil turned it into an attractive prospect, and it quickly became humanity's breadbasket despite having a population of only 3 million people. Most of our food was grown there, and for decades it was peaceful. When the insurrection erupted, Harvest remained relatively unaffected, although by 2524, the UNSC became concerned about a growing insurrectionist movement that we believed was responsible for the disappearance of several merchant vessels in the area. A few Marines and I were sent to Harvest in order to train a colonial militia, Johnson spoke up, and a few images of him training said men and women popped up. As more freighters disappeared, we laid a trap for what we believed were pirates or insurrectionists. What we found was neither. A video feed popped up, showing a helmet cam courtesy of Sergeant Johnson. He and another Marine were hiding behind boxes as the freighter they were on was boarded. When the boarders entered view, however, to Oshpin's and everyone else's alarm, they weren't human. Instead, they were tall, bird-like creatures wielding swords whose blades appeared to be made of plasma. What is that? Gyra asked, his hair on the back of his neck standing up. That ugly son of a bitch is a jackal, Johnson answered, his face scowling as the video erupted into a fight as the 2 Marines engaged the aliens with battle rifles. One of the Marines was wounded with a plasma blade, and after Johnson tended to his wounds, he chased after a fleeing jackal. His helmet cam, recording it all, allowed Oshpin and the others to watch as Johnson entered the alien vessel. In sharp contrast to the dull utilitarianism of UNSC designs, the alien spacecraft was far more vibrant, the hallways colored in a luminous purple and pink. The hallways were rounded, appearing almost organic, and it was actually quite beautiful to look at. When Johnson caught up to the fleeing jackal, a brief fight ensued that resulted in its death, but not before it started something that prompted Johnson to flee. The Marine's helmet cam recorded as he sprinted through the ship back into the human freighter, which then pulled away as the alien vessel self-destructed violently. We didn't know it yet, but that was our first encounter with the Covenant, Johnson announced as a new series of images popped up onto the holodable, each one displaying a different creature. The Covenant, General Ironwood asked, and Halsey looked at him. The Covenant, as I'm sure you suspect, Halsey began, confirming another of Oshpin's suspicions, are a highly advanced collective of alien species, organized into castes, all unified under a single religion. A religion that worships an ancient civilization, from which they derive their entire technology that is centuries ahead of our own, called the Forerunners. They believe the Forerunners left the mortal plane behind to become gods nearly 100,000 years ago. Their entire society revolves around the idea of the Great Journey, where they may follow the path of the Forerunners and becomes gods themselves. Most importantly, since 2525, we've been at war with them. Oshpin furrowed his brow, feeling that he was beginning to piece together the puzzle. After a moment, he said, "So, this Covenant is trying to convert you to their religion, then?" Halsey, Cole, and Johnson merely grimaced and shook their heads, and Cole declared, "They have no such interest in that, I assure you." A sinking feeling filled Oshpin's gut, along with the rest of the headmasters. Ironwood then leaned forward and asked, "Then why are you still at war with them after 16 years? If they're not trying to convert you, why couldn't you have sued for peace?" "Oh, they don't want that either," Johnson answered, crossing his arms before pointing at the picture of Harvest. "That picture of Harvest you're seeing? That was taken in December of 2524. In February of 2525, after we first encountered the Covenant at Harvest, any and all transmissions to and from the planet were cut off. That left myself and the colonial militia I had been training for only a few months completely on our own as the planet was invaded by brutes and grunts. Brutes are the hairy ones with big teeth, while the grunts have the gas masks, by the way." Oshpin's eyes shot towards the images in question. Sure enough, the large figure was covered in hair, and what little skin was exposed looked thick and sturdy. In its hands was a large pistol with a pair of curved bayonets on the front end, and the only bit of armor it wore was a helmet. With a mouth filled with large tusks, it wasn't hard to see why the UNSC called them brutes. They certainly looked brutish. The grunt, on the other hand, was much smaller, but with the pack on its back its total height seemed to match his. Assuming the name meant something, Oshpin felt that these grunts were the basic workers of the Covenant. They wanted the planet because they thought Harvest had Forerunner artifacts on it. Obviously, we weren't going to just hand the whole thing over to them, and they didn't take too kindly to us saying no, Johnson explained. After first contact went sour, they started killing everybody. Didn't matter if they were soldier or civilian. If they were human, they were slaughtered. Gods, Pietro muttered as footage of the slaughter was shown. Civilians were running for their lives as the alien warriors cut them down, firing massive spikes from their handguns that gored through them. Accompanying the spikes were balls of multicolored plasma, mostly red from smaller and more elegant-looking handguns. The smaller grunts were wielding small handguns that fired green orbs of plasma that melted through armor and flesh as though it was nothing. From above, alien aircraft screamed through the air, firing blue bolts of plasma machine guns supplemented by larger green explosive blasts. The UNSC militia fought the best they could, but they were no match and were cut down as well. How many died? Ironwood asked, unable to tear his gaze away as more footage of the battle was shown. Out of 3 million people, only 250,000 survived, Johnson revealed. Ashbin felt his breath hitch, and from the corner of his eye he saw the other leaders of Remnant had the same reaction. But as he turned back to Johnson, it was clear that he, Halsey, and Cole were far from finished. When contact with Harvest was lost, Cole explained, the Colonial Military Association sent the CMA Argo to investigate. It arrived on April 20th, 2525, and contact was lost soon after. In response, a CMA battle group was dispatched composed of a Hillsborough-class destroyer, the CMA Heracles, and 2 Sharon-class light frigates, the CMA Arabia and CMA Vostok. They arrived on October 7th, 2525, where they encountered this. The image of Harvest shifted, and Ashbin felt his heart jump into his throat as the once pristine paradise was reduced to a glowing ball of fire. The lakes and oceans were melted away, the surface burned and smooth like freshly made glass. The atmosphere was clogged in thick, black smoke, and the only portions of the planet left untouched were covered in what looked to be lifeless snow. Orbiting above the planet was a single massive and bulbous Covenant vessel, which was labeled as a superdestroyer. No one made a sound, and the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin being dropped. The Covenant attacked the battle group, and in less than a minute, the Arabia and the Vostok were destroyed while the Heracles was critically damaged, Cole somberly announced. Before the Heracles managed to escape and limp back to the UNSC headquarters at Reach, the superdestroyer broadcasted a single message in perfect English. Once Cole finished speaking, an audio feed popped up, and the lines began to bounce up and down as a silky voice declared, "Your destruction is the will of the gods, and we are their instrument." The UNSC let the declaration of war hang over everyone's heads. Then Cole began to softly speak. With how quiet everyone was, he might as well have been shouting at the top of his lungs. It took us 5 years to get Harvest back, but by then the Covenant had already begun massacring the outer colonies. You must understand, the Covenant aren't trying to conquer us, Cole declared. They're not trying to convert us to their religion. They don't want our resources, they don't want our living space, and they don't believe we follow the wrong ideology that needs correcting. The only thing the Covenant want is humanity's complete and utter annihilation. You once said, Headmaster, that the Grimm were the greatest threat to humanity, Halsey added, her tone of voice cold as ice. Unfortunately, you're quite wrong. The Human Covenant War isn't like your Great War. Then you fought for the right of expression. But here and now, we're fighting for our right to exist. Aapin looked at the others, then cleared his throat, trying his best to wrap his mind around what he was bearing witness to. He had suspected for months now that the UNSC was at war with the Covenant, but never had he conceived of this type of war. It seemed far-fetched, and he wanted to discard it as merely propaganda, but at the same time he couldn't. His instincts, honed over countless lifetimes, were screaming at him that the UNSC was telling the truth, and that terrified him more than anything else. Hold on, that doesn't make any sense, Pietro tried to say, but his throat sounded dry. This has to be an exaggeration. There's no possible way a spacefaring civilization would resort to this barbarism. I sincerely wish that was the case, Doctor, Admiral Cole sadly replied. But it's not. We've already lost hundreds of colonies and billions of people, with entire worlds glassed into oblivion with no concern for long-term damage. If anything, it seems to be the desired effect. If that's the case, Glinda replied, her voice low, then how is this our problem? I'm sorry, but the Covenant is at war with the UNSC, not Remnant. They're at war with humanity, not the UNSC, Halsey answered, her voice firm and sharp as steel. Many insurrectionists made the exact same mistake you're making and tried to ally themselves with the Covenant against us. They were killed for their trouble, and by now any insurrectionists who are left have wisely chosen to hide from them. Most signed up with the UNSC, the threat of human extinction outweighing any old animosities. Glinda swallowed hard, visibly trying her best to dispute the allegation. But, just like Ashbin, she was finding herself unable to completely do so. There was still doubt, but Ashbin suspected, much like his own, it was born out of desperation rather than genuine disbelief. The faunus aren't human, though, Sienna pointed out, her voice quivering as more and more planets showing the Covenant's onslaught were shown, along with a relentless increase in casualties that quickly reached the billions. They won't care, Johnson retorted. They'll see the faunus as humans with extra bits, nothing more. You don't look different enough. They'll gun you down all the same. Gyra and Sienna shot back, their eyes wide and their foreheads beginning to drip with sweat. The rest of Ashbin's colleagues were doing the same, with Lionheart beginning to have an outright panic attack, and General Ironwood was beginning to clinch the holotable with enough force to form dents. Then Professor Theodore tilted his head towards Admiral Cole, Dr. Halsey, and Sergeant Johnson, then raised his eyebrow. "How do we know this isn't a fabrication?" he asked. "I'm sorry if I cause any offense, but I find this hard to believe. You're talking about a collection of aliens, more advanced than you, trying to kill all humans because we exist. It sounds like the plot of one of the first-person shooter video games I've confiscated from my students," Professor Rumpole added, which Glinda nodded to in agreement. Ashbin knew where they were coming from, and the statements seemed to calm the others somewhat. Rather than appear insulted, the UNSC representatives merely shook their heads sadly. Cole then said, "I'm afraid that's the truth. It's hard to believe, I know, but just a few months ago I didn't believe the soul existed, much less that it could be brought out as aura and semblances. But I assure you that I am not lying about this. None of us are. The Covenant, and the threat they pose to all of humanity, is real. Remnant is just outside of UNSC space, and we found you by accident," Halsey pointed out. "The Covenant are far more advanced than us, and are actively searching for human colonies to destroy. It's not a matter of if they'll find Remnant, it's when. And when they find Remnant, they'll burn it to the ground like every other human-occupied world." The room fell silent once more, and Ashbin felt his heart thundering in his chest. His hands were clenched tightly onto the table as he watched more and more pristine, beautiful worlds burned away. Madrigal, Jericho 7, and countless more worlds joined Harvest's fate, while only a few, such as the world of Arcadia, managed to survive, albeit heavily scarred. Ashbin desperately wanted to dismiss all of it, but he couldn't. None of them could. "Well then, assuming all this is true," Ironwood said, shakily looking up at Admiral Cole, "what is it that you want then?" "An alliance," Cole immediately answered. "Remnant cannot survive the Covenant on its own, but the UNSC is losing ground too fast to recover. We believe that Remnant, when combined with UNSC capabilities, holds the key to humanity's survival. Your aura, dust, and the huntsmen and huntresses who are trained to use them. By working together, we can push the Covenant back, prevent them from wiping us out. In return for this alliance, the UNSC is fully prepared to lend its full assistance in combating the Grim," Halsey explained. "That includes garrisons of the UNSC Army and Air Force, along with orbital support. In addition, the UNSC will offer our technology to augment yours and vice versa. That includes medicine, AIs, energy generation, space travel, and other innovations that would lead to one of the largest jumps in standards of living Remnant has ever seen." Ashbin looked at Halsey for a moment, then asked, "What if we refused?" "Then we will simply hire huntsmen and huntresses," Halsey explained. "We have no interest in fighting Remnant over this. Not only is it a monumentally stupid idea on more levels than I can count, it is simply a conflict neither of us need. The UNSC Security Council has wisely come to the decision that we have more to gain working together than we ever could by being apart. That being said, I do understand your concerns," Cole added. "This is a lot to take in, and all you're truly going off of at the moment is our word. Understandably, that isn't enough to justify jumping into a war that shouldn't involve you, which is why Dr. Halsey suggested a trial run of sorts." "A trial run?" Gyra asked, raising an eyebrow, and Dr. Halsey nodded. "Yes, rather than take our word for it. Have huntsmen and huntresses you trust come with us," Halsey offered. "There they can see for themselves whether or not the threat of the Covenant is real. They'll report back to you, and then you can make your decision." Ashbin hummed, rubbing his hand across his chin. The offer was somewhat appealing, and it would enable him and the rest of Remnant's leaders to make the most accurate decision. But, at the same time, it carried risks, and the last thing he wanted was his people being exploited. "If we were to allow this, how many could be sent?" Ashbin asked. "As many as you want. Although I would recommend keeping the number reasonable," Halsey suggested. "My suggestion would be 4 to 5 huntsmen and huntresses from each kingdom." The headmaster of Beacon nodded in agreement with that request. Then he asked, "How would they be treated?" "They would be treated as observers," Cole answered. "Observers outside of the UNSC's chain of command. Should conflict with the Covenant erupt, they won't be expected to follow our orders." "How long would they be gone?" "At most 1 year. After that, the decision's up to you." Ashbin hummed, then looked around to his colleagues. They were all deep in thought, but one by one they looked at Ashbin, silently telling him their decision. Lionheart was the last one. Then Ashbin nodded and turned back to Admiral Cole. "Patch Island. Kingdom of Vale, Sanus, Remnant, System. 9:30 p.m., 70 AGW, Remnant calendar. All right, girls, time for bed," Taeyong announced as he entered the living room, where Crow was playing video games with Ruby and Yang. "Ah, come on, Dad," Ruby complained as she continued to play, not looking away from the screen. "I'm not tired. Just let us finish this game, please," Yang begged, but Taeyong shook his head while walking over and turning the console off. "No, I was winning." RWBY screeched, then pouted towards her dad, but Taeyong was unaffected by her trademark puppy dog eyes. None of that tonight. Besides, I told you to go to bed half an hour ago. But Dad, Yang started, but Taeyong merely threw his arm to the side towards the girls' room. Both RWBY and Yang groaned, then slowly got up and trudged towards their room, dragging their heels along the way. Crow watched them go with an amused smile on his face, and once they heard the door close, he looked towards Tai and raised an eyebrow. You know, I was going to tell them to go to bed after that game, he pointed out, but Tai waved him off. Oh, don't you start. You're a bad influence on them, and you know it, Taeyong playfully remarked. Rather than counter, Crow merely shrugged, then took another swig of his beer bottle before walking over to the table. Any word from Oz? Taeyong asked, and Crow frowned before shaking his head. Nothing yet. He's been up in that ship for hours. Starting to get worried, he admitted, and Taeyong scoffed. You're only getting worried now? Oh, I was worried as soon as Oz got the message. It's only increased since then. Taeyong shook his head, but before he could say anything else, Crow felt his scroll vibrate. He fished it out of his pocket, and to his relief he saw that the caller ID was Ashbin. Letting out a smile, he answered the call and brought the scroll up to his ear, raising a finger towards Taeyong to keep him quiet. Oz was starting to get worried. What did they want, he asked. When Ashbin didn't answer at first, Crow's smile turned into a frown. Then he heard Ashbin clear his throat, and the headmaster of Beacon began to speak. Crow, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to do something for me, Ashbin said, and Crow raised his eyebrow. Of course, he answered, not seeing where the issue was coming from. After all, he'd done plenty of assignments for Ashbin over the years, many of which kept him away from home for months. One went past a year. What do you need me to do? He asked, and on the other end of the line he heard Ashbin sigh. Do you remember what you found for me back at Vital? Yeah. Crow felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise, and Taeyong noticed his shift in demeanor. It's worse than either of us thought. Far worse, if the UNSC is telling the truth, Ashbin admitted, and Crow felt his eyes widen. They're offering to take huntsmen and huntresses to see for themselves, and I need you to go with them. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here is the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to Jesse K and non-contributor for their help in bringing this chapter to life. Remnant's leaders have finally learned what the Covenant are, and as you can see, they did not take it well. How else would you react if you were told an advanced alien collective wanted to wipe you out just for existing? But doubts, even if born out of desperation, persist. So now Remnant is sending forces of their own to see for themselves. The fight against the Covenant is once again taking center stage, and I can't wait to show you guys what we have in store. Now, onto the Q&A. Ghostly. The Spartan program is well underway, and there's nothing Salem can do to stop it. At the moment, her reach is limited. Chewbacca. I'm actually helping with a RWBY/Mass Effect crossover called Spectrum of the Sky. In it, the Asari found Remnant just after the Great War and uplifted them, with the four kingdoms of Remnant uniting into the Kingdoms Alliance. RWBY is taking the place of Shepard in the story. We've only gotten the prologue and trailer 1 completed, but we're working on the rest of it as well. The real caboose. Thank you. I'm glad you like it so much. Guest, we are a long, long ways away from that. Even then, I only do things in my story because I believe it'll help push it forward. I don't do things because my audience requests it. That goes for this and anything else. Salutations. Thank you. Lone Rider, 09. Glad to hear it. Also, you can expect a fair amount of RWBY references, along with other stuff that we think are fun. Jackboot. I have 4 stories I write, and I try to update them at least once or twice a month. Ferox Pretorius. Remember, for the ease of diplomacy and the simple fact that doing so, as Halsey and Cole pointed out, would be utterly idiotic, they aren't bringing their full might to bear. Not to mention, I want to respect both sides of this crossover. Far too many Halo crossovers have the UNSC be this overwhelming force, when that has never really been the case in Halo, with the exception of 4 and 5, due to the current state of the galaxy at the time. The UNSC is the underdog, and I intend to show that. As for the Spartan recovery time, there's a difference between fully recovered, which is what Hannibal was referring to, and combat capable. You're correct. The Spartans are able to be combat capable with far worse injuries after a short recovery time, but now they're getting the chance to fully recover, which is why it's taking a bit longer. As for Aura, you'll have to wait and see. Private Jenkins, don't worry, more's coming. Blazer. At one point, my thought was to have the Spirit of Fire show up. I love that ship, but the problem is that doing so doesn't help the story I intend to tell. So, sorry, but it's not happening. At least not anytime soon. SBRTN 544. Thank you. I'm glad you liked the chapter. Yeah, Halsey is a lot of fun for me to write, especially when I put her in the same room as Dr. Watts. You can expect to see more of her as the story goes on, especially as she tries to bring aura, dust, and semblances back firmly into the realm of science. And yeah, Salem doesn't fully grasp what the UNSC is just yet. None of them do, and her and the others learning more and more will be a big focus of the story. Same from the perspective of the UNSC towards Remnant. As for advantages and disadvantages, I fully intend to explore those as well. Again, I'm respecting both sides of the crossover. I don't want her like Stomp Fix. Shadows 960, yep, last chapter may have been slow, but it was very much important. In any story structure, you have to have the falling action after the climax, which is exactly what this was. This chapter, in contrast, was a bit of rising action. The next few will be that until we hit the second climax of the first contact arc, and I don't think I need to specify what that will be. You're correct that Halsey suspects something. She's smart like that, which Ashbin has picked up on and is a reason why he doesn't like her. As for Remnant's reaction towards the Covenant, it's inevitable that they have to join in, but they're not going to like it. From their leaders' reactions, it's not going to be pretty. And that's really the thing about Salem, and is why I like her as a villain so much. She's arrogant and evil, yes, but not stupid about it. She knows what she wants and works to get it, but not in a way that'll obviously backfire. I intend to show that about her. As for your suggestions, I will not be doing a Mass Effect-style timeline. I'm not a huge fan of those, as I feel it's too impersonal. What I do intend to do is a highlight reel where chapters come in that have multi-year time skips between them, showing various developments and events leading up to when RWBY and JMPR enter the scene. Also, I do not take requests to write stories. Any and all stories I write are ones I come up with. Chronohyperion, you will have to wait and see. This goes for everyone, but please try to refrain from asking questions directly pertaining to future plot events. Those are spoilers, and I will not be answering those. That includes whether or not certain characters will appear, certain events will happen, etc. Zill's Wordsman, thank you. That was a big priority for me. I wanted the first contact arc of this story to feel realistic and organic. Glad to hear that I accomplished that. Jesus Christ 15. Those statements are coming from Dr. Watts, who, as we all know, far from being an unbiased source as well as being, frankly, an asshole. Just because he says UNSC weapons are primitive does not mean they actually are. They just went down a different path than Remnant did, which Halsey pointed out. Warless 999. Thank you. I'm not certain how this discussion on magic versus science pertains to the story, but I'm glad you like my work. D. Yep, and now things are moving forward. Especially since the UNSC doesn't have the luxury of time. Gennaro, you'll have to wait and see for all of that. Nighthunter 911700. No, they would not. Spartans are the embodiment of the professional soldier. Only Emil, or other Spartan eyes like him, would do what you suggest. But those are abnormalities for the most part. The Spartan eye is, like Blue Team, aren't the type of people to go overboard, as that would be a waste of their time and doesn't actually help the mission. I'm going to end the discussion on that here. Sully Mike 23, which the UNSC anticipated, hence why they had the secret meeting on the Everest. Figured they'd break the news slowly. SteelRain 66. You're correct. The UNSC does not like racism. As a whole, they've moved past it. Now the discrimination is inner versus outer colonist, so they don't really like the treatment the faunists get. As Gyro pointed out, they haven't had the same issues with the UNSC as they've had with the other kingdoms, which has ramifications for the future. KPMH 2001. Thank you. I'm glad you like my characterization. I really try to ensure my interpretations of their characters match canon as much as possible. As for your opinion on Spartans, I can see where you are coming from, and I do agree. In the case of the fight against Haki, though, do remember that a lot of what I did came from the needs of the story. I needed to show how Spartans and Huntsmen stacked up against each other, so I had the fight go as it did. Iron 117 Prime. Oh, it's going to be interesting, that's for sure. The Avenging Titan. Yeah, I love the Halo characters, too. It's my favorite franchise for a reason, and my goal here with this story is to honor both Halo and RWBY, as I show how I believe they would interact and mesh in this setting. Shadow Wolf of Phantasms. That's good to hear. I intend for my work to be accessible by anyone, not just die-hard lore fans of either series. All you really need is a passing knowledge of it, and while there's certainly Easter eggs die-hard fans will recognize, you don't need them to understand the story. The Tyrant 67. Thank you, that really means a lot to me. That's it for this chapter. I hope you guys enjoy, and let me know what you think. Chapter 13, To Boldly Go. Patch Island. Kingdom of Vale, Sanus, Remnant, System. February 15th, 70 AGW, 11:15 a.m., Remnant Calendar. Crow studied the information on his scroll intensely, trying his best to absorb each and every detail that was laid out in front of him. It was a copy of the data that the UNSC had shared with all 4 headmasters and the chieftain of Menagerie, detailing just what, exactly, they were up against. He had known for months now that the UNSC was at war with someone and had feared Remnant would be drawn into it, but he thought the Covenant was just another spacefaring human civilization. It already happened once, so the precedent was made. But Crow, and everyone else, was completely wrong. The Covenant was indeed another spacefaring civilization, but it had nothing to do with humans. Instead, it was a collection of aliens all unified under a single religion and wanting nothing more than the total eradication of humanity. It sounded far-fetched, but Crow recognized the tone in Ashbin's voice. His mentor was scared, and that terrified Crow more than anything. If the Great Oshpin was scared of what the UNSC told them, Crow had no reason to doubt it any more than he did. What are these things? Tyang asked as he walked over to hand Crow a bottle of beer. The veteran huntsman eagerly took the offered beverage and downed a swig, then rotated his scroll over so that Ty could see the screen clearly. It was a pyramid-shaped diagram that was wide at the base and narrow at the top, divided out into squares that each housed a unique creature. Given how the Covenant was apparently a caste-based hierarchy, he supposed the data's organization served to illustrate their stratified society. Member species of the Covenant, supposedly, Crow answered, as well as what the UNSC knows about them. Certainly a lot more alien than the UNSC is, Taeyong stated, then frowned and pointed at a diminutive alien at the bottom of the screen. Mind sharing the details? Don't see why not, Crow replied, then tapped the icon and enlarged the image. It was replaced by a full-body avatar capable of being rotated, accompanied by a short paragraph of information about the species itself. This little bastard's called a UNNGOI? Agoi? I don't know, the UNSC calls them grunts. According to this, they're the mainline fighters of the Covenant, although from what the UNSC says they're mostly used as cannon fodder. Poorly armed, poorly trained, but able to overwhelm people with sheer numbers, Crow explained as both he and Ty read the accompanying data. Forces of grunts numbering in the thousands isn't uncommon, apparently. What's with the tanks on their backs? Ty asked, pointing to the pointed apparatus strapped to their backs and connected to gas masks over their faces. Says they don't breathe oxygen like we do, Crow said after glancing at the data, then chuckled. Little fart suckers breathe methane, instead. Despite the seriousness of the situation, both huntsmen couldn't help but chuckle. Then their expressions hardened, and Ty tapped the screen back to the home page. What's this bird-looking thing? A Kigyar. Ty asked as he tapped the image in question. As the data came up, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, they call them jackals? Those things don't look like dogs at all. More like if a bird just stood up, lost its feathers, and picked up a gun. Apparently it's because these guys are scavengers and pirates. They like to comb the battlefield for anything they can get their hands on. It's how they, and the UNSC, first met, actually. Jackal pirates were raiding human freighters, Crow explained, then moved the accompanying paragraph down. They're also not the strongest, physically, but are very quick, agile, and have excellent eyesight, making them perfectly suited for scouts and snipers. Says here that there are 3 main types of them. Most jackals go into combat armed lightly with pistols and wrist-mounted plasma shields that are practically impervious to small arms fire. Others forego the shield entirely in favor of long-range weaponry, turning them into snipers. Finally, there's a distinct subspecies of jackal called skirmishers that are far stronger and more durable, so the Covenant used them as shock troops. Certainly look tougher, Taeyong remarked as an image of a skirmisher came up. While the jackal looked skinny and more reptilian than avian, with a narrow head and beak with bulbous eyes, the skirmisher was stockier, its muscles more densely packed, and it was covered in a thick black plumage. Its mouth was far more beak-like than the jackal's, and it had some bony coverings that added supplemental protection. On the skirmisher's wrists were a pair of energy gauntlets. It didn't form a full shield like its smaller cousins, but when both of them were brought together it could still form an adequate defense against small arms fire. Moving on, they went back to the home screen and pulled up the next alien. Unlike the arthropod-like grunt or avian jackal, this creature was clearly insectoid in origin. It reminded both huntsmen of lancers, somewhat, only instead of having a massive stinger it chose to drop the black and white paint job, its stinger, and a pair of legs in favor of a light green exoskeleton, an upright if slightly hunched over posture, and being able to hold guns. The Yami, or drones as the UNSC like to call them, Crow said after reading the accompanying data. Little buggers can fly around nimbly at high speeds and are strong enough to carry a fully armed marine off the ground and rip them apart. The Covenant likes to use them in aerial ambushes and swarms, but for the most part they're used as engineers and mechanics. I don't know if I trust my truck getting repaired by a bug, Taeyong joked, and Crow nodded in agreement. He then went back to the home page and moved to a floating creature that looked more like a balloon come to life than an actual animal. Its back was bulbous, filled with gas that allowed it to float around. 3 pairs of eyes were along the sides of its light blue, worm-like head, and several dexterous tendrils extended downward off its body. What's that thing? Taeyong asked, leaning in to get a closer look. That is a Hiragok, or engineer, Crow revealed, then narrowed his eyes as he read further along. Hold on, how does that? Apparently, this gas bag is actually an artificial life form the Covenant used to maintain their equipment. What, like a living robot? Taeyong asked, his eyes widening. The Covenant can make those? No, apparently the Covenant just found them. The engineers were made by the Forerunners. What's a Forerunner? Right, I forgot to tell you that, Crow admitted, then sighed and rubbed the back of his head. Supposedly, the Forerunners were a race of highly advanced aliens that ruled the galaxy 100,000 years ago, then suddenly disappeared for seemingly no reason and left their creations behind. The Covenant believe they went on something called the Great Journey and became gods, and they hope to follow in their footsteps. Apparently their entire society revolves around the goal. Sounds an awful lot like something we know, Taeyong pointed out, narrowing his eyes. Crow stared right back then slowly nodded, adding, yeah, we've already made that connection. No idea what it means, if it does at all, but it's concerning, nonetheless. Anyway, it looks like the engineers were made by the Forerunners to repair and maintain their stuff, and when the Covenant started using them, they just kept doing what they were made to do. They don't fight, and instead just float around the battlefield repairing any technology they come across, human and Covenant. Sometimes they're modified to give Covenant forces remote shielding, but otherwise don't do much. I see. When then, guess engineer is as good a name for them as any, Taeyong remarked, and Crow nodded before moving on to the next step in the Covenant hierarchy. What the hell is that? Taeyong demanded, recoiling at the sight of the next creature. Crow grimaced, agreeing with Taeyong's assessment wholeheartedly. It was a hulking monstrosity, what looked to be a mass of worms housed in dark blue armor. Its left arm was covered in an angular shield, while its right housed a green-colored plasma cannon. Most of its body was covered except for the back and head, and even that was mostly covered by spiky armor that had to be knocked off before anything could penetrate into its orange flesh. These big bastards are. I'm not even going to try to pronounce their real names. They're called hunters, Crow declared, then furrowed his brow and clenched his fist tightly. Colonies of worms housed inside 2 pairs of armor or large vehicles. Outfitted with nearly impenetrable armor and a fuel rod cannon, they're the Covenant's primary anti-armor infantry. Infantry? They look like walking tanks, Taeyong pointed out. Looks like they literally are, Crow said, then scratched his head. What I don't get is why they're called hunters. Hunters are supposed to be nimble and quiet so as to not scare their prey. Looks like these things would be heard from a mile away. Well, UNSC vehicles are named after animals and these things are meant to destroy armor, Taeyong suggested. Both men fell silent for a moment, pondering the word choice, then nodded in mutual agreement before moving on. Crow pulled up the next creature and grimaced at the sight. It was a large, ape or bear-like being covered in thick fur. Any skin that was exposed revealed itself to be thick, gray hide that reminded him of a rhino. Its nose was sunken into its skull, more of a pair of nostrils than what humans had, and its hands had 3 fingers and an opposable thumb. Large fangs sprouted out of its mouth, and its eyes housed a sense of savagery that put all others to shame. But what disturbed him the most, when compared to the rest of the aliens making up the Covenant, was just how human it looked. Crow supposed it was due to the fact that it was clearly mammalian, while the rest weren't. This is a gyral. Han, forget it, a brute, Crow explained, his frown growing deeper as he continued to read. From what limited intelligence the UNSC has been able to gather, the brutes were the latest species to enter the Covenant only a few decades before first contact at Harvest. They're by far the strongest creature in the Covenant military, capable of ripping apart tanks with their bare hands and surviving small arms fire just from the thickness of their fur and hides alone. Gods above. Taeyong remarked as he read along, noticing the details on how they fought, their weapons and tactics, and most importantly, the sheer brutality they brought onto the battlefield. They're savages. That they are, Crow replied as he looked at the bayonet spike rifle the brutes preferred to go into combat with. Uniquely, brutes tended to use their own designs rather than what the rest of the Covenant used. Multi-shot grenade launchers with an underside bayonet, bladed hammers capable of using projected gravitational force when striking, large one-wheeled vehicles that tore up the ground as they traversed. The only normal, for lack of a better word, Covenant weapon they typically used was a red plasma rifle that apparently fired cooler red bolts but at a faster rate of fire. You said the Covenant was a caste-based hierarchy. Are these the head honchos? Taeyong asked, but Crow shook his head and pulled up the next creature. No, he answered. According to this, that position, at least militarily, belongs to these guys. The Sanghaili, otherwise known as elites. Interestingly, the brutes and elites do not like each other at all, and the brutes have been jockeying for their position ever since they joined. Brute-led ships are a thing, but they tend to be under-equipped when compared to elite-controlled vessels. Just like the brutes, the elite towered over the average human being. Standing on 2 digitigrade legs that ended in hooves, the reptilian humanoid's most striking feature was its quadruple-hinged mandible jaws. Its hands were tetradactyl, with 2 fingers and 2 thumbs, one on each side of the appendage. Its body was covered in dark gray or black scales, and they could see the muscles that spoke of the power they held. These elites, they lead the Covenant military. They're generals, admirals, all the way down to squad leaders. All the other members of the Covenant military follow their lead, Crow explained. They're the best equipped, all given a full-body energy shield and armor capable of protecting themselves from small arms fire and the best weapons the Covenant bring to the field, as well as the best training. Entire squads of Marines can go up against a single elite and it'll have a decent chance of winning. Their only real drawback is their sense of honor and stagnant battlefield tactics. So, they're overly rigid? Taeyong asked, and Crow nodded. Yep, but they have so many other advantages it practically doesn't even matter. Any victories the UNSC gets are Pyrrhic, at best. Well, that's not terrifying at all, Taeyong remarked, then looked back at the scroll. Are the elites in charge of the entire Covenant? Yes and no. Apparently, Crow said as he pulled up the last species, a frail-looking creature with a long serpentine neck, gold skin that was wrinkled and hung off their bodies in places, and a pair of forward-set eyes that had a sense of arrogance to them. According to this, the elites share the position of top dog in the Covenant with the prophets. While the elites control the military, the prophets control all religious, political, and scientific matters. They lead the Covenant towards the Great Journey, while the elites serve as their protectors. That sounds like a lopsided arrangement if I've ever heard one, Taeyong stated through narrow eyes, and Crow nodded in complete agreement. Whatever relationship the elites thought they had with the prophets, it was obvious where the real power lied. Something that the UNSC readily recognized, judging by the tone of the report. Is that all of them? Taeyong asked, and Crow nodded as he closed his scroll. Sighing deeply, Taeyong Xiaolong fell back into his chair and took a swig of his beer, then asked, "What do you make of this, Crow?" "Personally? Trying my best to dismiss it all," Crow admitted. Then Taeyong narrowed his gaze and leaned forward. "But you can't," Tai declared, and after a moment, Crow nodded. "No, I can't. Neither can Ashpin for that matter." Crow looked around the room, grateful that RWBY and Young were back at school, thus leaving the two men completely alone. He then added, "If the UNSC is being honest about even half of what they're saying, Tai, things are going to get bad. Real bad. As bad as Salem? Maybe worse, I don't know," Crow admitted, running his hand through his spiky hair. "Either way, I'm gonna be gone for a while. A year, at most, not including travel time through slipspace." "Hey, at least you'll get to go up into space." "That's exciting, at least," Tai offered. "Have you heard how Ashpin and Glinda described it? They said it was like going on the rockiest, most intense roller coaster that had been juiced up on steroids. I can't say I'm looking forward to that." Yes, but consider this. You'll get to go into space, and the girls can gush all over you." Crow smiled then held up his beer bottle, remarking, "You do make a convincing argument." "It's what I do," Taeyong joked back. Then he and Crow clinked their bottles together before downing a drink. After wiping away the excess from his lips, Taeyong became serious once more, then asked, "When are you heading out?" 3 days from now," Crow said. "They're splitting us up into 2 ships, just in case something goes wrong. No need to put all our eggs in one basket." "Fair enough. What ship are you going on?" "The UNSC Midsummer Night, a frigate commanded by some guy named Keys," Crow answered, then shrugged. "I'll be joining Vale's huntsmen along with fighters from Atlas and Menagerie. Mistrals and Vacuos are going on the other ship." "We'll be sure to see you off," Tai replied, then frowned. "The girls aren't saying much, but they're scared." "You haven't told them about the Covenant, have you?" "No, not at all, but they know you're going into space for a while." "That makes them nervous." Crow nodded, then softly declared, "Don't worry, good old Uncle Crow's not going anywhere, and I'll be back before they know it." "You better." We've already lost too much," Taeyong admitted. Crow sat there in silence for a while, not knowing what to say about that, and he frowned before taking another drink of his beer. Team STRQ had suffered immensely since their graduation from Beacon, Taeyong especially. Crow supposed his sister leaving them was the first nail, but Summer's death was what truly tore them apart. Only recently did Taeyong finally pick up the pieces of his life, and he didn't want to think about what would happen if Crow failed to return. It was something that was always at the back of his mind whenever he went on missions, which drove him to present himself as so brash and irreverent whenever he returned. No need to worry about cool Uncle Crow, after all, he'd always come back no matter what kind of trouble he got himself into. Crow's thoughts were broken as he saw a black figure flutter past the window near the trees surrounding the cottage. It was brief and from the corner of his eye, but it caught both his and Ty's attention regardless. Whatever it was long gone now, but as they saw a black feather slowly drift down towards the grassy ground, they immediately knew who was listening in. February 18th, 70 AGW 6:30 a.m., Remnant calendar. In the wee hours of the morning, the inhabitants of the Xiaolong home were awoken by the sound of a pelican touching down. The aircraft's arrival signaled that it was time for Crow to go. He hadn't bothered changing into nightwear the night before, and he had already packed his bag, which meant he was ready to leave in just a few minutes. Crow waited for Tai and his nieces to wake up first, though, and now all three were standing outside in the cold as the sun slowly rose over the horizon. "Hey, don't worry, kiddo," Crow insisted as he rubbed the top of Ruby's head. "I'll be back before you know it." "You better," Yang grumbled, crossing her arms while trying her best to maintain her tough image. It didn't fool anyone, though. It was obvious just how scared she was for her uncle. RWBY didn't even bother trying to hide it, with the poor girl about to break into tears. It was why Crow was focusing so much on her, as she clearly needed it the most. "Do." RWBY sniffled then rubbed her eyes with her strawberry patterned pajama sleeve. "Do you have to go?" Crow slowly nodded, then said, "Yeah, I do. It's really important, RWBY." RWBY tearfully looked up at her uncle, then sniffled before adopting a serious expression. She then declared, "Then you bring something back when you get home. I want to show off to my friends." The veteran huntsman couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled RWBY's hair once more. Then he replied, "Don't worry, I will." RWBY looked up at her beloved uncle, then smiled before quickly wrapping herself around him in a tight hug. Soon Young joined them, and Crow hugged them tightly as though it would be the last time he'd get the chance to do so. He prayed to the gods that wouldn't be the case, but this was a mission unlike anything he'd ever been on. There was no telling what awaited him once he left Remnant's atmosphere. In more ways than one, he was about to enter a brand new world. Finally, after several minutes, Crow disentangled himself from RWBY and Young then rose to his feet. The two girls went back to their father, gripping his hands tightly as Crow turned around and walked back to the Pelican. Waiting just outside the troop bay, he was greeted by someone who had become somewhat of a familiar face over the past few months, much to his surprise. "They're gonna be fine, don't worry," Sergeant Avery Johnson told the huntsman as he drew close. Crow looked at the man, then nodded before stepping onto the aircraft, but before Johnson could follow him, he heard Yang's voice ring out. "You bring back my uncle, you hear me?" Yang shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth to act as a makeshift megaphone. Johnson looked towards the girls, and upon seeing how serious Yang was looking, he couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, ma'am. I'll hold his hand," Johnson declared. This seemed to please the blonde girl, who nodded as she crossed her arms again. Johnson then looked at their father before giving a quick nod, then got inside the aircraft and took a seat opposite Crow. The troop bay doors sealed shut, then the VTOL aircraft rose high into the air and flew off towards the open ocean in the east. "Remind me again why you had to pick me up?" Crow asked as the Pelican continued its flight. "Couldn't a bullhead have worked just as well?" "Right now, Branwen, secrecy is of the utmost importance," Johnson answered, settling in and pulling out a cigar. He offered it to Crow, who declined with a wave of his hand. Then Johnson shrugged before lighting it and taking a few quick puffs. Breathing out a faint cloud of smoke, Johnson added, "No offense, but we can trust our people to keep their mouths shut a lot more than yours." "None taken," Crow replied, understanding exactly where the Marine sergeant was coming from if not for the exact same reason. Johnson was clearly concerned about media leaks, but Crow was far more concerned about more insidious actors finding out about what they were embarking on. If Salem found out about the Covenant, there was no telling what she might do. The two men settled into the turbulent roar of the flight, neither feeling the need to strike up conversation. A few times Johnson cracked a joke, but Crow just responded with noncommittal grunts, too occupied with gripping his seat harness to do much else. He supposed plenty of his fellow huntsmen were acting the same, both due to the importance of this mission as well as the fact that they were going into space. Crow wasn't ashamed to admit that he was nervous. If something went wrong, there would be nothing he could do. When the Marine sergeant's cigar suddenly slipped out of his fingers, popping up into the air before falling to the floor, Crow redoubled his efforts in keeping his semblance contained. The last thing anyone needed was for a horrible case of bad luck to knock them out of the sky. Johnson didn't hold his reticence against him. The relative silence didn't last long, however, as about half an hour into it they began to slow down. Both Crow and Johnson recognized what this meant, and soon the Pelican entered one of the hangar bays of the UNSC Midsummer Night. According to the data the UNSC had shared, the Midsummer Night was a modified Stalwart-class light frigate equipped with stealth capabilities. This meant it was perfectly suited for the needs of this mission, especially since they weren't meant to actively engage in combat. The huntsmen and huntresses were only meant to observe, but if they had to get into a fight, the Midsummer Night was capable of defending itself. When the Pelican finally landed, Crow and Johnson stood up as the bay doors opened. Johnson led the way while saying, "All right then, let's get the show on the road." "The sooner the better," Crow added as both men got off the aircraft. They were greeted by an assorted complement of UNSC personnel, mostly Marines and naval officers. Standing at the front of the group was a middle-aged man wearing a light gray uniform with black shoulder patches and trim. On his left breast was an assortment of medals, while the right displayed his name as Commander Keyes. Keyes' hair was black, but gray streaks were beginning to emerge that only highlighted the wrinkles on his face. Despite it all, however, Keyes looked sharp and focused, studying Crow, Branwen, and the other arrivals as more Pelicans touched down and Johnson walked up to rejoin him. The rest of Vale's group were the first to arrive. Crow didn't recognize any of them, nor did he really care. He was far more interested in the fact that he apparently got a flight all to himself. Crow wondered if that was because he was further out than the rest of Vale's chosen huntsmen, or if the UNSC had caught wind of his close relationship with Ashpin and as such marked him for special treatment. Either way, he filed the information away for later as the next Pelican arrived, this one containing the huntsmen from Atlas. There were 4 of them, all clad in stark white and blue-trimmed uniforms that signified them as the Elysian Aesops. Crow supposed that wasn't too much of a surprise. The Aesops were, after all, the best of the best in the entire Elysian military, handpicked by Ironwood himself to go on some of the most dangerous missions on the planet. Clearly they knew it, too, and all of them held a sense of arrogance that seemed natural to Elysians. At the same time, Crow couldn't help but notice that Commander Keyes glanced at the Aesops a few times, but he chalked it up to recognizing their military nature then moved on. Finally, the flight from Menagerie arrived. The only person he recognized getting off the flight was Sienna Khan, the second in command of the White Fang and arguably their best fighter. Though that wasn't exactly a high bar for the peaceful activists. The rest of her fighters were all faunus, as he expected. One was covered in reptilian skin, another had a pair of mouse ears atop her head, and another had feathers on his head instead of hair. The UNSC troops sent them curious looks, most of them having never seen a faunus before, but the fighters from Menagerie paid them no heed to instead join the others in the middle of the hangar. Sienna's presence was a mixed bag in Crow's opinion. On the one hand, the fact that the UNSC had made such a conscious effort to reach out to the faunus through the White Fang was only a good thing. It certainly spoke to their moral character, at least part of it. But on the other hand, Sienna had openly been calling for more extreme measures to ensure faunus equality in the world. While Gyra Belladonna wanted to use words and rhetoric to win over the hearts and minds of others to defeat anti-faunus bigotry, Sienna was more than happy to push back and retaliate against it. Crow understood exactly where she was coming from, and in many ways was sympathetic. Some people, no matter how much you tried, wouldn't get the memo any other way. But using violence to obtain goals, no matter how just, opened the door for darker impulses to take hold. Violence tended to be corruptive, and he didn't want to think about what the white fan might turn into if they opened that box. Lining up in front of the commander and the UNSC personnel, the huntsmen and huntresses from Vale, Atlas, and Menagerie waited in place. Crow was slightly hunched over, his hands in his pockets as he surveyed the room. The Aesops were standing straight up, their arms tightly clasped against their sides as though they were addressing General Ironwood. Sienna was leaning her weight on one leg for the most part, otherwise crossing her arms while raising an eyebrow towards the UNSC. Everyone else was mixed, some more lackadaisical and casual while others were more serious. Commander Keyes studied them all intently, then walked forward and began to address them. "My name is Commander Jacob Keyes," he began, pacing back and forth along the line. Crow couldn't help but notice that one of the UNSC's bulky pistols was strapped to a hip-mounted holster, but Keyes kept his arms folded behind his back. "On behalf of the entire UNSC, I thank you all for joining us," Keyes continued. "I won't lie to you. What you are about to embark on will be the most difficult and dangerous mission you will have ever faced. The Covenant are not like the Grimm. They are a threat unlike anything you have ever seen before, one driving humanity closer to extinction each and every day. As commander of the UNSC Midsummer Night, I will do my best to ensure that you all survive to come home to your families and kingdoms, but I will make you no promises. There is a chance you will die on this mission, either in the void of space or on alien soil farther away from home than anyone in Remnant's history. If that doesn't sit right with you, then you are free to go without judgment." No one moved a muscle. Instead, everyone stared at Commander Keyes while allowing the gravity of the situation to take hold. Crow couldn't help but feel his impression of the commander rise. Anyone else would have given a canned speech filled with propaganda or mindless platitudes meant to put their minds at ease, but instead he treated them like the warriors they were and gave it to them straight. There was a chance of them dying on this mission. While any mission on Remnant carried that risk, that was when they were fighting the Grimm, a threat they had trained for years to face. Huntsmen and huntresses knew how to fight the Grimm, but they couldn't say the same about the Covenant. They had never fought them before, and based off his own experiences when fighting his fellow man, he could tell fighting the Covenant was going to be something far different than what he was used to. After a few moments, Commander Keyes nodded then began to pace once again. Continuing his speech, he said, "I thought you all would refuse. Good. That proves you have the spirit and strength to do what needs to be done. I suppose, as huntsmen and huntresses, you've already been doing that. And while the Grimm and Covenant are two entirely different entities, they are still existential threats to both of us. Like the Grimm, it is not through strength of arms that will win the day. It is only through unity and strength of character that we will emerge victorious. Which is why you are here. Only together can humanity survive the Covenant and the Grimm. Are there any questions?" Keyes looked around the gathered huntsmen and huntresses, then one of the Aesops raised her hand. Keyes gestured towards her, and she declared, "Specialist Harriet Bree, at Legion Ace Operatives. All of our weapons run off of dust, which does not work outside of Remnant's atmosphere. If it comes down to it, how will we be able to defend ourselves?" Keyes nodded as it was a fair question, then answered, "During cryosleep, the Knight's technicians will be modifying your weapons to accommodate UNSC munitions. With your permission, of course. Otherwise, we plan on running through several of our weapons to supplement your own." Crow nodded in understanding, although he wasn't particularly pleased on having anyone touch Harbinger. While his size shotgun took 8-gauge shells, much like the UNSC used, they weren't exactly identical. He couldn't assume he could just swap a Remnant 8-gauge for a UNSC one. Even a millimeter of difference would render them incompatible. Hopefully, the changes wouldn't have to be extensive, and he planned on inspecting it thoroughly once they were done. Then, to his surprise, Commander Keyes pulled out his pistol and held it up for everyone to see. "Let's start now, actually. This here is the M60 Personal Defense Weapon System, otherwise known as a Magnum," Keyes explained as he paced back and forth, holding the weapon flat. "It fires a .50 caliber semi-armor piercing, high-explosive Magnum round at an effective range of 122 meters at 3.5 rounds per second. While its effectiveness against shields is limited, its stopping power cannot be denied." He stopped his pacing in front of the Aesops, then looked at them. His face scrunched up as though he was trying to decide something. Crow and everyone else wondered what he was going to do. Then to everyone's surprise, he gripped the Magnum, aimed it right behind the Aesops, and fired a single round. Everyone jumped. But before they could react, they saw a young woman in her mid-20s, no more than 2 years younger than Crow himself, with long blue hair tied up in cords stumble back out of thin air, gripping her face that had just been shot. "Thought I saw something," Keyes calmly remarked as everyone in the room reacted, pulling out their weapons and aiming them at the woman. 3 others appeared as well after some kind of invisible bubble collapsed, all of them roughly the same age and holding their hands up in a placating gesture, but no one was amused. "God, that hurt." The woman who was shot groaned as she rubbed her nose, thankful that her aura had taken the blow. "Good," Keyes replied as UNSC Marines encircled the women. "Now then, mind telling me exactly who you are and why you are on my ship?" Drawing closer, Crow was able to see the 4 women more clearly. They were all part of the same team, wearing the same symbol of a robin whose wings were raised upwards. One of the women was a sheep fauness with bushy white hair and sheep ears poking out from the side of her head. She was the shortest of the bunch, but didn't seem afraid. In contrast, the tallest of them was a large woman with dark skin and broad shoulders, tattoos on her forehead, nose, and neck who seemed more irritated than anything. The woman with blue hair was finally recomposing herself, still showing some surprise, while the light blonde woman with tan skin at the front of the group remained calm and composed despite the precarious position she found herself in. "Apologies, Commander," the woman said, keeping her eyes focused on Commander Keyes entirely. "Believe me, I did not wish to be introduced this way, but unfortunately my hand was forced. My name is Robin Hill, and these are my happy huntresses. Fiona Time, Joanna Greenleaf, and May Marigold. We're here to represent Mantle in whatever this is." Commander Jacob Keyes stared down Robin Hill, who met his gaze equally despite the fact that she and her huntresses were surrounded by hundreds of guns, both from his Marines as well as the huntsmen and huntresses who were purposefully brought on board. "Robin, what have you done?" the apparent leader of the Aesops, a man named Clover RWBY, asked. With his arms exposed and short, neatly spiked brown hair, he was nearly picture-perfect as the head of the Aesops. Why he was using a fishing pole as his weapon was anyone's guess, but Keyes decided to ignore it for the more pressing matter. At the same time, he silently sent a message to Shakespeare, the Midsummer Night's onboard AI, to pull everything he could about Robin Hill and her compatriots. "Indeed, Miss Hill, you and your happy huntresses have broken into a UNSC military vessel. It would be within my rights to have you all executed," he pointed out, trying to remain calm despite the anger in his voice. "How did you even find out about this?" "This mission was top secret," Clover pointed out, and Robin looked at him. "I have contacts everywhere, Clover. Just because I didn't join the military like you doesn't mean I'm blind," Robin answered. "They let me know something was going down, that the kingdoms were gathering huntsmen and huntresses to go with the UNSC on some off-world mission. A mission that affects everybody, and once again Atlas decided to completely forget about Mantle despite my attempts to get representation on this mission. When General Ironwood denied everything then refused my calls, I took action." Robin looked around the room once again, then admitted, in hindsight, probably not the best move. "No kidding," Johnson mumbled, keeping his assault rifle trained on the 4 huntresses. "Unless you were planning to stay as invisible stowaways for a whole year." "Commander Keyes, our sincerest apologies for our lack of security," Vine Zeki, another member of the Aesops, said while keeping his eyes and his chakram-like weapon focused on the happy huntresses. "Allow us to return to Atlas so that they may be placed in custody." Keyes kept his magnum trained on them, tempted to accept Zeki's offer and wash his hands of the entire situation, but at the same time his gaze briefly shifted towards May Marigold. Thoughts began to swirl in his head, and while keeping his pistol aimed at Robin, he asked her, "May, was it? I take it you were the one who made them invisible." May Marigold looked at Commander Keyes then nodded. She replied, "Yes, my semblance can make myself and a small group of people near me invisible. Eyes, cameras, thermals, everything. Frankly, I'm surprised you even saw me. No one else has." "I have good eyes on me," Keyes admitted, then shifted his attention back towards Robin as Shakespeare finally sent him the gathered information on her and her compatriots. Bringing his datapad up to his face, he quickly read the gathered intelligence. What he saw was impressive. Robin, Fiona, Joanna, and May had all graduated several years before from Atlas Academy at the top of their class. They were considered to be shoo-ins for the upper echelons of the Atlesian military, which most of their fellow students joined after graduation. But to everyone's surprise and Atlas' disappointment, they instead chose not to in favor of becoming huntresses focusing on servicing Mantle. They had only been active for a few years, but already they had carved a significant reputation among the Mantlese citizens as defenders of the people. "Miss Hill, you're saying you're here to represent Mantle," Jacob Keyes pointed out. "Mind clarifying what you mean by that?" "Yes, please," Elma Dern, a large woman who made up the last of the Aesops, remarked, holding her hammer at the ready. "General Ironwood selected us to represent Atlas on this mission." "He did, yes, but do you represent Mantle, too?" Robin asked, and Elm shot her head back in offense. "What? Of course we do. Mantle is a part of Atlas. And I suppose that's why you're being deployed with the approval of the elected representatives of the entire Kingdom's Council then, right? Oh wait, I forgot. They don't know about this secret mission of yours, and the only authority you're answering to is your precious General Ironwood," Robin retorted, narrowing her eyes towards the Aesops. "First he controls the military, now the academy, and now he's making special arrangements with the UNSC behind the rest of our backs. All of Atlas' attention and resources go into the city of Atlas, while the only attention Mantle gets is the occasional updating of our heating grid. Tell me, when was the last time any of you Aesops even set foot in Mantle?" Clover, Elm, Harriet, and Vine narrowed their eyes. After a few moments, Clover sighed and shook his head in resignation while Harriet outwardly scowled and clenched her fists, but Jacob's expression softened somewhat. The UNSC was more than aware, and concerned, about the stark inequality present between Atlas and Mantle. Mantle used to be the seat of the entire kingdom, but after the Great War, the city of Atlas was erected and risen into the sky. It was meant to serve as an uplifting symbol for the defeated nation, but after only a few short years all of the resources and wealth flocked away from Mantle and into Atlas. While Atlas itself became incredibly wealthy and secure, Mantle became poor and downtrodden, only meant to serve Atlas with raw materials while they got the scraps left behind. It reminded Keyes and the UNSC far too much about the environment that gave birth to the insurrection all those decades ago, where the inner colonies held all the wealth and power while the outer colonies supplied much-needed raw materials. As their own experience proved, it was a dynamic that proved impossible to maintain. Robin seemed to recognize the look on Jacob's face, and she seized the moment to continue her pitch. "Commander, believe me when I say that we did not want to do this. My first attempt was to reach out to General Ironwood, but he dismissed my concerns about Mantle not being properly represented while denying any off-world mission was taking place. I tried reaching out to the UNSC directly, but I was blocked from doing so. Sneaking in was the only option we had left. By sending only the ASOPs, none of whom are from Mantle, we are once again being viewed as an afterthought." "That's not true, Robin," Clover pleaded. "That is not what General Ironwood was saying when he picked us. His only concern was picking people he trusted completely for a mission this important." "And I don't think he intended to," Robin admitted, turning her head towards Clover. "But the problem, intentional or not, is that's the message Ironwood sent to the people of Mantle. A message that Atlas has been sending for decades. Most of our leaders are from Atlas, most of our businesses are owned by Atlesians, and any policies enacted primarily benefit Atlas. By sending only the ASOPs on this highly important and top-secret mission, General Ironwood is basically telling Mantle that he doesn't trust them enough to bring them to the table. All I'm asking is for you to show us otherwise." Jacob Keyes narrowed his eyes, then asked, "So what is it that you want?" "To represent Mantle on this mission," Robin answered, then pointed at the datapad. "I know that you've read our files, so you'll see that all of us are highly trained and skilled huntresses on par with the ASOPs. The only real difference between us and them is that they have fancier equipment. More importantly, we're a voice that Mantle explicitly trusts. If we tell Mantle that this covenant is real and that we need to cooperate with the UNSC to survive, they'll trust us a lot more than General Ironwood." Jacob hummed, still keeping his pistol trained on Robin. He looked back at May Marigold, thinking about the applications of her invisibility semblance. It was able to get them past both the ASOPs and the UNSC Marines sent to recover them from Atlas. While part of him was worried about how, exactly, they found out about this meeting in the first place, given who was currently in Atlas, he had a fair idea as to who sent them his way. Something this convoluted certainly seemed like her style, especially if she came to some of the same conclusions he had. Robin then gestured towards Fiona, who nodded towards her leader and held out her hand. A shimmering gold light then came out, and to his surprise a vial of refined dust powder emerged. Fiona said, "Ms. Bree mentioned how dust doesn't work outside of atmosphere. Well, my semblance allows me to hold objects in pocket dimensions. I don't know if it'll work, but it's possible that we can store all the dust munitions we need in there for our use, bypassing that limitation entirely." Everyone stared at Fiona as she returned the dust to her pocket dimension. Her file had talked about how she was able to make them, but seeing them in action up close was something entirely different. Jacob ran through his options, trying to determine what was the best course of action. On the one hand, Robin and the Happy Huntresses had snuck onto a UNSC military vessel without authorization, which was a serious offense. He would be well within his rights to simply absolve himself of the matter and let the ASOPs arrest them. But the more he thought about it, the more he thought about the benefits of letting them stay. Robin was right. The disparity between Mantle and Atlas was too big to ignore. The insurrection taught the UNSC that more than once, and it was only due to the Covenant's arrival that those issues were swept aside, if only temporarily. While the UNSC certainly couldn't say that all of their issues were anywhere near being resolved, that didn't preclude them from making apt observations. Mantle was hurting, even now, and having a popular and well-respected face to represent them would do well to bolster the UNSC's image. It was the same train of thought the UNSC followed in inviting the White Fang along with the other four kingdoms, regardless of local disputes of legitimacy and sovereignty. By having Robin join in, Keyes would be effectively telling Mantle that the UNSC considered them equal to Atlas, making them much more amenable to their needs. Then there was the issue of Robin's Happy Huntresses themselves. Their records didn't lie, and all of them were highly skilled and accomplished huntresses. If the Midsummer Night was forced to engage the Covenant, having them around might prove to be a useful asset. Being able to turn invisible was an advantage Covenant stealth elites had exploited time and again across the war, and despite the UNSC's best efforts, so far they hadn't managed to crack it. But now here was a woman able to do that by, as Catherine so eloquently put it, thinking really hard. Not just herself, but others as well. The prospect of giving the Covenant a taste of their own medicine was almost salivating, but not as much as the potential of being able to use dust weapons outside of Remnant should the need arise. Right now, neither the UNSC nor Remnant knew if dust failed to work outside of Remnant's atmosphere due to a unique quirk to the planet, or if any planetary body would work. If Fiona's semblance could bypass the restriction created from Remnant's atmosphere, they could find out for sure. That discovery, alone, would make it worth it. Besides, they already knew about the mission's existence and about the Covenant. Secrecy was still of the utmost importance, and having the Happy Huntresses imprisoned back in Atlas was no guarantee that further leaks would cease. Keeping them close by would ensure that wouldn't happen, at least until they were ready. Slowly, Jacob Keyes realized that, while not ideal, the UNSC had more to gain by accepting Robin's offer than by turning her away. It would give them 4 additional assets for the field, extend an olive branch to Mantle, and allow them to cheaply test something that the UNSC desperately wanted to know. That didn't mean, however, that he could conveniently ignore the probable cons of this course of action. Despite Robin's unofficial clout and her arguments for why her team's presence was no less legitimate than any of the other groups here, they still weren't actually operating with the backing of a legitimate authority, unless he gave his own, and through him, the UNSC's. Moreover, General Ironwood was quickly proving to be one of the UNSC's most accommodating and influential contacts among Remnant's leaders, and his lack of response to Robin's initial requests made his disapproval of their involvement implicitly clear. To then go over his head by taking on the Happy Huntresses regardless could prove to be quite the slap in his face. Jacob could hardly be called an expert in Atlesian politics, and for all he knew, any goodwill he gained with Mantle would be matched by an equal loss in Atlas. Though he was willing to wager that they had already earned enough regard with the general for him to let this relatively minor snub slide after the news reached him, probably with some kind of appeasement attached for the diplomats to handle. All right, but I'll have to clear it with the Admiral first, Keyes remarked, lowering his weapon. Everyone, even the Happy Huntresses and most definitely the Aesops, looked at him in surprise, although both Johnson and Crow had clearly come to the exact same conclusion he did. Commander, you can't be serious? Harriet asked, her eyes wide. Yes, I am, Keyes confirmed, glancing at the specialist from the corner of his eye. Sir, I understand that this is your ship, but I must protest this course of action, Clover said. I'm not going to dispute Robin's credentials, and her Happy Huntresses would bring much to the field if needed, but the fact remains that she inserted herself onto this mission without proper authorization nor approval. She represents a massive security risk that needs to be properly dealt with. I understand and respect those concerns, Keyes replied as he holstered his sidearm. But I believe that, in this situation, we stand more to gain by allowing this one-time exception to the norm than by strictly following protocol. If you're worried about your Aesops, specialist, do know that I will take full responsibility for this. The Aesops looked at each other, clearly wanting to protest further, but after a moment Clover sighed and nodded. Of course, sir. This is your ship, and I'll respect your decision, but I don't think the general will be as inclined to agree. Keyes nodded back in understanding, then turned his head back towards the Happy Huntresses. Welcome aboard, Miss Hill. Robin smiled, happy that her concerns were being properly addressed, but before she could say anything, though, Keyes added, still, the fact remains that you still broke into my ship, Miss Hill. That's a gross violation of UNSC law. As such, you and your Happy Huntresses are effectively under arrest for the duration of this mission and will be placed under constant guard and supervision at all times. Specialist Debbie, can I trust the Aesops to handle that responsibility? While the Aesops were clearly uncomfortable with the change in plans, they nodded in agreement, nonetheless. Keyes nodded back, then turned towards Robin Hill and gave her a harsh glare. With his voice low, he growled, "Give me any reason to believe that you'll put the mission in jeopardy, and I will throw you out the airlock myself." Got it. Robin stared at the commander for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Of course, Commander, and thank you for understanding. I'll be honest, I didn't think you'd accept. You made a sound argument, if not delivered correctly, he admitted, then straightened himself once again. He turned back towards the gathered huntsmen, huntresses, and marines, then ordered, all hands, dismissed. Sergeant Johnson, please escort the huntsmen and huntresses to their assigned cryobase. Once we reach orbit, we'll go into freeze and set off towards harvest. Miss Hill, please follow me towards the bridge so that I may bring you and your huntresses up to speed. The marines saluted, then everyone went off to perform their assigned duties. The hangar bay doors slowly sealed shut, then the midsummer night began to climb through the atmosphere towards the outer reaches of space. So, quick question, Crow called out as he and the others followed Johnson. What did the good commander mean by cryobay? Author note. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to Jesse K. and non-contributor for their help in bringing this to life. Crow's mission to verifying whether or not the Covenant exists is now underway, if with a little unexpected change of plans. How will this unfold? You guys will have to wait and see, but I'm personally very excited to finally be diving into the real meat of the story. Things are going to be very exciting. Now, onto the Q&A. SFMC, thank you. Glad you're enjoying the story so far. As for downplaying UNSC capabilities, I'm trying to avoid what a lot of Halo crossovers do and show the UNSC as some unstoppable juggernaut of a polity. In the original Halo trilogy, which this story is largely set in, the UNSC are underdogs and I intend to follow that. Plus, they were acting largely in the dark against things they really had no experience against while trying to stay as diplomatic as possible. Hence no orbital bombardments or free use of WMDs. Cyberpunk 1009. Normally she isn't, but in this case she made an exception. Otherwise, yes, it's just Ackerson. As for the UNSC's relationship with Remnant, including the Faunus, I intend to show that in the story proper. I'm also glad you enjoyed the Blue Team versus Haki fight. She was only in the story for 2 chapters, but she served her purpose well, and I'm glad that people got so attached to her in such a short amount of time. I'm also glad you've been enjoying the pace of the story. We're working very hard to make sure everything flows smoothly and makes sense. The last thing we want is to rush things and create plot holes. Why do you think we're only now getting into the Covenant? I wanted to build up to that. If this story was structured like a season of RWBY, we'd have just passed the mid-season finale. Now we're diving into the second half of Season 1, which has large implications for the future. Alien Ghoul, you'll have to wait and see exactly what the brothers were in this story. Florida Man 722, glad you've been enjoying the story so far, and yet we have a lot in store. As for interactions with Salem, you're gonna have to wait and see. Ghostly, how Remnant reacts to the Covenant's existence will be shown in due time, don't worry. Shadow Wolf 1997, glad you're enjoying the story so far. Mr. Salty, you guys will have to wait and see whether or not I show that glorious moment. Nexus Prime 42, well, they're not having a good time at the moment, I'll tell you that. BOOTI Boy, I've been a fan of Halo since Halo 3. It was the first one I ever played, and even now Halo is my favorite sci-fi franchise. The characters, the universe, everything. I'm also a massive fan of RWBY, so I really wanted to cross them over. So far, I think it's worked out tremendously, and I'm glad so many people enjoy it. Franco 1234, remember, though, the UNSC has no idea the Great Schism is even a possibility, and really what they're looking for is the creation of time. Yes, the war is really won out in space, but battles on the ground are equally important. Some of the most pivotal moments in the war were fought primarily on the ground, which the huntsmen and huntresses would be a tremendous boon towards. That being said, don't expect things to just turn around for the UNSC. They're still losing by the time RWBY enters Beacon. They're just losing at a slower pace. Phoenix Emperor 23, Summer, unless the show proves otherwise, which is very unlikely, is dead. So no. Mr. Salty, happy to hear it. Guessed. 1 Yeah, had this been before the Covenant, things might have gone very differently. Same as if the insurrectionists found Remnant first. Luckily for everyone, though, they met how and when they did. That isn't to say things are going to go completely smooth, though. There's going to be tension. Esbjerdian 544, that they did, and they did not take it very well. I mean, how else would you react to hearing about a genocidal collective of aliens who want to wipe you out just because you exist? Frankly, how they reacted was the best they could in this situation. And yeah, expect to see UNSC/Remnant personnel interactions in the story where appropriate. Some will be good, some will be bad. It's just how it is. Guest 2, you'll have to wait and see if the Flood are involved in this story. War. Lordhood isn't part of the Security Council yet because Cole's still alive. He rose to Cole's position after his death. As for Osman, she's still Per Angoski's protege, and the Security Council I showed was the one from during the war for the most part. Ivinko, you'll have to wait and see. Proto 150, try not to ask about future events in the story. You're not going to get an answer beyond wait and see. Roding Corpse, you'll have to wait and see if that happens. Melra, yeah, don't expect things to follow canon 1-to-1. Especially the RWBY side of things, as so much has changed from the beginning due to the UNSC's arrival. As for other Halo characters, yes, they will appear as needed. Shadows 960, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the chapter so much. It was a very important one to really show just what was going to happen next. One of the things I really like to do in my stories is show characters sitting around and talking/discussing/planning things out rather than just doing. It allows me to really dive into their characters, beliefs, motivations, etc. Plus it makes the world seem more alive. And yeah, how the leaders of Remnant reacted to the Covenant's existence was the real deal. So far they've only gotten hints about them, but now they know the truth and it was far worse than anything they expected. Them wanting to verify the UNSC's word was a very understandable reaction and sets into motion the chain of events regarding the rest of this arc. I am the Prophet. Yes, there will be, and no, I am not leaving out the Master Chief. He's one of the main characters in this story, but the Spartans are still classified at the moment. As such, for this arc and for a while, don't expect a lot of Spartan/Huntsman interactions. They'll come in, but later. Black Devil 1942, you'll have to wait and see how Salem reacts to all of this. The Killer 40513, yes, but at the moment the Elysian Knight program is fairly new. Eva Shinobi Kaiser Knight, you will have to wait and see. Jackboot, oh, ONI definitely going to be up to some shit. But remember, like the pre-Karen Travis ONI, here they're the token evil teammate of humanity. They'll do some horrendous stuff, but all in the name of ensuring humanity's survival. They won't do evil things for the lols, essentially. Shinpi, yep, that is on the way. Navalraka 0104, nope, aura and semblances are unaffected. Dust, however, is an open question. 23 Deeble 01, please try to avoid double posting the same review in the future. Also, I don't take requests for my stories. Whether or not characters get something or do something will happen because I want it to for the sake of the story. GXY 2013, Winter's still fairly young at this point and hasn't entered the Elysian military yet. That's still a few years away. XL 999, it's definitely dangerous, that's for sure. Sully Mike 23, remember, the Grim and the Covenant are two entirely different kinds of threats. They're dangerous, but in different ways. Strike Wyvern, oh yeah, things are definitely going to get interesting. Sigma Del Prisium, yep, the UNSC is pulling out all the stops here. They really want Remnant on their side and are willing to give quite a lot to ensure it happens. Things are changing, and you guys will have to wait and see what forms that takes. D, yep, they're going into space now. Fun times ahead. Axel 100. Yeah, the UNSC knows a lot and shared it with Remnant's leaders for the purposes of this mission, but they don't know everything. Steerain 66. We actually don't know how old Winter is compared to Weiss. Personally, I say 5 to 10 years older, but definitely much younger than Crow. Regardless, she's not in the military just yet, and won't be for a while. Shadixler. Yep, things are picking up. We're now diving into the real meat of the story, and I can't wait to show you all what's in store. Jack Smith 1. My preferred type of fanfiction are crossovers, and I like to really explore every facet of it. Can't say what other types of crossovers I plan to do, though. Vain Bloodborne. Yep, and what they'll find will shock them. Major Simi. There's always a bigger fish. That's it for this time. I hope you all enjoy and let us know what you think. Chapter 14. Glasslands. This is a cryo chamber, otherwise known as a cryotube, one of the UNSC's many engineers explained as he led Remnant's huntsmen and huntresses into a cryobay. The cryobay was specifically laid out just for them, with more than enough pods to house each of them, including their unexpected additions. Crow honestly couldn't believe the happy huntresses got away with that stunt of theirs, although he did agree with the motivation. Atlas did tend to ignore Mantle at best, but the same went from Mantle to Atlas. It was a situation high above his pay grade, and if this ended up being a first step for the two cities to finally start seeing eye to eye, then he'd accept it. The pods themselves were gunmetal gray tubes lined up against the wall in neat, inclined rows, with the front covered in glass. On the inside was a form-fitting gel bed for someone to lay back on, and at the bottom of the pod's front face was a name tag detailing which huntsman and huntress it was assigned to. Only the happy huntresses were unassigned, which made sense given how they showed up uninvited. He was admittedly worried about the additional 4 on logistics, but Commander Keyes explained that the Midsummer Night had enough food and extra space to accommodate them, and then some. Or at least that's what Robin explained after she returned from the bridge, her face ashen white as she was brought up to speed about the true purpose of their mission. Apparently, she also had a call with both Admiral Cole, who was set to depart back to the front lines, and General Ironwood, neither of whom were happy. In the end, though, they accepted Commander Keyes' proposition, but it was clear that if anything were to go wrong, it would fall on both of their heads. So, we're going to have to get into this? Harriet Bree asked, clearly uncomfortable with being sealed into the tight space. That is correct, Bree, the engineer replied, turning towards her while pressing a button on the pod's control panel, causing it to open upward. Mind telling us why? Crow asked, crossing his arms. Space travel is long and dangerous, the engineer explained, folding his arms behind his back. More importantly, long voyages use up a lot of resources, and trying to keep everyone awake would only exhaust them faster. As such, UNSC protocol for long-distance travel specifies that all non-essential personnel goes into cryogenic suspension for the duration of the trip. Am I to assume that cryogenic suspension means this will freeze us? Vine Zeki asked. That is correct. On the plus side, the aging process is almost completely halted during it. You could be in here for months and have only aged a day. At the engineer's answer, many of the huntsmen and huntresses looked at each other apprehensively. None of them were particularly comfortable with being turned into human popsicles. It sounded dangerous and insane, but the fact that the UNSC apparently did it on a regular basis was also a cause for concern. Seemingly picking up on their distress, the engineer raised his hands placatingly. No need to worry. We are taking every precautionary measure to ensure nothing goes wrong, and Shakespeare, the Knight's AI, will be monitoring you at all times. So it's safe? Sienna Khan asked, but to everyone's alarm, the engineer shook his head. I never said that, which is what I want to talk to you about now, he explained, snapping his fingers towards an overhead observation bay where a projector was set up. The lights in the cryobay dimmed, and the projector came on and showed an image of a human male's muscular system. Cryogenic suspension carries a lot of benefits, which is why the UNSC uses it, but it does carry risks as well, he said. That's only to be expected after putting someone in the freezer. Could you please explain what these risks are? One of the huntsmen from Vale, a faunus with the legs of a goat, asked demurely. Of course, Mr. Cornell. To start, in order to prevent ice crystals from forming in your cells, we inject a drug called cytoprethyline into your subcutaneous tissue. Without it, cryosleep is as fatal as you'd otherwise expect from freezing someone alive. He gestured towards the cryobay door as medics carefully prepared injectors with long, thin needles and 2 bottles of cytoprethyline on the top. While most of the huntsmen and huntresses were able to keep their composure, a few gulped nervously. Tellingly, Harriet Bree looked at those who did and dismissively rolled her eyes at them. Anything else we should be concerned about? Elma Dern asked, remaining professional. Besides the ice crystals, your lungs are perhaps at the greatest risk of damage during cryosleep. As such, you will be required to ingest a bronchial surfactant, an enzyme that coats and protects the lungs during cryogenic suspension. Upon reawakening, your body will attempt to regurgitate the fluid, but you will have to swallow it. The surfactant replaces vital nutrients lost during cryosleep. Well, that sounds pleasant, May Marigold quipped. Does it at least taste good? Personally, I don't have an issue with it, but Commander Keyes insists that it tastes like lime-flavored mucus. Everyone cringed at that description, and Crow personally hoped he wouldn't have that reaction. But, given his luck, he doubted it. But, the engineer cut in, his face hardening slightly, our biggest concern is what we call freezer burn. Freezer burn? Robin asked, tilting an eyebrow as the engineer turned to face her. It's a colloquial term, one that describes a condition where pharmaceuticals used during cryogenic suspension break down and are trapped in the muscles and joints. I've had it a few times during long stretches, and it's agonizing. The projected image changed to show the buildup of chemicals as detailed. True to the engineer's word, it looked remarkably uncomfortable, especially from the accompanying video showing a UNSC Marine suffering from the condition inside a medical bay. Hold on, why is that Marine naked? Fiona Time asked, pointing towards the video in question. True to the sheep faunus word, the Marine being tended to was, indeed, naked, causing everyone to look at the engineer questioningly. Slowly, though, Crow and a few of the others began to form an inkling as to why that was the case, which was only confirmed when the engineer folded his arms behind his back once again and began to speak. During cryogenic suspension, cloth and other materials, such as bandages, can rub against the skin and cause severe cellular damage, resulting in freezer burn. Specifically large welts and rashes on the covered areas, he explained, and Crow felt his stomach drop. Oh, gods. Someone muttered, coming to the same realization he did. As such, most Marines and naval personnel going into cryosleep do so naked or, if they're lucky, wearing one of the specially designed cryosuits. Otherwise, they're going to have to deal with the pain that will ensue. Unfortunately, the Midsummer Night was not issued those suits. Are you telling me I have to get into one of those things completely in the buff? A huntress from Vale asked incredulously. That is correct, Ms. Marine. Well, I'm not doing it, she rejected, crossing her arms with a huff. I can handle a bit of pain. Unfortunately, Ms. Marine, the high-pitched, artsy voice of Shakespeare spoke up from the ship's intercom. I'm afraid we can't allow that at this time. Why the hell not? Harriet demanded, clearly not wanting to strip down to her birthday suit in front of everyone. Hardly any of them did, not even Crow. Because, frankly, you are among the first individuals from Remnant undergoing cryosleep, he pointed out, and the prevention of freezer burn is a trivial matter. While your biology is mostly similar to that of Earth's, there is still a noticeable difference. To not ensure your first use of this procedure is as safe as possible would be grossly irresponsible. As such, we cannot allow for any unforeseen medical complications, especially one that is completely avoidable. We have our aura to protect ourselves, Clover Ebby pointed out. I'm certain it can heal something as simple as rashes. I understand that, Mr. Ebby, but the point remains. After our return to Remnant, you and the kingdoms are free to undergo extensive testing on the interactions of aura and cryogenic suspension, but at the moment it is not advisable. Question, Vine spoke up calmly, as though he had already accepted what he had to do and was now only speaking up for everyone else. Can you show us what happens if we don't? Of course, Shakespeare happily replied. A moment passed, and the image on the screen shifted to a Marine who chose to get into a cryopod while wearing his uniform. Ooh. Everyone cringed and recoiled as they saw the poor bastard's skin. It was completely covered in rashes, blisters, and welts, looking more like raw meat than skin. Each and every moment looked agonizing for the man, and the medics tending to him were only able to do so much. If any of you were to go into cryo wearing your illustrious apparel, of which I am a great fan of, by the way, that is what awaits you, Shakespeare declared. What's it going to be? Your health or your modesty? A heavy silence fell over the group as they tried to figure out what to do. Then, after a moment, Crow sighed and began unbuttoning his shirt and slipping off his pants. Everyone stared for a moment, with the exception of Vine who had already begun to strip as well, and with great reluctance, they followed suit. After that, they were all left standing stark naked in a neat row, some trying to cover themselves with their hands while others didn't even bother, and all of them trying to avoid eye contact or getting caught with their gaze wandering at least. The UNSC medics administered the cytoprethyline and the bronchial surfactant. True to Key's word, it tasted like a fruity mucus to Crow, but he endured it all the same as he stepped into the cryopod which sealed shut behind him. Laying back against the gel bed, he waited anxiously for a few moments before the entire pod was filled with cold gas. The glass was covered in a layer of frost, and the last thing Crow saw before everything went black was the engineer checking something over on his terminal, ensuring that everything was going well. UNSC Midsummer Night, Stalwart Class Light Frigate. Slipspace Transit. March 15th, 25:41:06:30 hours, UNSC Military Calendar. The first sensation that Crow Bramman felt was a newfound sense of rejuvenating warmth flooding through his body. The process was slow and steady, but soon Crow's heart began to beat normally, blood pulsated through his veins as it was supposed to, and his breathing went from shallow to heavy. A few moments later, the bronchial surfactant he and the others were forced to ingest prior to their cryosleep spewed forth from his lungs, and it took all his training to not immediately throw up the lime-flavored slime. Instead, he forced himself to swallow just as the cryopod began to open with a pneumatic hiss. At the same time, the frost-covered glass began to thaw, allowing him to see a pair of technicians wearing yellow and gray uniforms waiting on him. That being said, his vision was blurry, so he wasn't able to make out much. Nor could he really speak, as his throat felt dry and constricted. All right, vitals are green, Crow heard one of the engineers say as he worked on the control panel. His voice was muffled through the glass and the ringing in Crow's ears, but with each passing moment, Crow's senses readjusted. Let's get him out of there. The other engineer, this one a woman, added as she stepped back, allowing for the cryopod door to open upward. For the first time in a month, Crow felt the dry, recycled air of a UNSC starship hit his bare, naked skin, but he didn't really care as he took a few tentative steps forward. His vision cleared and sharpened, allowing the veteran huntsman to finally see what his attendants actually looked like, and found that his ears hadn't lied to him. There was a dark-skinned bald man and woman with a pale complexion and short brown hair that went down to just above her shoulders looking over him, trying to determine if there were any complications getting out of cryo. Everything looks good. No signs of freezer burn, the woman said as she finished circling the naked huntsman, who remained absolutely still. Same here, the balding man added, then stepped back and placed his hands on his hips. Looking up at Crow, he declared, "You know, for your first time, you're taking cryosleep pretty well." A brief, heavy silence fell over the trio as they stared at each other. Then Crow could no longer handle it, and he fell to his knees and let out a low groan. "God damn it," he screamed out in pain as he held his body close, feeling as though he was simultaneously burning and freezing to death. "Yep, there it is," the woman quipped, but Crow didn't acknowledge her as he flared his aura as much as he could. "What the hell?" Crow yelled, his teeth chattering as he rubbed his arms back and forth as fast as he could, trying to regain his sense of touch. It was agonizingly slow, but when it started to return, he suddenly felt the sensation of his bare skin against the metal floor. It might as well have been hot lava as he stood straight up, futilely trying to get as far away as possible. Part of him was even tempted to transform into a crow to fly up from it and cover himself with the protection of his feathers, but he wasn't that desperate. Not yet, at least. "Here, take these," the man offered, grabbing a set of red and black clothes for Crow to change into. As the huntsman ripped the garments out of the engineer's hands, not even caring that they weren't his normal attire, the engineer added, "Yeah, cryosleep is great for long voyages, but it's a bitch to get out of. Especially the Mark VI eyes. The moisture balancing on those sucks. You're gonna have cryo itch for about a day or so, by the way." The woman rolled her eyes, but Crow chose not to retort in favor of zipping up the warm clothes and slipping on a pair of shoes that were provided. He took a few moments to breathe, allowing his aura the chance to fully heal his body. After a few moments of rest and heavy breathing, he looked around and saw other technicians beginning to wake up the other huntsmen and huntresses, all of whom were in a similar state of dress as he was. Judging by his own experience, though, he could only assume that they were in for a rude awakening. The same went for the happy huntresses, who had a squad of Marines waiting in front of their pods on standby. "Sorry about that, Bramwin," the male engineer spoke back up, bringing Crow's attention back to him. "Trust me, cryosleep isn't pleasant for anyone, but it's necessary. Normally we would have trained you all beforehand, but given the nature of this mission." Yeah, I get it. Time was of the essence," Crow droned. Sighing and rubbing the back of his head, he muttered, "This is definitely going in my report." "Hopefully not the only thing," the woman replied, placing her hand on her hip and resting her weight on one leg. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to run a maintenance diagnostic on your pod. We kept getting some weird fluctuations on it all month that forced Shakespeare to intervene a lot." "Yeah, I'll let you get on that," Crow stated, having a good idea about what caused those fluctuations but choosing not to say anything. The last thing he wanted was to be treated like a liability because of his semblance. He already did that to himself, and there was no need to add to it. He turned his attention towards the rest of the huntsmen and huntresses. As he expected, most of them reacted exactly as he did, writhing in pain and barely controlled agony. A few of the tougher, or at least more prideful, members outwardly displayed little discomfort, but even he could tell that was just a thin mask as they flinched with almost every breath. "We're going to have to go into cryosleep every time we need to jump anywhere, aren't we?" Crow asked, and to his dismay, the two engineers nodded. "Yep," the male engineer, whose name tag was still incomprehensible to him, replied, and Crow sighed and hung his head. "God damn it." It took nearly an hour for the huntsmen and huntresses to be fully cleared after they awoke from cryosleep. Rather, it took an hour for the UNSC to clear them of any medical issues, of which none were found. The waiting was more of an annoyance than anything, and Crow's discomfort had alleviated mostly within 20 minutes outside of a persistent itch that just would not go away despite his best efforts, but he couldn't fault their caution. As the UNSC said, they were the first people from Remnant to undergo cryosleep, and given its prevalence in space travel, it was a high priority to ensure everything went smoothly. Now, though, he and the others were finally able to leave, and the first thing they did was head straight to the mess hall. Turns out that being frozen for a month tends to make one extremely hungry. While the food the UNSC provided wasn't anywhere close to what he could make at home, it might as well have been a 5-star meal. "Harriet, slow down," Crow heard Elm say as he filled his tray with large amounts of food. "It's not a race." Harriet gave her fellow Atlesian specialist a sideways glare while continuing to shovel scrambled eggs into her mouth, and after swallowing remarked, "I haven't eaten in a month, Elm, and I'm starving." "So are we, but the last thing we need is for you to accidentally choke on your food," Clover said, calmly eating his food at a somewhat quickened pace. "Slow down before you do, please, and don't make me order you." Harriet Bree looked at her superior officer for a bit, then sighed and nodded in acceptance. Happy that their teammate was responding to reason, they returned to eating their food in relative peace. All around them, sitting together in groups on different tables, were the rest of the huntsmen and huntresses. As Crow expected, they chose to group themselves up by kingdom, with the exception of the happy huntresses who sat at their own table, under armed guard of course. Granted, there probably wasn't anything those Marines could do if Robin and her team decided to act against them, but doing so would invite the wrath of every person on board. After gathering the rest of his food, Crow found an empty table near the corner and sat down. It gave him a good vantage point, allowing him to properly observe everyone. The cafeteria looked like any other UNSC room on the ship, being boxy and utilitarian in design. The tables and stools were metal plates that extended upward from the floor, which weren't all that comfortable. There wasn't even a back for Crow to lean on. Scores of Marines and ODSTs, all wearing casual dress, were in with them, but many were openly gawking at the amount of food the huntsmen and huntresses were eating. How can they eat that much? One of them muttered under his breath. That's enough food for like 5 people, another pointed out. Are we gonna have enough? Someone else openly wondered. Crow wasn't really surprised by the reactions they were getting. For one, huntsmen and huntresses had always required more food on account of their strenuous lifestyle. Can't fight Grim and bandits on empty stomachs, after all. At the same time, it had been found that humans and faunus from Remnant, or Remnantian as they were beginning to be collectively called by UNSC personnel, had higher metabolisms than humans from Earth and its colonies, whom Remnant media had begun to call Terran as an easy shorthand in turn, which meant they consumed more food by default. Thankfully, Commander Keyes had taken that fully into account and had insisted that they had enough resources to last. There would be a few stops along UNSC colonies for resupply, obviously, but that was only to be expected. He turned his attention from the Marines back to the huntsmen and huntresses he would be calling his teammates for the next year or so. After having to stand around and wait for the UNSC to medically clear them, he had finally managed to learn their names and get an inkling of their personalities. Joining him from Vale were 2 huntsmen and 1 huntress, led by a short man only 5 feet tall with golden brown hair, tan skin, and a gold hoop dangling from his left ear named Sepia Honeycreep. Joining Sepia was a woman named Casper Marie. She had an olive complexion, with long black hair that went down to her upper back. Her face had this determined yet hesitant look to it, which Crow could understand. Finishing out the Vale group was the only faunus among them, a man named Thomas Cornell whose legs, below the thighs, were those of a goat. The UNSC weren't able to make pants to accommodate them, which meant he had to wear a pair of shorts that left the reddish-brown fur, the same shade as his curled hair and goatee, exposed. More than a few Marines openly gawked at them, with the bravest among them coming up and outright asking questions which Thomas was more than happy to answer. Out of the entire group, he seemed to be the most comfortable around people, which meant he was doing most of the talking. Shifting towards the group from Menagerie, all of whom were faunus, he saw that they were in hushed conversation amongst themselves. All it took was a moment's glance to see that Sienna was in charge of this group, all of whom were deferring to whatever she said. The one sitting next to her, who Crow could only assume was her second in command, was Grontrake, a faunus whose skin was entirely replaced by green, reptilian scales to the point where he had no hair on his body whatsoever. If one didn't know any better, they would have thought he wasn't a hominid at all. From the look on his face as he disdainfully glared around the room, sizing up everyone who wasn't a faunus, Crow could tell that Gron didn't have the greatest opinion of humans, from either Remnant or the UNSC. On the other hand, Abby Redwall, a short, pale-skinned faunus with a pair of light brown mouse ears atop her head, was looking around in barely concealed excitement. She was almost bouncing in place, openly gushing about how they were in space and how she couldn't wait to tell her parents when she got home. Her head was moving around so quickly that her long, braided hair was moving around like a whip, at least until the final member of their group stopped her, a man whose hair was replaced by dark blue feathers named Yuri Grammy. Yuri was fairly tall, nearly reaching Crow in height, and he had this sense of cool detachment around him that masked the fact that he was, in actuality, doing the exact same thing Crow was doing. Occasionally the two of them would lock eyes for a split second, but soon separated to go back to their own observations. Turning away from Menagerie's group, Crow took a moment to observe everyone as a whole. On the surface, everything seemed peaceful, but underneath Crow could tell there was a hint of tension and distrust. For starters, no one was intermingling, neither with the UNSC nor their fellow huntsmen. That could pose a problem, especially if things went sideways, but at the same time Crow wasn't really all that worried. Not including the month in cryosleep, this was only the first day traveling via spaceship. They were in the most alien environment anyone from Remnant had ever experienced, and when combined with the class and racial tensions brought with them from home, it was only natural that they'd segregate into their own cliques. "Do you always sit by yourself, Bramwin?" a familiar voice asked, interrupting Crow's thoughts. Looking up, he saw that Sergeant Johnson was standing in front of the table, holding a tray of food and a disposable bottle of water. The two men stared at each other for a moment, then Crow shrugged and remarked, on occasion, "I bet. Room for one more?" he asked. Seeing no problem with it, Crow nodded, and Johnson sat down. Taking a few bites from his food, he downed it with a drink of water then added, "You know, for a mission meant to bring us together, not a lot of mingling going on." "Yep," Crow noted, taking a drink of his own water. "What can you expect, though? They've only been awake for an hour after a month on ice. Give it time, they'll warm up." "I understand that," Johnson replied, pointing his fork at Crow, then added, just as we both know that one is going to interact with each other if they can help it. Not without a little push. Know what I mean? Crow looked at Johnson for a moment, then once again glanced around the room. For anyone paying enough attention, it was obvious that the sergeant's observation was more than accurate. In fact, every time the happy huntresses and the Aesops glanced in each other's general direction, heated glares were exchanged between them. He wasn't worried about a fight breaking out, but it didn't look like the ice would be breaking anytime soon. The same was true for the UNSC's forces towards Remnant's fighters, and vice versa. Outside of a few brave individuals with quick, passing questions, they mostly stayed to their respective groups. He turned back towards Johnson, then nodded and said, "Yeah, I get what you mean. I know that being a Marine and a huntsman are two entirely different things," Johnson admitted after swallowing a bite of toast, "but trust me when I say that a unit's survival depends on its members being able to get along. All the skill and experience in the world means nothing if no one can cooperate. A dysfunctional team is a dead team. Are you expecting a fight? God, I hope not, but it's best to be prepared. Know what I mean?" Crow took a moment to think it over, then nodded. "Yeah, I suppose I do. Question is, what are we going to do about it? I think this is a good start, don't you think?" Johnson pointed out, referring to his seating at Crow's table. "Besides, you looked lonely." Crow flatly stared at the veteran Marine for a few moments, then groaned. Johnson chuckled at his reaction before going back to eating in relative silence. At the same time, they felt the stares from everyone, hoping that this would be enough of a first step to finally start getting both sides to get along. It took about an hour for all of them to finish eating, but once they were done, Commander Keyes requested they come up to the bridge. As Crow expected, the Aesops were the first to comply, with the rest of the huntsmen and huntresses following suit, although Menageries was noticeably the last to follow. Not by much, so it wasn't a concern, but it was still noticeable. When they arrived at the bridge, they were greeted by the sight of Commander Keyes standing over a holiday while the rest of his bridge crew attended to their stations. Through the glass windows, they saw nothing but a black void, unnaturally devoid of any stars or other points of light. Clearly, they were still in slipspace, but Crow had no idea how much longer that would be the case. Next to the commander was the holographic projection of the ship's onboard AI, Shakespeare. This was the first time Crow had ever seen a UNSC artificial intelligence, so he focused his attention on it. The AI's avatar was that of a bearded man with a mustache and long hair. He was wearing thick, black, gaudy clothes with a white frill around his neck, and the skin, for lack of a better word, was a light blue that shimmered as dust particles went in and out. "Welcome," Commander Keyes greeted, folding his arms behind his back while addressing the huntsmen and huntresses. "I trust your time in cryo sleep was comfortable." "With all due respect, Commander, I wouldn't call it that," Clover politely replied, speaking for everyone. Crow was happy that he did. Had he spoken, he doubted his response would have been as appropriate. Rather than be offended, however, Commander Keyes merely chuckled and shook his head. "Yes, I figured as such," he admitted. "In my own personal experience, it took several times going into the freezer for me to grow used to it, although the cryo itch has never stopped being uncomfortable and the surfactant always tastes foul." "Like lime-flavored mucus," Crow repeated, involuntarily shuddering from the foul taste, and Commander Keyes nodded sympathetically. "Indeed," he said, then his face hardened and he straightened himself. "But I didn't call you up to complain about cryogenic suspension. Shakespeare, if you please." "Of course, Commander," Shakespeare replied, and the holodeble sprung to life, showing 12 planets and a large, dense asteroid field orbiting an orange K-class star. "This is the Eridanus system," Keyes explained as several pieces of text, written in both English and Vitalian, came on screen, located roughly 25 light-years from Remnant. While the entire system was colonized and settled, with a total population of nearly 4 million, most lived on the second planet, Eridanus II. The hologram zoomed in on the planet in question, showing a lush, vibrant world with large continents and scattered islands surrounded by water. A few large cities could be seen, their lights glowing in the darkness. In many ways, it reminded Crow of Remnant, but he didn't allow himself to be deceived. There was only one reason why they would be showing him this image, and most of his fellow huntsmen and huntresses recognized that as well. A few were more casual, but whether that was out of genuine disbelief towards the planet's most likely fate or simple ignorance, he didn't know. Before the Covenant's arrival, Eridanus II was mostly a peaceful rural settlement, devoid of pollution and crowding. In addition to its climate-controlled weather, it boasted beautiful landscapes and prestigious institutions of higher learning, Keyes continued. Insurrectionist activity was prevalent, unfortunately, including a rebellion in 2494 and an attempted coup against the civilian government in 2513, both of which were thwarted and put down. "Can't imagine why they'd rebel twice," Grandtrake muttered under his breath, but before he could say anything else, Sienna gently drove her elbow into his side. He caught the message and clammed up, but, from the quick sideways glance that Commander Keyes shot the faunus with, he was heard loud and clear. Rather than respond, however, Keyes refocused and continued. By 2525, the system had managed to calm down, but just 5 years later, it was found by the Covenant, Keyes declared, prompting the holographic projection to shift. Crow and everyone else winced or gasped as the lush planet of Eridanus II was replaced by a glowing, molten fireball. The oceans were gone, boiled away from the heavy plasma bombardment, and the once vibrant cities were now nothing more than dead, gutted wastelands. It was exactly how Ashpin described seeing the glassed remains of harvest. It was a somber sight to behold, but what scared Crow the most was the knowledge that, if the UNSC was telling the truth, this would be the exact same fate awaiting Remnant should the Covenant find them. Remnant would go the same way as Eridanus II, a planet practically at their cosmic doorstep. Now the entire system is uninhabited, and out of the 4 million people who called Eridanus home, only 500,000 managed to escape, Keys quietly revealed. A heavy silence fell over the group as they took the information in, and Crow closed his eyes and clenched his fist before releasing it. I take it this is where we'll be going? Robin asked, and Commander Keys nodded. Correct. It's the nearest planet to the Alm system that suffered complete glassing, Keys confirmed. We would have been here sooner, but in accordance with Cole Protocol, we made a random jump to an uncharted system prior to heading here. Understandable, Yuri replied, crossing his arms. When will we be entering the system? Roughly 2 days from now, Keys answered. In the meantime, we will be prepping you for dropping planetside, namely full-body suits to protect you from the hazardous environment. Luckily, Eridanus II has roughly the same gravity as Earth and Remnant at 1.01 g, so we shouldn't need extensive training in handling different levels of gravity. In addition, although Ms. Time has graciously volunteered to test Dust's capabilities outside of Remnant's atmosphere using her semblance, we cannot bank on that succeeding. As such, Chief Donnelly, the Midsummer Night's Chief Weapon Engineer Officer, has requested that you all report to the armory so that you can oversee the modification of your weapons to suit our standards. Crow immediately understood the subtext of that statement, given that the same department had already offered to take care of the modifications on their own before they'd been put in the freezer. Commander Keys might as well have been shouting out, "Our guys couldn't understand a single thing about your crazy weapons, so please do it yourself before we accidentally break something." It was a request he and the others more than happy to oblige, and so they left the bridge after being dismissed. The Marines escorting the happy huntresses led the way. After traveling down a few floors and through several identical hallways, they found themselves at the armory. It was structured like any other he'd seen, with several lines of lockers and weapon racks containing boxes of ammunition, pistols, rifles, and more. The heavier weapons were stored in separate, specially marked rooms, and laid out on several tables were their own weapons, all of which were in fine condition. "Ah, there you all are," Donnelly remarked as they walked towards him. He was a middle-aged man with a thick mustache over his upper lip and short-cropped brown hair. "I gotta admit, these are some of the most creative weapons we've ever seen," Donnelly admitted while scratching his head and walking over to one of the tables. As Crow expected, the weapons were arranged by kingdom, with Harbinger laying next to the rest of Vale's arsenal. "While you all were in the freezer," he continued, "we tried modifying them to accept our ammunition, seeing as how your ammo isn't available at the moment, but it didn't take long for problems to prop up. Namely, your weapons are the most complicated I have ever laid eyes on. I read the reports, so I know that the Grim prompted the creation of these transforming monstrosities, but frankly my men and I were afraid of breaking these things if we so much as looked at them funny. So, if you don't mind helping us out, we would greatly appreciate it." "Of course, sir," Clover replied, stepping forward with a smile on his face. "We'll be more than happy to." Speaking of, Donnelly interrupted as he shifted his attention to Clover, causing the specialist to stop in his tracks. When he pulled a collapsed pole handle from the table, the other Aesops immediately grinned and bit back a chuckle while Clover merely sighed, knowing exactly what was coming next as Donnelly continued. "Is this weapon yours, Specialist Ebby?" "Kingfisher is mine, yes," Clover admitted, taking the weapon and pressing its trigger guard, causing it to extend outward and showing its true form. "It's a fishing pole," Donnelly remarked. "Yes, it is. How in the bloody hell do you expect to fight with a fishing pole?" "Very carefully, sir," Clover said with the air of an old running joke in his voice. A few of the other huntsmen and huntresses chuckled, but Chief Donnelly wasn't amused and he frowned deeply. "Now, I know I'm not in a position to criticize what you all can do," Donnelly started, causing everyone to quiet down, "and since you're here, I don't doubt you can make this fishing pole into an instrument of death. But I'm going to go off on a limb and say that these weapons were primarily meant to kill the Grim and criminals. Am I correct in that assumption?" "You are, yes," Crow replied, crossing his arms and leaning back against one of the lockers. "Look, I know that our weapons might look crazy to you, but we make them work. There's no need to worry about us not being able to support ourselves if things go sideways." "I'm not denying that," Donnelly replied, leaning forward and resting his weight against one of the tables. "But here's the thing. I don't doubt these weapons are great against the Grim, and some of them I can even justify. A shotgun sword is a bit redundant, in my opinion, but I can understand it. A rocket launcher hammer sounds like it could be useful, if a bit too dangerous for my tastes, and frankly the sniper rifle spear is the sanest one I've seen out of the bunch. Hell, I wished our men had the type of exoskeletons that Specialist Bree uses." Crow spotted Yuri preen up slightly at the compliment, and Harriet smiled proudly before admitting, "Thanks, but if I'm being honest it has some kinks left to fill out. The arms don't collapse, which restricts my movement, and the dust battery is cumbersome. Might make it impractical to give to your Marines just yet." Figured as such. But anyway, the rest are just swords, crossbows, a fishing pole, and a horn. As in the musical instrument. Honestly, the fishing pole makes more sense as a weapon than that in my opinion. "Hey, Thomas Cornell muttered, slightly insulted at the derision his weapon was getting. A few of his fellow huntsmen and huntresses looked at the goat faunus sympathetically, while the more practically minded, or booing, as Crow imagined little Ruby would say, of them nodded in agreement. Donnelly continued, all of those might work against the Grimm, but against the Covenant? That's an entirely different story. I read the reports from the Vital Conference. Everyone on the night did, as per Commander Key's orders, so I think I have an inkling as to how the Grimm operate. The Covenant don't fight like the Grimm do. They're an organized military force, and they're going to fight you like one. That means you can't expect them to just charge you out in the open to meet your sword or your club. Some elites or brutes armed with energy swords and gravity hammers might, but most will just gun you down with concentrated fire from plasma weapons well before you get the chance to get to them. Maybe not at first, but eventually they'll waste you. Fighting an army is a lot different than fighting animals. Crow frowned, but at the same time he couldn't fault the engineer's logic. Neither could the Aesops, who perhaps agreed with the man before even Crow did. The rest were a bit of a harder sell, especially the happy huntresses and menageries, with the exception of Yuri. It does have ranged attacks, though. Thomas gave a muttered protest, then more quietly added, or at least it does if the dust is working. Then Abby Redwall politely raised her hand to be called upon. Clearly the mouse faunus was young, probably only a few years post-graduation, and when Donnelly called upon her she cleared her throat and straightened herself. Well, while I guess that makes sense, I have to ask, what do you want to do? My Claymore's been in my family for generations, and I've trained for years on how to wield it. So I'm not exactly willing to give it up for something I have no idea how to use, she admitted. Don't worry, I understand what you mean, Donnelly replied. All we're asking is that, in addition to any modifications deemed necessary to let your primary weapon work with our supplies, you carry a sidearm with you. A Magnum or SMG should work fine for now. Abby thought it over and pursed her lips in thought, then glanced at Sienna for approval. After a moment, the tiger faunus nodded, and Abby turned back towards the engineer and smiled before saying, that works for me. Perfect. Anyone else have any objections? He asked, turning around the room. When no one said anything, he nodded once again, then ordered his engineers to come up and help the huntsmen and huntresses. Soon the entire room was filled with the sounds of tinkering and mixed conversations, with the huntsmen and huntresses explaining their weapons to the engineers who, in turn, offered solutions on how to best mix and match. Some, like Abby and her basic claymore, Sienna with her chain, Gron with his arming sword that could inject or disperse poison, Casper with her sword that had a horn built into the hilt, Thomas and his horn, Clover with his fishing pole, and Vine with his chakram didn't require much, if any, modification. Or rather, they'd all require full redesigns to add firearm functions to them in the first place. As such, they quickly moved towards selecting a UNSC sidearm and familiarizing themselves with it in the adjacent firing range. Harriet's exoskeleton was a bit trickier, but after a while they managed to hook it up to UNSC power cells meant to be carried in a large rucksack. Since the happy huntresses all used similar crossbow staffs, and Robin's own wrist-mounted crossbow, the only modifications they got were specialized bolts that Shakespeare had taken the liberty of manufacturing with the ship's onboard assembler, and were simple enough to keep them all thoroughly stocked. The rest, namely Crow himself, Yuri with his sniper rifle spear, Elm with her rocket launcher hammer, and Sepia with his revolver rapier, had to have the entire weapon disassembled. With the internal barrels and receivers carefully replaced with UNSC specifications, carefully redesigned by the owners to work with the different shifting mechanisms. After a few hours of workshopping and testing, followed by the choosing of a sidearm, they were all confident that what they had would suffice. With any luck, they wouldn't need to do anything, but better to be prepared than not. UNSC Midsummer Night, Stalwart-class light frigate. Eridanus System. March 17, 2541 1245 hours, UNSC Military Calendar. We'll be exiting slipspace in roughly 5 minutes, Commander, a member of the night's bridge crew called out. Good, Keyes replied, chewing on his pipe as the rest of the huntsmen and huntresses gathered behind him, all facing the glass in rapt attention. I want stealth systems online and engaged as soon as we enter real space. Shakespeare, just in case the Covenant happened to patrol this system, I want us ready to jump out as soon as possible. Of course, Commander, Shakespeare replied, giving a dramatic bow at the same time. Keyes nodded towards the smart AI, then turned towards the huntsmen and huntresses, all of whom were wearing specially designed and fitted full-body suits, courtesy of the ship's onboard assemblers. For the most part, they were simply wearing fitted ODST BDUs with external oxygen tanks. Thomas Cornell's goat legs required the pants of his BDU to be extensively modified, but Keyes' technicians were able to get it done. None of them were armed, as they didn't expect any resistance. The only things they carried were tools meant to gather samples and take photographs, all of which would be handed over to the kingdoms once they returned to Remnant. At first, there was some apprehension, but Covenant patrols were infrequent in this area, and any insurrectionist presence in the system was wiped out along with the rest of the colony. Once they exited slipspace, they would be the only living things in the Eridanus system. It was a sobering thought, especially when one considered how just a little over a decade ago Eridanus was home to millions. Besides, if the Covenant were to arrive, they wouldn't be doing any fighting. Not if Keyes could help it. Once we arrive at the edge of the system, Keyes began to explain, and assuming there aren't any Covenant patrols, The Midsummer Night will head straight to Eridanus 2. We'll be dropping you off at the ruins of Elysium City. Before the Covenant arrived, it used to be one of the planet's major population centers. How long will we be staying on the ground? Sienna asked, holding her helmet in her hands. No more than 10 hours, Keys revealed. I'm not willing to risk us staying any longer. Seems fair, Crow admitted while giving a slight shrug. Part of him also figured that there would be ample opportunities to see more of the Covenant's handiwork in the future. They'd be on the ship for the rest of the year, at least. Entering real space in 5, one of the helmsmen declared, causing Keys to turn towards the glass. After just a few seconds, they felt a shudder as the Midsummer Night left slipspace and entered the dense asteroid field that surrounded Eridanus. There were a few shakes and bangs as small meteors impacted against the ship's titanium hull, but there was no risk of structural damage. Scanning system for transmissions, another helmsman at a comm station called out, leaning into his monitor so that he wouldn't miss a thing. After a few moments, he leaned back and turned towards Commander Keys, announcing, "Everything's clear, Commander. We're the only ship in system." "Perfect. Chart a course straight to Eridanus 2, Keys ordered, letting out a small, relieved smile as he held his pipe in his hand. "Park us in between the planet and its moon, Elland." "Yes, sir," the helmsman replied. Once again, Crow and the rest of the huntsmen and huntresses felt a faint shudder as the ship's thrusters ignited, hurtling them through the vacuum of space towards the planet. It was remarkably fast, far faster than anything Crow might have otherwise imagined, and it wouldn't be long before they'd arrive at Eridanus 2. But it wasn't until they passed a gas giant that it finally sunk in for Crow and everyone else. They weren't just flying through space away from Remnant, they were flying through space in another solar system entirely. Distant stars and planets that, at one point in time, seemed impossible to reach were now right in front of them. They were the first people in Remnant's history to leave the bounds of their solar system, and suddenly everything just felt so small. Their kingdoms, their planet, everything when compared to the vastness of space. A vastness they were now able to directly explore. For the next hour, everyone was silent, basking in the grandiose nature of their presence here, but soon Crow's attention was brought to a pale dot in the distance. At first it was tiny, barely the size of a pinhead, but soon it grew larger and larger with each passing minute. It wasn't hard to figure out what the dot was, and Crow steeled himself for what was to come. He prayed to the gods that it wouldn't be true, but he knew better. They all did. By the gods. Someone muttered, but Crow didn't know who. It might have been him for all he knew. "Commander, now orbiting Eridanus 2, a helmsman quietly said. "Pelican dropship on standby in the hangar bay." "Thank you," Commander Keys replied, folding his arms behind his back as they took it all in. Long gone were the blue oceans, green forests, snow-capped mountains, and vast plains that made up Eridanus 2's previous state. Instead, the entire planet was a barren wasteland, marked with deep scars that crisscrossed the planet's surface like claw marks. The ground shimmered slightly as the sunlight reflected off the glass, and although it had long since cooled, it wasn't hard to see the evidence of intense, direct heat that caused the scarring. But what shook Crow the most was a particular shape carved into the center of the largest continent. Rather than a simple gouge in the earth, instead there was a deliberately made pattern. The design was composed of a circle with a dot in the center. From that dot came a half-circle that extended northward, with each end capped with another dot. When the Covenant found and glassed Eridanus 2, Keys slowly began, the entire bridge completely silent except for him. They carved one of their glyphs into its surface. They don't always do it, but here they did. According to our intel, this symbol means faith in the Covenant's language. Faith. Abby incredulously repeated, her eyes wide as she took it all in. How could this destruction represent faith? The Covenant believe humanity's existence to be an affront to their gods, Keys said, his eyes never leaving the symbol. At the same time, a hard, intense, and infuriated glare formed in them, and he nearly spat out, "This is how they show their faith." No one else said a word. Instead, they silently stared at the planet's brand, one that stood for nothing but the millions of lives that were taken because of it. After a few minutes of silence, Crow turned around and silently marched to the hangar bay. The others were right behind him, and they all piled into the Pelican without saying a word. Instead, they slipped their helmets on, hearing a hiss as the oxygen began to flow. Their pilots, seeing how angry and confused they were, stayed silent as well as they took off, flying down through the air towards Elysium City. There was still an atmosphere, so they experienced some turbulence, but none of the huntsmen or huntresses cared. Instead, they stared silently at nothing, waiting for the moment when they touched down and were able to see everything up close and for themselves. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity but was only a few minutes, the Pelican slowed to a gentle stop. A loud crunch and shattering was heard as the lecadolyrite below the dropship was crushed under its weight, but once again no one said a word. When the troop bay doors opened, they were greeted only by the sounds of a wailing wind over a vast empty plain of glass. "Gods have mercy," Casper muttered under her breath, her voice carried over through their helmets' comms. "The gods had nothing to do with this," Sepia countered, his voice filled with barely concealed rage and disgust. "According to the commander, they had everything to do with this," Yuri calmly pointed out, but it wasn't hard to hear the anger in his voice as well. He was just better at masking it. "Everyone quiet. We've got a job to do," Clover said as he stepped out of the Pelican and onto the ground, which shattered slightly under his weight. He was trying his best to remain calm and collected, but everyone could tell it was a taxing action. Of the rest of the Aesops, only Vine seemed completely composed, with Elm and Harriet doing nothing to mask how infuriated they were feeling. "Yeah, just be careful," Robin gently said, following Clover as she sadly looked over the desolation. After spotting the ruins of Elysium City nearby, she added, "This is a mass grave, people. Let's treat it with respect." Everyone nodded in agreement. Walking through the glasslands towards the city certainly felt like going into a graveyard at the dead of night. Passing by the ruined spires of buildings, Crow could only imagine what the city used to look like. He imagined tall skyscrapers covered in shiny, reflective glass, people walking on sidewalks underneath the shade of broad trees, and cars driving along on wide streets. More importantly, he imagined the air being filled with conversation and laughter, insects chirping, dogs barking, birds flying overhead. Any signs of life, really. But now the buildings were twisted heaps of metal, the concrete streets repaved with lecadolirite, and nothing else. Anything that once called this city, and this planet, home was long since burned away. Occasionally, he thought he heard the echoes of terrified screams as people futilely tried to escape their demise, but it was only the wind moving through the twisted metal like whistles. It created an eerie atmosphere, one that he knew would haunt him for the rest of his days. A particularly strong gust of wind pelted him with a hail of debris, causing Crow to momentarily stop in place. His aura and suit protected him and everyone else from the worst of the damage, but thanks to the built-in monitor in his helmet's HUD, he could see a noticeable dip. After a few more gusts, he reasoned that the air itself was filled with shards and granules of glass, making it difficult, if not outright impossible, to breathe unassisted. Suddenly, he felt very glad about having this full-body suit, as Crow didn't want to think about the damage he would take after breathing in glass particles. Eventually, the huntsmen and huntresses split off to cover more of the area, once again segregating themselves by kingdom and group. Only Crow stayed by himself, but they all made sure to stay in contact over their comms at all times. I think I'm in what used to be a school," Thomas said over the radio. "But there's burns on the..." Found a passageway under an overpass. "Looks like it was mostly protected from the plasma bombardment," Fiona stated, her voice sad and almost as though she was about to break into tears. "Didn't save them, though. Take samples and pictures wherever you can," Clover ordered. Before anyone could protest, he added, "I know, trust me, but Atlas, Vale, Menagerie, they need to see this. They need to see all of it." Crow sighed, knowing that Clover was right, yet still he couldn't shake the feeling that doing anything was tantamount to disturbing a grave. He continued his walk through the remains of an apartment complex. Or at least, he assumed that's what it was, judging by the similar lots left behind on the ground. Crow never claimed to be an expert in urban planning. One spot was smooth, and he knelt down to run his gloved fingers over the glossy surface. There was hardly any friction, and he supposed the only reason why he wasn't slipping all over the place was the spiked treads in his boots. Everything was so finely melted down that it was impossible to see what was in it, but he once again let his imagination wander. Was this truly a home? If so, who lived here? What did they do? Did they live alone, or did they have a family? Were there any kids? Those questions and more flew through Crow's mind at an endless pace, and more he thought back to his island home on Patch. The one he shared, at times, with Tai Young and his young nieces, Young and RWBY. Crow saw their happy, jubilant faces, then as he glared into the glassed ground, he saw their faces shift into terror and agony as everything around them, including themselves, was consumed by fire. He shook those thoughts away. That wasn't happening right now, and with any luck, they'd make sure that it never would. But in order to ensure that dark future never came to pass, they had to make sure that Remnant knew exactly what they were dealing with. It could afford nothing less. The hours ticked by, and during the entire time there were maybe only a couple dozen sentences uttered. Otherwise, everyone was silent, simply taking it all in. Their helmets automatically took pictures and recorded video, and whenever they found a good spot they took a hammer and chisel to the lecadolirite. Any and all samples they found were placed into specially marked bags, which would be sealed and later sent back with them to Remnant. This included the few ruined, but still recognizable objects that they managed to find from the everyday lives that were snuffed out here. Mementos like a half-slag bottle, a charred wristwatch, or a carbonized doll. Not the kind of souvenirs that Crow ever planned on showing to his nieces. Eventually, they got the call that it was time to bug out, and with a haste in their step that they didn't previously have, they returned to the Pelican without saying a word. No one spoke as the Pelican took off and flew back towards the midsummer night, for there was nothing to be said. Nothing that would accurately reflect the horror they bore witness to. There was one thing they were certain of, though. Any thoughts that the UNSC was lying about the Covenant were thoroughly dashed and destroyed, much like Eridanus too. All of them were horrified and wanted nothing more than to return home, but all of them knew that they couldn't. They had to keep pressing on, bear witness to more of the horrors and atrocities the Covenant inflicted on their interstellar brethren. If they didn't, Remnant would be doomed. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to Jesse K. and non-contributor for all their help in bringing this chapter to life. The huntsmen and huntresses have bore witness to the horrific aftermath of a Covenant invasion, the infamous glasslands of Eridanus II. Now they realize the scope of what they are getting into, and you can imagine that similar events unfolded across human space. Even if they see other glasslands, this will stay with them for the rest of their lives. Now, onto the Q&A. Key Sky. I'm glad you're enjoying the story so far. We have a lot to share, and I hope you stick around to see it. Yes, 1, you're gonna have to wait and see how that unfolds in future chapters. Yes, 2, actually, the Covenant calling huntsmen hunters is perfectly fine and justifiable. That's because the term hunter, in the Halo sense, was a human designation, not Covenant. What humans called hunters were called Galekalo by the Covenant. The same goes for all the other species in the Covenant. Despite what the games may indicate, lore-wise the Covenant don't call themselves elites, grunts, jackhals, etc. They're Sanghaili, Ungoi, Kigyar, and Sanshiom. In fact, they tend to get insulted when they hear humans call them elites, etc. Except when it concerns the Jiralhani/brutes, as most believe that is completely accurate. So yeah, it's justifiable. Maybe somewhat confusing, but remember that the terminology used depends on the perspective being given. If it's from a human perspective, they'll use the Halo terms we all know and love. If it's a Covenant perspective, of which those will come, they'll use the Covenant lore terminology. Basically, if a human is talking about a hunter, then it's the Halo hunter. If it's an elite, then it's a huntsman or huntress. Mr. Salty, you will have to wait and see how things unfold in that department. Just remember, Remnant isn't part of the UNSC. They're a sovereign planet, which means ONI's capabilities are limited. I am the Prophet. That is correct. More on the Artemis armor later. Cyberpunk 1009. I do a lot of research into all of my stories. While I definitely aim for my stories to be understandable and enjoyable by anyone without an encyclopedic knowledge of canon, there's definitely details in here that lore-savvy readers will pick up on. As for their homeworld, they did see it. It's just that it happened off-screen. We already showed their reactions through Ashbin and the other headmasters, so it wasn't necessary to do it again. At least so close to the previous. War, don't worry, I'm not going to let any of my stories die. Not if I can help it. I intend to finish all of my stories, and I already have endings and major events planned out. XL 999. None of the huntsmen and huntresses will be dropping in via HEV pods with the Odysseys anytime soon. That requires specialized training which they don't have at the moment. Silver Ray, thank you for the compliment. I'm glad that this story is getting so much attention in the first place. The Last Sea Fighter, there's definitely going to be some butterfly effects due to the UNSC's arrival, that's for sure. You're going to have to wait and see how, exactly, that falls. Yes, 3 Ironwood's sanity falling was, honestly, his fault at the end of the day. It was his actions that led to the breakdown in relations between Mantle and Atlas. His problem is that he is entirely focused on the big picture. In this case, he had to stop Salem and warn the world around her. A good plan. In theory, Volume 8 seems to indicate Salem was actually pleased by the world knowing about her. But his problem was that he went way too far in trying to enact that plan. When the world thought that Atlas was becoming warmongers, rather than reach out to placate people, he withdrew, closed their borders, and enacted a dust embargo far longer than necessary, thereby hurting everyone. He focused entirely on getting Amity up and running while completely neglecting Mantle, which already had a history of being viewed as second-class citizens when compared to Atlas. Case in point, the giant hole in Mantle's wall that Atlas didn't repair. Instead, any and all resources were diverted towards Amity, even resources that were supposed to go to Mantle. This led to the Happy Huntresses, who normally would have been great allies for Ironwood as they are genuinely good people, to act out and do what they did, which only got worse after Watts took advantage of Atlas' flaws to rig the election for Jacques Schnee. Finally, Ironwood has a hero complex in that he believes that he and he alone is the hero. He needs to be the hero, in fact. There was a whole song about it. As such, he only trusts himself, especially after Ashbin's death. This isn't helped by the, frankly, toxic political climate Atlas fosters, shown through Jacques' charity ball in Volume 4, meaning Ironwood justifiably feels like the only sane person in the room. This leads to him taking on the weight of the entire world upon his shoulders as he doesn't trust anyone else to do it. Eventually, that weight grew and grew until he finally snapped, becoming the monster he was trying to stop. With that in mind, RWBY and JNPR were only trying to help him how they felt was best, especially with what happened at Haven and the revelations about Ashbin/Ozma. Unfortunately, it only added to the break, but honestly that break was a long time coming. It wasn't their fault, at the end of the day, and it's a tragedy more than anything else. Melra, oh yeah, that's certainly part of it. You can expect similar sentiments to appear over the course of the story. Shinpei, you'll definitely see more of that kind of stuff as time goes on, that's for sure. Jesus Christ 15, the idea, basically, is that the materials stored in Fiona's pocket dimension enter into a state of limbo, essentially. Whatever status they were in once they arrived remain like that when they come out. As such, the hope is that by storing activated dust crystals in the pocket dimension, then taking them out on a proper atmosphere, they can prove that dust can work outside of Remnant. SBRTN 544, that scene is actually what inspired Key's actions. He has a sharp eye, so we felt it was believable. KPMH 2001. Honestly, I think that SDRQ was the RWBY of that generation and that Ashbin included them as part of his inner circle. I mean, Crow, Raven, and clearly Summer knew about Ashbin's reincarnation, magic, and whatnot, so why should Taeyang be excluded? As for the Forerunners, most of the UNSC doesn't know about them, but we figured that the higher-ups know at least the basics. Glad you like the inclusion of the Aesops and the Happy Huntresses. They really fit what we want to do with the upcoming chapters, as well as allow us to highlight a canon issue and story issue regarding the Atlas/Mantle divide. Also, I was not issuing a personal attack regarding your story. Blazblade. Most of what I will be including in this story will have come from canon, but with some obvious modifications due to the nature of the crossover. A few fanon weapons might appear, but they'll be things like a Brute Needler, in which they're canon weapons but modified in certain ways. Guest, for you will have to wait and see what I do with Raven. Florida Man 722. Adam's not nearly old enough for that to happen, honestly, so he didn't come. Also, I'm going with the rules I established for Raven's Semblance and Hunters of Justice in that she can go anywhere on the planet, but the longer the distance, the greater the aura expenditure. As such, she cannot cross interstellar distances due to her aura shattering almost immediately, but she can still feel if they're alive. 23 Deeble 01. You'll have to wait and see on that front. Alex Del 27. She was just spying on them in order to satiate her own curiosity as well as figure out what the hell was going on. Evinco. Physical strength isn't the only thing that leads to abusive relationships. It's much more multifaceted than that, which I don't really have the time to go into. Needless to say, Jacques isn't the physically abusive kind of abuser, rather he's emotionally abusive and very much controlling. He's been doing this for so long that the entire family feels trapped, and none of them are heartless enough to physically lash out at him. They aren't murderers, for instance, like Cinder. Instead, they reacted in different ways. Willow turned to alcohol in order to cope. Winter joined the military to become her own woman. Weiss became a huntress in order to restore the good name of the Schnees after Jacques tarnished it. And Whitley went along with it and played the role of the dutiful son despite not liking Jacques at all. Case in point, he wasn't in any hurry to get his father out of jail and, in the end, helped Weiss and Nora, as well as the others, when they came to the Schnee Manor for rest and aid. BOTI boy. Glad you liked the chapter. As for how Remnant will react, you'll have to wait and see. The Killer 40513. You'll get the answer to that in due time. Vane Bloodborne. Thank you. Glad you liked it. Ghostly. That'll mostly come later. As for now, they're focused on the Covenant. Laia Christou. It's exclusive to Remnant at the moment. Why that is the case will be revealed in due time. Dragon Lord Syed 101. You'll see. Don't worry. Steerain 66. Both of that is true. As for keys, the UNSC and ONI is pretty observant. They figured out pretty quickly that Ashbin was in charge of all the other headmasters, and Crow worked directly for Ashbin, which afforded him some special treatment. They don't know he can turn into a bird, though. Iron 117 Prime. That is coming. Don't worry. The Avenging Titan. That's what I do. Throw curveballs at you all. As for Crow's reaction, you're exactly correct. He doesn't want to believe they're real, but at the same time he can't dismiss it. Not entirely at least. Unfortunately for him, those doubts have now been thoroughly extinguished. Sully Mike 23. No, it was not. Added some much-needed levity to an otherwise bleak chapter. That's it for this time. I hope you all enjoyed it. Let me know what you all think. See you next time. Chapter 15. Hard Contact. UNSC Midsummer Night. Stalwart Class Light Frigate. Slipspace Transit. April 5th, 25410803 hours. UNSC Military Calendar. It had been weeks since the huntsmen and huntresses departed from Eridanus 2. The planet was long behind them, separated by at least a dozen light-years. That distance only increased as the days went by yet, despite that, what they saw refused to leave their minds. Never once in their lives had they seen such utter desolation. Not even the aftermath of a grim attack came close. What was worse was that, since then, they'd visited 2 other nearby planets that suffered the same fate. Neither of them had the brand inflicted upon them like Eridanus 2 did, but that was only a minor detail in the grand scheme of it all. I can't get it out of my head. Crow heard Casper Marine say from the far end of the table all of the huntsmen and huntresses were sharing. After what they witnessed, segregating among themselves so openly was no longer as appealing. They still grouped themselves up by kingdom, but none of them wanted to be alone right now. Neither can I, Harriet Bree admitted, clenching her fist in rage. Elma Dern, who was sitting right next to her, was in a similar state of mind, although she was keeping her composure far better. I can't help but imagine Atlas like that, she said, looking down at her now cool plate of scrambled eggs and toast. Hardly any of them had touched their breakfast, not even Crow, as their appetites just didn't seem all that important. Same with Mantle, Robin added. Everything just burned to the ground, covered in glass, any trace of life ever existing just wiped away. The silence was the worst part, Sepia declared, bringing his hands together. Especially when you could tell what used to be there. Those planets used to be filled with life, but now, they're dead, filled with nothing but ghosts. I've been a huntsman for years, and I've seen some terrible things in that time, but this was worse than anything the Grim have ever done. Yeah, especially when you realize that destruction was done on purpose, Crow pointed out, gripping his fork tightly in his hand while glaring at his food. Everyone was giving him their utmost attention now, and he continued, while the Grim are monsters, don't get me wrong, they're just doing what they do, destroy. There's no real thought to it. It's instinctual, really. Kinda like a hurricane blowing through, just with teeth and claws. But the Covenant, they're sapient, like us. They can think, create, destroy, choose, just like we can, and they chose to burn those planets and everything on them to the ground. In that sense, they're worse. The silence in the room was suffocating, as no one quite knew how to respond to Crow's declaration. All of them knew, though, that he was completely correct. It seemed so long ago that the revelation of them not being alone in the universe seemed euphoric, but after what they've seen since then, part of them wanted to go back to the way things were. Ignorance was bliss, the saying goes, and things were much simpler when all they had to care about was Grimm and the occasional criminal, not interstellar genocide. But all of them knew that was impossible. A box had been opened, letting out all of its inner demons that would never go back in even if they closed it. All they could do now is keep pressing forward, gathering as much intel as they could so that Remnant would gain a full picture of what was going on and what could potentially await them. How do you think people are going to react when they find out about this? Thomas asked, leaning forward while propping himself up on the table. It'll be total chaos, I guarantee it, May immediately declared while narrowing her eyes. I mean, how else would people react when they find out that there's a whole bunch of aliens out there that want to kill us just for existing? People are going to panic. That's not any different than the Grimm, Grontrake gruffly pointed out as he crossed his arms and huffed. Yet you don't see people panicking about that until they're right on their doorstep. Otherwise, people seem to think that being behind the kingdom's walls will keep them safe. I think the Covenant is a completely different beast, Clover pointed out, and Gron leaned out to look directly at the Elysian specialist. You're misunderstanding me. The way I see it, both the Grimm and the Covenant are existential threats to us. Only difference is that, unless you're living outside the kingdom's walls like us, he declared while gesturing to all the other faunus, the Grimm can be kept at bay, especially since we keep all of our attention on them. If we let ourselves be distracted by the Covenant, what happens to the Grimm? You're saying that the Covenant would divide our attention, Sienna concluded, and Gron nodded. Exactly. Don't get me wrong. If the Covenant finds us, Remnant is in for a world of hurt, Gron admitted, then raised a scaly finger. But if we allow ourselves to shift attention to the Covenant, less will be given to the Grimm. They already kill thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, each and every year. Way I see it, we can't afford to divert our focus away from them. So we should just ignore the Covenant then? After what we've seen them do? Abby incredulously asked, and Gron slowly swiveled his head towards her. I'm saying this isn't our fight, he clarified, bringing his hands together. This is a human war, not ours, especially when we have enough problems of our own as it is. Fighting the Covenant will only give the Grimm more flexibility and draw the Covenant to us in the first place. By not fighting the Covenant, they won't even know we exist. Terrans and Remnantians are both human, Clover declared while lightly glaring at the lizard faunus, who shrugged and waved him off. All the same to me, Gron countered, and Clover's glare briefly intensified before he sighed and shook his head. Regardless, you heard what the UNSC said. We're right on the border of Terran space, and it's only a matter of time before the Covenant finds us. If that happens, the only way we survive is by working with the UNSC as allies, Clover said, only for Gron to scoff. Of course, the Elysian would say that working with the UNSC is the best thing to do. They're practically space atlas, militarism and all, so obviously you want us all to subject ourselves to them, Gron dismissed. While the Elysian delegation looked incensed, he merely began to dig into his food. As he chewed and swallowed, he looked back at the other huntsmen and huntresses then added, you do realize that the only reason why the UNSC is being so accommodating is because they want to use us, right? They need our help in their war, a war that they're losing badly from what we've seen so far. Otherwise, all of us would be having an entirely different conversation right about now. Besides, we don't know that the Covenant will really find us. For all we know, the UNSC is over-exaggerating the Covenant's ability to do so, or that we're actually farther away from them than they're leading on. I mean, if they're so advanced, how come the Terrans haven't been wiped out yet? Because of the Cole Protocol, Sergeant Johnson suddenly cut in with a tray in hand, interrupting the conversation and shifting all attention to him. There was a frown on his face, slight but still noticeable, yet he kept an air of professionalism around him. A few of the other Marines around him weren't so composed, openly glaring at Gron who didn't seem to care in the slightest. The Cole Protocol? Abby repeated, eager to change the subject. I think I heard that once or twice. Do you mind explaining it to us, Sergeant? Of course, Abby. Figured it was about time you got a refresher, Johnson said as he sat down opposite Crow. He took a bite from his toast, swallowed, then continued, the Cole Protocol, as you can probably guess from the name, is a general order created by Admiral Cole in order to prevent the Covenant from finding any human-occupied worlds. Among its stipulations, it prevents direct slipspace travel between any two worlds since the Covenant can track that and, in the event of capture, all ships are to self-destruct with their NAV data wiped clean. Not to mention their AIs undergoing final dispensation. There's a bunch of other stuff that goes into it. But long story short, the Cole Protocol makes it as hard as humanly possible for the Covenant to find our planets. More than any other tool or strategy, the Cole Protocol is why the Covenant hasn't won yet. An effective doctrine, Vine Zeke admitted, calmly sipping from his water. If I may, with the Cole Protocol in effect, how does the Covenant find your worlds in the first place? Usually by accident, Johnson answered, continuing to dig into his food and talking between bites. Sometimes they'll place tracking devices on our ships, but we try to scrub for those. The protocol's not perfect by any means, but it's damn effective. Speaking of, After you're all done eating, you're going to want to read the entire order. We haven't been requiring you to read it so far, but the situation's changed slightly. The table grew silent and tense as the huntsmen and huntresses looked at each other. Fiona then cleared her throat and asked, "Is there a reason why?" "It's the planet we're going go," Johnson replied. "The colony of Kimbleoon in the Kunlun system. Unlike Eridanus II and the other planets we visited, Kimbleoon was partially glassed only 3 years ago, meaning there's a higher chance of Covenant activity in the region. Still unlikely, but as a precaution, the commander felt it was wise for you all to get another briefing." "Sounds reasonable," Crow admitted, although he couldn't help but wonder about what other precautions were being put in place. The idea of going to a relatively recently glassed world carried a lot of risks and rewards, and he wasn't sure which one outweighed the other. What he was certain of, though, as he returned to eating his food was that while Gron made some valid points regarding the UNSC's treatment of Remnant and the need to not be distracted from the Grim even now, he was completely wrong about the Covenant. Any doubts Crow had were now completely crushed, smeared all over the slagged ground of Eridanus II and the other glassed worlds they visited. He didn't know what they would find on Kimbleoon, but he did know that it would only further solidify his views. Remnant couldn't afford to focus on just one threat anymore, not if they wanted to survive. He could only hope that his perpetual string of bad luck wouldn't drag him and everyone else down, and that the mission would go as planned. UNSC Midsummer Night, Stalwart-class light frigate. Or Cloud, Kunlun System. April 8, 25410615 hours, UNSC military calendar. Commander Keyes stared out through the Midsummer Night's bridge as they prepared to exit slipspace into the outer edge of the Kunlun System's or Cloud. Normally, they'd exit slipspace much closer to the planet itself, probably the asteroid belt that surrounded the planet, but not this time. Kimbleoon's glassing was far too recent, and the likelihood of Covenant patrols was high, especially since more than a handful of ships had vanished in the area over the years. While the night stealth system should protect them from all but the most powerful Covenant scanners, exiting slipspace released a lot of radiation that would mark their position like a lighthouse. Instead, Keyes decided the safer option was to hang back and ensure that no one was there, then proceed to the planet. Entering the Kunlun system in 5 minutes, Commander, Shakespeare revealed, and Keyes nodded. Bringing up his pipe, he began to chew on its end out of habit while continuing to stare out into the blank, starless void of slipspace. The only sounds he could hear were the rumbling of his frigate's fusion engines and his crew working their stations. Otherwise, it was silent, and not a word was said. Finally, just as the smart AI predicted, the blank void was briefly filled with light as they exited slipspace. The light lasted only for a moment and went away almost as soon as it emerged, and the ship tremored slightly as large chunks of ice and rock bounced off the titanium hull. Kunlun was only visible as a faint dot in the distance, yet it was enough to drown out almost every other star. Keyes wasn't focused on stargazing, however, and instead waited for the results of the frequency scanning the crew immediately commenced as soon as they entered real space. Detecting no Covenant comms chatter, Commander, one of the helmsmen announced, "We're in the green." "Then take us in," Keyes ordered. "But keep our Sha Fujikawa drive warmed up, just in case. If a Covenant vessel arrives, I want us out of here immediately." "Yes, sir," the helmsman replied, then turned back towards his station. Moving on to the next order of business, Keyes turned towards Shakespeare and said, "Have the huntsmen and huntresses come to the bridge. I want them here to see our approach." "Message away, Commander," Shakespeare replied as his avatar gave a dramatic flourish. The act was completely unnecessary, but Keyes knew it was just a quirk of his personality. All AIs had them. Made them feel more human, when the only thing that was truly human about them was their origin. Keyes wondered if Shakespeare ever felt conscious about that, how human he appeared to be, yet wasn't and never truly will be. He also wondered if Shakespeare ever felt apprehension towards what they all knew was coming. Shakespeare was 5 years old, and in less than 2 years he'd undergo final dispensation. After that, the UNSC would issue them a new AI to replace Shakespeare, just as Shakespeare replaced the AI they had before. Deep down, Keyes knew it wasn't fair, but he couldn't allow himself to dwell on it. Right now, he had a job to do, and he needed to focus on it. By the time they exited the Oort Cloud, the huntsmen and huntresses he was ferrying arrived at the bridge. None of them said a word, instead focusing on what was in front of them as Kimbleoon drew closer. At the same time, a holographic projection of the planet was displayed on the holodable behind him. Kimbleoon, before the glassing, was a cold, rough, mountainous planet about 3/4 the size of Earth. Most of the planet's population, numbering at just over 900,000, lived at the bottom of vast valleys that scattered the planet's numerous mountain ranges. The valleys had trapped enough warmth to make the planet tolerable, but when the Covenant arrived and won the battle overhead, it left them sitting ducks with no way of escape. At most, only a few hundred escaped with their lives. Now Kimbleoon was eternally shrouded in nuclear winter, or whatever the plasma bombardment equivalent of it was, the only life left no more complex than lichen and bacteria. "It looks cleaner," Sienna Khan quietly noted as they closed the distance enough to where the planet entered visual range. Kimbleoon was far from picturesque, but compared to the utter desolation of Eridanus II, it was a marked improvement. Kimbleoon had just a few concentrated cities across the entire planet that housed practically the entire population, Keyes declared, taking his pipe out of his mouth and folding his right hand behind his back. The Covenant only glassed those, sparing the rest of the planet. If that's considered sparing, I don't want to know what their version of mercy is, Crow muttered, and Keyes nodded. They drew closer and closer to the destroyed colony, keeping a close eye on their surroundings to ensure their safety. So far, everything was proceeding as scheduled, but Keyes knew not to let himself nor anyone else fall into complacency. That was when things fell apart, and in his line of work, that led to people dying. So, when a crewman manning the communications station suddenly jolted up, Keyes' attention immediately shot to her. Before she even turned around, he knew something had gone wrong. He just didn't know how yet. "Commander, I'm picking up a broadcast," she revealed. Anyone whose attention wasn't already on her were focused now. "What is it, Covenant?" Keyes asked, the order to turn around already on his lips, but the crewman shook her head, which caused her brown ponytail to shake around. "No, sir. Shortwave radio coming from the planet's surface," she clarified. "It's garbled, but it appears to be UNSC." Keyes narrowed his eyes, then turned towards Shakespeare's holographic projection and ordered, "Shakespeare, clear up the broadcast. Let's hear what they have to say." "One moment, sir," Shakespeare replied, then pulled up what appeared to them as a scroll of paper and a feather pen. On the surface of the paper was the actual broadcast, completely covered in static and impossible to make out. As the AI began to write on it, the static cleared and the wavelengths became more visible. After a few moments, Shakespeare put away the pen and unfurled the paper, allowing the holodeble to display it in full. "I did the best I could, but unfortunately the signal was mostly corrupted," Shakespeare sadly reported. "Probably from physical damage. It's old, though. 2 years, at least." "You can tell that?" Yuri asked, and Shakespeare nodded. "I am an artificial intelligence. We can easily pick up on these sorts of things," Shakespeare confirmed, then twirled his hand around to start the recording. "Make me to see survive Inian." What was left of the recording stated, but everything else was garbled and out of focus. "Anything else?" Keyes asked, but Shakespeare shook his head. "Unfortunately, that was as much as I could do," Shakespeare said, and Keyes' frown deepened. The recording looped back and repeated, and everyone on the bridge focused on it. "Are there people still alive down there?" Robin Hill incredulously asked, glancing back and forth between the image of the broadcast and the partially glassed planet. "So it may seem," Keyes replied, turning his attention towards Kimbleoon. "Shakespeare, where's the source of the transmission?" "I've isolated it to Nanchabarawa Valley," Shakespeare replied, the region in question being highlighted on the projected globe of the planet. It was a tilted, oblong valley going northeast to southwest with a riverbed snaking through the middle of it, which broke off into 3 tributaries towards the end before traversing down another mountain range. It was roughly 100 square kilometers in area, which on a planetary scale was quite small. "We're going to investigate it, right?" Abby asked as she looked at the people around her. "That might not be wise," Vine countered as he studied the broadcast and the projection of Kimbleoon. "How? We're here, and these people need help," Abby pointed out, only for Gron to snort and cross his arms. "You heard the computer. That signal is 2 years old. If anyone's down there, they're long dead now," Gron declared with a huff. "Is that a typical Covenant tactic?" Elm asked, and Keyes shook his head. "No. Elites pride themselves on conducting battle with honor, and they typically don't resort to underhanded tactics like this," Keyes answered, his brow furrowing. "Tends to leave them rigid and easy to predict, not that it helps us much." "But you're not denying this could be a trap?" Crow asked, and Keyes nodded. "There could be people down there, or it could be someone sending a false distress signal to lure ships in and catch them off guard," Keyes revealed as he leaned over the holodeble as the globe disappeared and was replaced by a topographic map of Nanchabarawa Valley. A common tactic among insurrectionists and pirates. The bridge crew and the huntsman frowned as they pondered the implications, none of which were good. For Keyes, he felt as though he suddenly came across a multi-forked road where none of the possible choices ended well. The safest would probably be to just turn around and leave, but if there were people down there, civilians, or possibly even soldiers, the Midsummer Night was in position to render aid. If they left, it was likely no one else would. He'd be leaving them to die, which didn't sit well with him. On the other hand, this was likely to be a trap, one they'd be walking right into were they to go planet-side. Humanity's long history with warfare had taught them that the element of surprise can and will prove devastating if used correctly. That provided yet another reason to just leave, but doing that posed a problem. If this was a trap laid by insurrectionists or, God forbid, the Covenant, the most likely targets would be unarmed civilian vessels. If any did show up, they'd go down, thinking they'd be providing aid, only to walk into a slaughter. The Midsummer Night, on the other hand, was fully armed, so they'd be able to defend themselves from anything that might be waiting. It was quite the conundrum, and he didn't know what the right answer was. Sighing to himself, he looked up to see the others staring at him to see what his decision would be, and he forced himself to stand upright. "I'm going to be honest, none of the options we have here are good," Keyes admitted. "Either we investigate, potentially walking into a trap, or we avoid the planet entirely and leave possible survivors to die. Or worse, for someone else to arrive later and spring the trap we avoided." The huntsman frowned, and by studying the looks on their faces, Keyes could tell that their opinions were mixed. Some, like Harriet, Gron, Sienna, and Yuri, felt it was best to simply leave and wash their hands of the whole matter. Others, like Abby, Sepia, Casper, and Thomas, were more openly willingly to take the risk. Crow, Clover, Elm, and especially Vine were harder to read, but he could tell that they were weighing the pros and cons of both options. "If I may, sir," Clover spoke up, and Keyes nodded towards him. "By all means," Keyes said, tilting his head at the commander of the Aesops and gesturing for him to continue. "This is most likely a trap," Clover declared as he straightened himself. "Be that as it may, I believe the best course of action would be to investigate and rescue any possible survivors, or eliminate any hostiles before they can strike less defended targets. Back on Remnant, if Grimm were spotted and weren't immediately taken out, that only allowed them time to grow in size and strength until the Grimm became uncontainable. I know these are two different situations, but the idea is the same." "I agree," Crow added as he leaned slightly back and crossed his arms. "Besides, we were going down there anyway. Might as well kill two Nevermores with one bullet." Crow's declaration sent Keyes aback, and he furrowed his eyebrows while asking, "You're not suggesting you go investigate the signal?" "That's exactly what I'm saying," Crow clarified, then shook his head and sighed. "Look, I know your orders are to keep us safe and return us to Remnant. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. But we're not students fresh out of the academy who don't know what we're doing. We're all fully trained and experienced huntsmen, and we can defend ourselves just fine. Not all of us need to go down," Clover suggested. "Just a handful to assist your Marines should the need arise. If it is a trap, as we suspect, just a few huntsmen could tip the balance in our favor." Keyes frowned as he rubbed his chin. Turning away for a few moments, he thought it over. On the one hand, directly putting the huntsmen and huntresses in danger flew in the face of the orders he was given. If any of them were to die, relations between Remnant and the UNSC could be frayed. On the other hand, Clover was absolutely right that just a few of them would provide a massive force multiplier on the same level as fielding Spartans. Plus, they were volunteering. Finally, Keyes came to a decision, then turned towards the gathered Remnantians and declared, "All right, I'll allow it. We'll send a Pelican down in half an hour to investigate. In the meantime, select who among you will be going down. I'm not willing to risk any more than 4. I'll be placing Sergeant Johnson in command of the Marines in your transport group once you all reach groundside, and while you won't be beholden to following his orders, should things go south, it would be best to cooperate." "Of course, Commander," Clover replied. Keyes nodded, then turned around to order the rest of the ship to readiness. As the bridge crew started furiously working on their stations, the huntsmen and huntresses rushed out of the bridge towards the armory. Everything was set into motion, and Keyes could only hope that his decision was the right one. Choosing the 4 huntsmen and huntresses who would go down with the Marines to Kimbleoon wasn't all that difficult. The Midsummer Night had 4 groups with them, so the decision was made to have one person from each group come along so that everyone was properly represented. Even the happy huntresses got their say, although most of the Aesops weren't all that happy about it. Crow didn't really care whether any of them came along or not. He was just happy that Atlas wasn't dominating the entire operation by sending more than one ace operative. If that meant he had to deal with a stowaway, he'd be fine with it. In the end, it was decided that the huntsmen and huntresses joining the Marines would be Clover Abby, Robin Hill, Abby Redwall, and Crow himself. As the leaders of the Aesops and Happy Huntresses, respectively, Clover and Robin's inclusion was a no-brainer. Crow was selected by the rest of Vale's huntsmen as soon as he volunteered due to them operating best as an all-inclusive team, and they didn't want only one to go down on their own. Plus, he was Ashbin's right-hand man, so they knew inherently that he was more than capable of taking care of himself. Menagerie, surprisingly enough, decided to send Abby Redwall down with them instead of Sienna Khan as Crow and the others expected. Even Abby was surprised and tried to argue for Sienna or Yuri to take her place, but Sienna wouldn't budge. Apparently, as Sienna put it, people liked Abby for her kind and bubbly personality, so if there were people down there who needed help, it was best for her to be the first faunus they laid eyes on. After thinking about it for a bit, Crow thought it made sense. Gron was, frankly, an asshole, not to mention the fact that his scaly skin made him look too much like an alien, while Sienna herself had an abrasive personality at best, which would make search and rescue difficult. Crow also got the sense that Sienna partly agreed with Gron's assessment about the futility of searching, not enough to object, but just so that she didn't care about going down herself. Yuri was almost selected, but they felt that warm and bubbly was better than cool and detached. "Grab your gear and a sidearm, then head on down to the hangar," Chief Donnelly declared as the 4 huntsmen and huntresses entered the armory. With only a curt nod to the engineer, Crow grabbed Harbinger out of a locker along with several boxes of 8-gauge shotgun shells off a nearby shelf. He fully loaded his weapon, flipped the blade into place, then flicked on the safety before holstering it across his back. Next, he grabbed an M6D Magnum and a few loaded magazines, inserted one into the weapon, then checked the action. Around him, he heard the rest of his impromptu team do the same, although Abby and Robin opted for an M6 submachine gun instead of a pistol. Holstering his new weapon onto a magnetic holster on his hip, Crow didn't wait for the others as he turned around and began walking to the hangar. although he soon found that he wasn't the first one finished. Branwen, Clover said as he stood up straight, looking towards the armory as he waited for the others. There was an expectant look on his face, and with a sigh Crow stopped, crossed his arms, then leaned against the wall. "Ebby," Crow replied, giving the Atlesian specialist a neutral gaze. Clover nodded back as he held up Kingfisher in his hand, and Crow saw an M6D strapped to his thigh as well. "Good thing we won't need helmets down there," Clover spoke up, breaking the uncomfortable silence that Crow was cultivating. "Yeah, since we don't need to worry about breathing in glass." Crow shrugged and turned his gaze towards the armory, where he heard Robin's and Abby's footsteps as they drew closer. After a moment, his attention still facing the armory, Crow asked, "I'm guessing this is familiar for you?" "Familiar? How so?" Clover asked, and Crow turned his head back towards Clover. "Huntsman on a military op," Crow clarified. "Ah yes, I suppose it is, in a way," Clover admitted with a nod, then looked at Crow with a raised eyebrow. "I get the distinct feeling you don't approve of that." "Not the biggest fan of militaries, personally," Crow confirmed with a shrug. "Too centralized, in my opinion. Only serving one kingdom when the grim affect all of us." Rather than take offense, Clover merely shrugged then said, "I can see how you feel that way. Brothers know most of Remnant feels the same. But, the way I see it, placing huntsmen and huntresses in a military hierarchy, like Atlas does, is simply the best use of resources. You wouldn't believe how many times my team and I were on a mission where Atlesian forces saved our lives. Forces that wouldn't be there if we were on our own." Crow grunted and held his arms closer, then declared, "Sure, that sounds helpful. But remember that armies don't just fight the grim. They fight people too. Your leaders may be focused on the grim now, but what if that changes? What if someone down the line decides to take this massive army that Atlas uses, that no other kingdom has, and tries to take advantage of that disparity? I assure you, General Ironwood has no such inclinations." "I wasn't talking about Ironwood," Crow pointed out, narrowing his eyes towards Clover. For his part, Clover stared right back, but after a moment he sighed and looked away. "Regardless, there's no point debating this now," Clover declared. "Especially since, by all accounts, the rest of the world may have to follow Atlas' example soon enough." "I know. That's what I'm afraid of," Crow quietly admitted. He didn't want to believe it, but from everything he'd learned and witnessed thus far, he was hard-pressed to imagine that Remnant's current paradigm would be adequate against the Covenant. The Grim were one thing, but outside of those under Salem's direct control, they were mindless. The Covenant weren't, and if they were to invade Remnant with their fleets and armies, just huntsmen alone wouldn't be able to stem the tide. Clover's eyes softened, then he and Crow's attention shifted towards Robin and Abby as they came closer. "You graduated from Beacon?" Robin asked her fellow huntress, and Abby enthusiastically nodded. "Yep, most of my family lives in Vale, but after I graduated I joined up with the White Fang," Abby revealed, only to stop and smile once she noticed Clover and Crow waiting. "Hey guys, thanks for waiting. I honestly thought you'd be down there by now," Robin admitted, and Crow shrugged. "Was going to be, then Mr. Atlas showed up," Crow said as he tilted his head towards Clover. Robin smiled and rolled her eyes. Then together the four huntsmen walked towards the hangar. Johnson was finishing up the loading process of his Marines by the time they arrived. He was wearing a white, winterized Marine BDU, and on his back holster was an MA-5B assault rifle, while an M60 Magnum was strapped to his hip. A quick look to the rest of his squad revealed they had the same loadout, although one man had an M90 shotgun and another had a SRS-99 sniper rifle instead of assault rifles. They were also wearing their helmets, whereas Johnson didn't feel the need to wear more than a white cap. They weren't the only flight preparing to disembark towards the planet. While the huntsmen were being inserted alongside Sergeant Johnson, Keyes felt it was best to send a whole platoon composed of 4 squads across Nanchabaro Valley. "All right, you're here," Johnson barked. "Climb on in so we can get this show on the road." Abby, Clover, Robin, and Crow got aboard and strapped themselves in. By now, after traveling to a few desolated planets, they had gotten used to the process. So, when the hangar decompressed and they and 3 other Pelicans flew out into the vacuum of space, they didn't so much as bat an eye. Crow did get a little nervous once the Pelican re-entered atmosphere, being sure to keep his semblance contained as much as possible. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough as one jolt was strong enough to open one of the overhead compartments, causing several tools to fall down on a Marine's helmet. "Ag, goddammit," the hapless Marine cursed, and Crow couldn't help but wince. Despite his best efforts, his semblance was causing issues once again. Thankfully, they were minor thus far, and he could only hope they'd remain that way. It did help that Commander Keyes and Shakespeare were aware of his semblance and had already taken precautions behind the scenes to ensure it wouldn't cause any serious problems. Crow had been surprised by that. After the initial incident with the cryopod, he had spoken to the commander in private to admit that he was the likely cause of the problem, only to find out that they already knew. Due to the nature of the mission, Commander Keyes had requested information about each and every huntsman and huntress that would be under his care from basic medical information and academic history to their semblances. Information that he was provided through specific dossiers by General Ironwood, much to Crow's consternation. Once he learned of Crow's bad luck charm, Commander Keyes had Shakespeare assign a dedicated subroutine towards countering any ill effects Crow's semblance caused. Crow admittedly didn't quite know how to feel about that, but at the very least he could take solace in his presence, not jeopardizing the mission. No one else on the ship knew, as the nature of Crow's semblance made it very personal for him. The fact that the commander still trusted Crow was a point in the man's favor, as was his ability to keep a secret. By this point, Crow had decided that he liked the man, and he knew almost everyone else from Remnant felt the same, except for Gron. But he was an asshole, so no one really cared about his opinion. Finally, after several minutes, the Pelican's flight smoothed out. They began to level off and fly down to Nanchabarwa Valley. If there had been windows, Crow and the others would be looking out from them, but unfortunately that wasn't an option. Instead, everyone checked their gear to ensure everything was as it should be, from their weapons and ammo to communication equipment. Luckily, Crow's semblance hadn't affected those, and they were all green. Shortly after they confirmed their status, the Pelican slowed to a stop and landed on the snow-covered ground. Move, 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 Johnson ordered as he and his men ran out the Pelican, their rifles raised and scanning the horizon. Once they were certain their position was clear, Johnson threw up his fist and gestured for the huntsmen to follow, which they did without question. A few kilometers away, Crow saw the other 3 Pelicans descend through the atmosphere. In order to cover the most ground, the lieutenant in charge of their platoon, whose name Crow didn't bother to remember, deemed it wise for each individual squad to search a different area. He could understand the logic, but that left them very isolated if things went to hell. At the moment, though, Crow had other concerns. Namely, it seemed that the Marines were still treating them as VIPs, which caused Crow to frown. Sergeant Johnson, no need to hold our hands, Crow said, his earpiece picking up his chatter despite the howling winds around him. As yet another gust blew past him, he cursed his luck at having to go down to a planet with a temperature which hovered just under -10 degrees Celsius. Wasn't trying to, Johnson countered, only for Robin to snort. Yet you did regardless, she pointed out. We can hold our own just fine. No need to keep us tucked away in the back. Johnson frowned as he turned to face her, then sighed and looked back towards the ruined city and said, all right, fine. But stay close to us. I don't like this, and the last thing we need is for us to get separated. Of course, Sergeant. Lead the way, Clover said, then pulled out a toolkit as he turned towards the other huntsmen and huntresses. He added, let's not forget our original mission while we're here. Catalog anything of interest. No need to tell us, Robin replied as she pulled out a handheld camera. She began taking pictures of the ruined city, a small frown on her face as she took it all in. Behind them, they heard the Pelican lift off and retreat back to the midsummer night, leaving them on their own. Crow felt the same, frowning deeply as he searched the area for anything of interest. Since Kimbleoon was only lightly glassed, the region they were investigating hadn't been completely melted to slag, though the ruined remains of human habitation still sported heavy damage from the past conflict. Partly intact rooms, freestanding and blown-out walls, toys and more. Each and everything he saw was yet another reminder of the souls heartlessly crushed just a few years prior. It made him sick to his stomach, yet he pressed on regardless. At the same time, he kept his eyes on his surroundings. With all the ruined buildings around them, which only increased in number as they went further and further into the city, the number of ambush spots grew larger. Everyone knew the signal they were investigating was likely a trap, but one they had to spring just in case. That foreknowledge did little to alleviate his nerves, and he knew everyone else felt the same. You grew up on a moon? Abby asked as she walked along with the rest of the Marines while the other huntsmen were spread further out. Yep, Earth's actually, the Marine replied. According to the HUD displayed on the glasses Crow was given, the man's name was Smith. Wow, what's it like? Cramped, the man admitted. Luna doesn't have an atmosphere, so everyone has to live in domed cities. It also only has 1/6 of Earth's gravity, so you kinda have to hop everywhere like a rabbit. Doesn't the lack of gravity lead to developmental problems? Robin asked, overhearing the conversation like everyone else. When Luna was first colonized, yeah. In fact, if you got pregnant anywhere in system, they sent you back to Earth so that the baby would develop properly, Smith clarified. Then medical technology improved, and now that isn't really a problem anymore. Thank God for that. Otherwise, we'd have never left Earth. Can't really settle other worlds if all your children come out deformed. Crow winced then admitted over comms. Yeesh, I can see how that would be a problem. There's pictures, you know. Real pretty. Johnson sarcastically revealed, and Crow grimly nodded. Once again, he was reminded that the vast expanse of space was a harsh mistress, and even something as simple as gravity posed tremendous dangers to people. He could only imagine how many people the UNSC lost learning how to mitigate those risks over the centuries, and luckily Remnant could be in a position to learn from them so that they wouldn't have to make the same mistakes. Are we getting closer to the signal? Robin asked, her head swiveling around towards the countless broken windows as though each one potentially housed an enemy. "It's getting stronger, but still no lock," Johnson confirmed. The wind picked up slightly, causing the non-at lesions to shiver and hold their bodies close. At the same time, there was a faint hint of something in the air, but Crow couldn't pinpoint it. "Well, what should we be looking for?" Crow asked, his hand hovering over his pistol as it would be easier to draw out in a pinch. "Transceiver tower, if we're lucky," Johnson clarified, sweeping his rifle across the area as they entered an intersection. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Vicente nervously declared as he eyed the tall ruined building at the end of the street they were about to cross. Outside of a few ruined cars and shattered walls, they would be completely out in the open. A perfect spot for ambush, in Crow's opinion, though the same could be said for most of the possible paths through this maze. "Everyone hold," Johnson ordered as he crouched and held up a fist, and the 11 other Marines and 4 huntsmen crouched behind whatever cover was available on this side. "We'll advance by fire teams of 4. Stay low and get through the street as fast as possible. Anyone who isn't crossing, provide overwatch." After receiving acknowledgments from everyone, he signaled the first fire team, composed of Clover, Johnson, and 2 other Marines, to cross the street. As the Marines and huntsmen started dashing between wrecked vehicles, Crow drew his M6D and experimented with its smart link optics, using the zoom integrated with his glasses to help scan for potential threats while his aura tensed and the hairs on the back of his neck rose. "Keep your eyes and ears open," Robin advised. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at each and every shadow. "Don't worry, Hill," Smith declared as he turned his head towards the huntress from where he had his rifle trained on the tall building. "We got this under." "Get down," Crow suddenly yelled at the moving fire team as his instincts screamed at him, like a Grim was about to pounce from behind. The exposed Marines reflexively complied, immediately hitting the deck. They just didn't happen to be the targets. There was a loud, piercing twang that cut through the echo of Crow's warning. It wasn't the crack of a rifle, and Crow couldn't really see what it was that made it. But he could see the effects as a thin purple beam melted straight through the windows and car frame strut on its path to the right side of Private Smith's turned neck. Boiling blood exploded out towards the left, covering a surprised and horrified Abby who could only watch as the Marine lifelessly fell to the ground. "Sniper!" Johnson yelled as he and the caught-out fire team scrambled for cover, and some reflexive suppressive fire was sent in the general direction the beam came from by those who were already hunkered down. A few more shots rang out, with one passing just behind Crow as he dove behind a thick slab of concrete. Despite the near miss, his back felt an intense, almost burning heat, and he had to force himself not to scream out as his aura worked its magic. Another Marine wasn't so lucky as another shot passed right over his arm, causing him to scream out in pain. He fell to the ground, but before the sniper could finish him off, Clover whipped out Kingfisher and cast out a line around his shoulder, then pulled him back as hard as he could. The Marine was pulled off the ground and briefly into the air before he landed in a heap on the ground behind a ruined car, although he was still screaming and clutching his severely burned arm tightly. "Jenkins, hold still," Johnson shouted as he began administering pseudomorphine and biofoam to the wound. With everyone behind cover, the sniper stopped firing, but that did nothing to remove the tension. "What the hell was that?" Robin shouted, taking cover behind a low wall just in front of Crow. "That wasn't a sniper rifle. It was a goddamn beam rifle," Johnson shouted back as he finished tending to Private Jenkins. He briefly looked through the shattered window frame of the car he was hiding behind, but he quickly ducked back down. Not a moment later, another shot from the beam rifle went right through where his head previously was, and the sergeant winced in pain and visibly bit back tears. "You okay, Johnson?" Crow shouted from his position, where a few Marines were hiding behind him. "I'm fine. Just, goddammit, it burns," Johnson answered, then shook his head and refocused. He pointed towards the Marine with the sniper rifle, then shouted, "Mendoza, can you take that bastard out?" "Not without seeing him first, Sarge," Mendoza answered, crouching down. Why he couldn't see him went without saying. "Shit," Johnson cursed. Abby, hiding behind a wall next to Clover and Johnson, slowly wiped away the blood on her face. She looked down to see Smith's lifeless body just lying there in the middle of the street. There wasn't any blood pooling as the wound was immediately cauterized, but that only made it even more eerie. Breathing heavily, Abby closed her eyes and counted, then quickly exposed her head to look down the street. A moment later, she saw a flash of purple and her head whipped back. "Gag," she screamed as she fell back, her aura completely shattered. Luckily, no follow-up shots were sent her way, the sniper almost certainly assuming that the headshot had killed her. "Abby, what the hell were you doing?" Clover shouted as he turned around to face her, but she was already helped up to her feet by the other Marines. She was rubbing her head, which had a noticeable red spot in the middle where the particle beam shot had hit, but otherwise she was fine. "Trying to see where he is," Abby answered, then pointed her finger right a few times. "He's in the building at the end of the street." "Good work, but don't do that again," Clover angrily replied as he turned back to Johnson. Taking a few breaths, he rubbed the green metal pin to his chest with his thumb, then briefly looked up and ducked just as the sniper fired again. This time, however, the shot went wide, leaving Clover unharmed. "Third floor, didn't see which window," Clover announced, and Johnson nodded. "That'll have to work. Mendoza, get that rifle ready. Everyone else who has line of sight on that floor. On my mark, we're all going to send some covering fire that bastard's way. We need to keep his attention long enough for Mendoza to find him without getting popped first." While all the Marines gave the affirmative to the sergeant's orders, and Mendoza brought his sniper rifle up to his shoulder, Crow could only grimace. They were trapped in a game of find the sniper, and until they did, there was no way they'd be able to get out. Not even the huntsmen were safe, as Abby proved a single shot was enough to shatter their aura. All they knew was that the sniper was on the third floor of the building at the far end of the street, which, while it did narrow their potential targets, didn't give them much to work with. As things were going, they were almost guaranteed to lose at least one more man, keeping their attacker occupied to buy Mendoza his shot. Crow quickly glanced at the other huntsmen, and from the looks on their faces, he could tell that they came to the same conclusion. He grimaced and shook his head, then came to a decision. "Johnson, wait. I'll do it." He spoke up, causing the man to look at him in confusion. "What the hell are you talking about, Branwyn?" Johnson asked. "I'll draw the sniper out," Crow clarified, and Johnson's eyes widened before he frowned angrily at him. "Are you crazy?" "Absolutely not. That thing is going to kill you or one of the other Marines as soon as you poke your heads out," the huntsman interrupted. "But I've got a second chance that you don't. That weapon hits as hard as anything else I've ever seen, but Abby just showed that our auras can at least save us from one direct hit. Plus," he gave a grim smirk while settling into a runner's crouch, "I think I can move a little faster than he'll be expecting." He also had another failsafe he decided not to bring up. Namely, if he was caught out with his aura broken, he could shift into his bird form to make a quick and confusing escape. Not something he wanted to reveal if he could help it, and doing so would certainly send several heaps of uncomfortable questions his way, but it was better than getting perforated. Johnson had a conflicted look on his face after that, but before he could come up with a counter-argument, Crow switched his pistol for Harbinger and took a deep breath. Then he looked over his shoulder at Mendoza and said, "You better not miss, or I'm going to haunt you." Mendoza could only grimace in response, then got ready to raise his rifle over his cover. And with that, Crow burst out into the open. The huntsman was a blur that could barely be tracked by the human eye as he flashed in a zigzag towards the sniper perch. The shooter seemed to be caught off guard by his charge and unable to track his pace. The two sequential beams it squeezed off in reaction, each a step behind him, too far for Crow to even feel the residual heat. Crow thought he heard a sizzling ping come from the third floor along with a break in the firing, and took his chance to focus his aura into the edge of his sword before cleaving the air with it in a horizontal slash. The rending power of the technique continued beyond the physical blade, launching an arc of cutting force that sliced across the line of windows on the third story of the building's face with a screech and cloud of concrete dust. Crow grinned viciously as a startled squawk rang out, then readied his weapon as he caught a glimpse of something gleaming in a window. When a third shot rang out, Crow moved, angling Harbinger and intercepting the beam. He grimaced as he felt his aura strain and drop precipitously just to keep his weapon intact, but it held, and the projected energy ricocheted, flying off to the side where it burned through the remains of a lamppost. There was a temporary pause as though the sniper was incredulous at what just happened, which Mendoza used to take his shot. A loud, cracking bang rang out. Then the Marine hooped and pumped his fist. "Got him," Mendoza shouted, standing up and lowering his rifle. Crow remained standing with his cape waving in the breeze, scanning everything in sight for the next inevitable, but there was nothing. After a few moments, he lowered Harbinger, then turned around to meet everyone else's stares. The huntsmen were visibly impressed, while the Marines were incredulously gawking with their mouths agape. "You okay?" Crow asked, and after regaining his composure, Johnson nodded. "Yeah, we're okay," Johnson replied, then turned towards the building their assailant was at. Shouldering his rifle, he declared, "All right, come on. Let's check this bastard." "Couldn't there be another?" Clover asked from behind cover, eyeing all of their surroundings, and Johnson nodded. "Possibly, but I think we would have seen that by now. Most likely this was just a forward scout who decided to take some opportunistic shots before bugging out and reporting to base," Johnson suggested. "Too bad the bastard didn't expect huntsmen," Robin declared, and the others nodded in agreement. There also could have been others watching and chose not to do anything, giving them time to run off and report to base while we were dealing with that sniper, Clover pointed out, lowering the mood. Crow thought it over, then frowned as he realized that was a likely possibility, not that he could do anything about it now. It was just as likely that the sniper was on his own. Together, the entire group slowly made their way towards the building, with Johnson making a quick stop over Smith's body to recover his dog tags. They made sure to stay behind cover at all times, as the last thing they needed was for yet another sniper to pick them off. Regarding the identity of the sniper, Crow didn't know who they were. They were obviously using Covenant weapons, but whether they were Covenant themselves or insurrectionists using scavenged weapons would only be revealed once they found the body. That being said, Knowing his luck, he had a fair idea of the sniper's identity. "Sergeant, I'm not picking up any transmissions anymore," Clover revealed, causing everyone to look towards him. "Same here," Robin added. "I can't reach the Midsummer Night or the other squads." One by one, the rest of the group confirmed their predicament. It appeared that nearly all of their communications equipment was being jammed, as the only thing they could hear outside of teamcomm was static. That and the sniper confirmed what Crow and the others feared all along, that this was a trap that they had walked right into. A trap that cost the life of a Marine. Scowling, Johnson shook his head and wordlessly pressed forward. With the others right behind him, they entered the ruined building and climbed up the remaining stairwell. It was mostly shattered and fallen apart, with holes exposing the rebar, but they were able to proceed regardless. Soon they entered the third floor, and as they secured the area, Crow and the rest of the huntsmen followed Johnson and Mendoza to the sniper's perch. Crow couldn't help but notice how, on what remained of the ceiling, there was a still dripping stain of dark purple blood. "There he is," Mendoza replied, scowling as he kicked the now headless body of their sniper assailant. Despite its head being reduced to nothing more than shattered bone and blood that stained the room, it was clear that it wasn't human. Its body was thin, sinewy, and muscular with reverse-jointed legs. Light blue feathers were on its arms up to its elbows, and its skin was scaly and light brown in tone. Crow knew what this was, and he bit back a curse. "That's a jackal, isn't it?" Robin asked, and Johnson grimly nodded. "I thought Commander Keyes said the Covenant don't use tactics like this?" Abby pointed out. "They don't," Johnson confirmed, "but jackal privateers do." "What's the difference?" Crow asked, but before Johnson could answer, Jenkins ran into the room and drew everyone's attention. "Sir, you're going to want to look at this," Jenkins shouted, pointing up into the sky. Johnson took one last look at the jackal, then hurried after the private. The huntsman followed him up the stairs towards the roof, where already a few Marines were staring up into the cloudless sky with worry on their faces. At first, they couldn't see what they were looking but soon they saw faint streaks of light, followed by explosions, so high above them as to be barely visible. Author note: "Hello, everyone. Here is the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. While Texas' stint as America's Winter Wonderland did put a damper on getting this out, I worked through it regardless. Special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for their help in bringing this chapter to life. Also Jmegamouth for giving me the idea for this chapter in the first place. As many of you probably expected, we have our first encounter between Huntsmen and the Covenant, specifically Jackal privateers. Kinda like how the UNSC's first encounter with the Covenant was against Jackal pirates. Yes, it was intentional. Why do you ask? Now, onto the Q&A. Guest, when I will let you guys know if I ever drop a story, which I don't intend to do anytime soon. This story is far from dead. It was just slow to get out due to my family having a funeral in January and Texas freezing this past week, combined with the latest chapter of Familiar Evil stretching to 28K words, thus prompting me to split it in two. James Plasma, you're repeating a lot of stuff during your reviews. Please make it more concise and simply a response to another review. Guest, 2-0, I'm aware of the Charquois. Don't know if I'll use them to any capacity, but it's a possibility. Helping Hand. Oh, a lot of eyes will be opened and things will change due to what the representatives witness. As for all your suggestions and theories, you're going to have to wait and see. Also, don't expect me to draw attention to RWBY's real-life inspirations in this story. That's far too meta for it to work. I was able to get away with it in Hunters of Justice due to the existence of characters who believably would notice and call attention to it, but Halo doesn't have that. War. It's fine, just understand that I do have a life outside of writing fanfiction. John Roxtester. No Mass Effect elements will be in this story, but there will be time skips. Pac-Man. The chapters will be out when they are finished and not before. Do not leave reviews asking for them. LC7535. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it so much. We put a lot of work into making sure this story works, and I can't wait to show you all what we have in store. Cyberpunk 1009. Gotta have some humor in here, otherwise things get far too bleak. YMTT94. Thank you. As for the chronology and ages, I admittedly did play a little fast and loose with the Happy Huntresses and Aesops, but only in a way we felt was believable. I honestly believe that Clover and Robin, at the very least, are around Crow's age, so it made sense that they'd be around. Given how I don't like to make OCs when canon characters can fill the roles needed in a story, I went with the canon Aesops and Happy Huntresses sans Marrow. As for the brothers and precursors, you're going to have to wait and see. Melra, for the purposes of this story, Robin and Clover are around Crow's age with the others around them. Zero and I Hunter. Thank you. The Halo OST is a good soundtrack to listen to for this story. Admittedly, a few set pieces were designed in mind with them. Guest, 3 as I've previously mentioned, I will not have either Huntsmen or Spartans be brokenly OP in this story. They're powerful, but not invincible, and trying to devolve the story into a versus thread simply isn't going to work. Silver Ray. Thank you. That feeling was what I was going for. The Tyrant 67. That means I did my job well. Kurosawan. Eventually, but not for now and not for a while. They're off doing their own thing. KPMH 2001. Thank you. I really wanted to capture the feel of entering a glass planet, and it was the centerpiece of the entire chapter. Hence why the chapter was titled Glasslands. Jokola00. Yep, while there'll certainly be light chapters in the story, this wasn't one of them. Flargent. Yeah, that is what I was going for. That, and the feeling people get when they visit a concentration camp. You just get the sense that a great evil was committed here, one that bears down on your soul despite it happening so long ago. Mr. Salty, if you want to think of it that way, sure. It's intentionally ambiguous. Major Simi, that it is, and they got whole heaping of it. Fanfiction Lover 76. Trust me, you have no idea how much work it went behind the scenes towards making these two franchises mesh together. It took a lot of work, but in the end we managed to crack the code, thus giving rise to this story. And don't worry, I don't plan on having one side of the crossover override the other. Remnant will have to militarize, as Clover and Crow point out, but that doesn't mean they're going to be UNSC light. It's still going to be RWBY/Remnant, just as Halo/UNSC will still be recognizable. They'll definitely influence each other, though. Glad you like the character interactions. Getting those right is one of my key focuses. The Avenging Titan. Yeah, a bit of humor before the final scene hits you all like a truck. That, and it humanizes them. They're badasses, but still human, so they feel embarrassed about stripping down to their birthday suit. The somber trip to Eridanus 2 was definitely a somber and impactful scene, so I'm glad the intention came across successfully. As for Crow and Clover, as you can see, that is also in the cards. Lone Rider, 09. Well, it's against Jackal privateers, but they're definitely going to fight Covenant forces. I am the Prophet. Glad you liked the chapter. As for your question, that is spoilers, and you'll have to wait and see. Guest, for aura has limits, as Abby proved. Mr. Salty, I do what I want. Honestly, though, the picture I'm now using was a piece of fan art a fan commissioned for Outsiders, and I wanted to have that reflect my overall profile. Personally, I would love for all of my stories to have fan art, but I'd rather not commission it myself as that seems self-important. It means more if fans request it. Sully Mike 23. Oh, those images are going to be impactful. D. That they are? Mark Ellery yes. You'll have to wait a while to see how the other ship is faring, but I won't be shifting attention/POV over to them. Our focus is on the Midsummer Night's crew. Shadexler, anything else wouldn't have worked. Vane Bloodborne. Raven has only an inkling, and you can bet she and the rest of Remnant will have some world-shattering revelations about what transpired. Zuko Ingidi Boy 14, as Keys showed, they know. BOOTI Boy, that was the UNSC's intention. The last thing they want is for actual combat to occur, but at the moment, they couldn't really do anything else. All the options were bad. They just picked the one that was the best out of them. Maya Christou. At the moment, they're just relying on their aura, but as the existence of the Artemis armor proves, revealed in the prologue, that will eventually change. The Killer 40513, you'll have to wait and see. Jack Smith 1, not anytime soon. That's it for this chapter. I hope you guys enjoy. We do have a TV tropes page, so please feel free to add on to it with whatever you guys think fits. Have a great day and stay safe. Chapter 16, Men of Ms. Fortune. Kigyar Privateer Encampment. Kimbleoon, Kunlun System. 9th Age of Reclamation, 27th Annual, 9th Month. 9th Cycle, 12 units. Gok leaned over a metal table and looked over the reports his scouts delivered. The Kigyar, a Rudian with light-tinned skin and faintly red quills on the back of his head and forearms, pointedly ignored his fellow pirates as they armed themselves and excitedly conversed with each other about the plunder they were about to secure. As the field master of both the Bloodied Compunctions and the Triumph and Spoils ground forces, he could afford nothing less than his complete and utter focus on the task at hand. He did take a moment to adjust his yellow armor, which formerly denoted him as a Covenant major. Neither he nor his crew, composed of Ungoy and Kigyar, were technically part of the Covenant military, as the prideful Sangaili often loathed to associate themselves with privateers, but keeping the ranking structure simply made things easier. Plus, he himself and most of his crew served with the Covenant at one point or another, at least until their contract ran out, and they opted to follow their ancestors' footsteps to become pirates. While Covenant space offered more valuable commodities, their fleetmaster and his lover, Chawar Dum, decided to take a different approach. Rather than risk the Covenant's ire by raiding supply vessels, they offered themselves as privateers to be used against humanity. The Covenant didn't care what they did with the supplies they stole, so long as it hindered the humans' war effort and wreaked havoc with their supply lines. Unless they found navigation data, at which point it was to be immediately delivered to their employers. Gok felt it was somewhat ironic that they reported directly to the Ministry of Resolution in this role, since the ministry were previously charged with countering piracy before the war against the humans drew their attention elsewhere. Either way, their decision to become privateers had proven to be quite profitable over the past few years. In the past annual alone, they had managed to raid over a dozen merchant vessels and sell their cargo on the black market, hefting them quite the amount of gex for their pockets. They were able to go from one ship to a fleet of 2, and there was no signs of it abating anytime soon. However, much to Gok's annoyance, the humans had thus far successfully wiped all of their NAV data from their ships before capture. If they could manage to get even one, it would set them up for years. Hopefully, this current vessel would give them that opportunity. But, as much as he didn't want to admit it, this current job came with some unwelcome complications. It was his idea to use this planet the humans once called Kimbleoon to trap incoming human vessels once they picked up a signal from what they thought were survivors. It was even somewhat true, in a way. They'd only been doing it for a few months, and until now only lightly armed freighters arrived in a foolish effort to lend aid. Those had been easy targets with little to no risk. Now, though, a human warship had decided to investigate, and their shipmaster clearly recognized their trap for what it was. Several lances were sent down to the planet while the ship itself remained in orbit. The humans' caution certainly made springing their trap more difficult, but at the same time, it wasn't completely unexpected. The Kigyar knew this was going to happen eventually and had already enacted contingency plans they had developed for this exact scenario. Already their efforts had borne fruit, as sniper teams sent the human ground forces into disarray while the bloodied Compunction and the Triumph and Spoils attacked the human warship in orbit, combined with the communications jammer in the heart of their encampment, and it was only a matter of time before they would be able to finish off their prey. A loud, crashing noise drew his attention, and Gok turned his head to see that an Ungoy had accidentally dropped a fuel rod canister. He snarled and tore himself away from his table to march over to the Ungoy, whose name he didn't even bother remembering, and he slapped him across the head and sent him to the ground. "Be careful with those, you idiot. You want to blow up the whole damn camp?" he shouted down at the Ungoy, who fearfully shook his head. "And no, Fieldmaster. It was a mistake, I promise. It won't happen again," the Ungoy fearfully groveled. Gok growled and leaned closer to the Ungoy, who tried his best to lean further back into the snow before the Kigyar backed away and scoffed. "It better not. Otherwise, I'm sending you against the humans unarmed," Gok declared. The Ungoy, shaking in fear, remained on its back in the snow. Seeing the pitiful creature staying where it laid, Gok snapped. "Why are you just lying there? Get those fuel rods loaded into my launcher, now." "Why yes, Fieldmaster," the Ungoy quickly replied, scrambling up to his feet as he picked up both ends of the canister and shuffled towards the outer edge of the encampment. When the Ungoy thought he was far enough away, Gok heard him begin to grumble under his breath, but Gok merely ignored it and returned to his table. Propping himself up with his arms, Gok let out a beleaguered sigh. If it were up to him, their fleet would have been composed entirely of Kigyar pirates. But, as much as it pained him to admit it, Ungoy were useful as menial labor since they were stronger and more durable. Plus, there were so damn many of them. As such, most of their ground forces, which totaled 50 strong, were composed of Ungoy. All of the leadership, though, were Kigyar. There was no way he would ever let an Ungoy order a Kigyar around. "Has Sniper Lance 4 reported back yet?" Gok asked to a fellow Kigyar manning a comm station, who shook his head. "No, Fieldmaster. They've been unresponsive," he reported, and Gok scrunched up his face in irritation. "Well, get them back online. The other lances have already brought down the leaders of the other human attack groups, and we need to know if they took out the humans' last sergeant," Gok replied. The technician nodded before going back to work, and Gok returned his attention to the topographical map detailing the immediate area around their encampment. Just in case the humans were foolish enough to attempt a retaliatory strike against them, he had set up numerous fortifications along their perimeter. Sniper towers, plasma turrets, shades, and Kigyar armed with carbines, needlers, and plasma pistols setting up barricades to fill out gaps. Pretty soon, hunting parties would be sent out to eliminate the rest of the humans before they could regroup, and just in case it was necessary, a fuel rod gun was currently being loaded and on standby. They didn't have any air cover, but then again, neither did the humans. The dropships that brought the humans down were still somewhere in the area, but by now their hidden AA emplacement would have gone online, so that was no longer a concern. If any dared get too close, they'd be shot down. All of the advantages belonged to him at the moment, and Gok couldn't help but let out a smile. Then, at the far edge of the encampment, he heard a commotion. It sounded like terrified squawks and angry yelling, along with more than a few crashes as Ungoy and Kigyar were shoved aside. "Oh, what now?" he groaned and turned towards the noise. To his surprise, however, he saw that the source wasn't another Ungoy's mistake. Instead, he saw 2 panicked Kigyar snipers rushing towards him, their weapons long discarded. Even from this distance, he could see the fear in their eyes. "Fieldmaster, we have a problem," one of the snipers cried as they drew near. They belatedly ground to a halt, kicking up tufts of snow and ice, some of which hit Gok in the face. He ignored that slight, however, and instead focused on his men. The Fieldmaster recognized them as miners belonging to Sniper Lance 4, but the lack of its major made Gok's gizzard twist. They began to squawk unintelligibly at the same time, and it only took a few seconds before Gok reached his limit. "Calm yourselves," he shouted, drawing everyone in the camp's attention to him. The 2 snipers clammed up, and Gok took a few breaths before looking them both in the eyes. "Now then, I want one of you to calmly tell me what happened." Where is your major? The two snipers looked at each other. Then the one on the left gulped and stepped forward. He admitted, Major Doug is dead, Field Master. I'd guessed as much. How? Human sniper got him. Damn it. Was he at least able to get their sergeant? No, sir. The other miner reported as the other stepped back. The major, only managed to kill two and wound another before the humans got him. Gok breathed in harshly and clenched his fist. Looking down at the ground, he cursed his luck. Already things weren't going to plan. If even one of their sergeants managed to survive, the humans might be able to organize, making it that much harder to eliminate them. At the same time, he noticed a key omission from their report, and he growled as he raised his head back up to them. Why do I get the feeling that only the major fired his weapon? Gok accused. Both miners nervously clacked their beaks, but otherwise didn't say a word. They didn't need to, as their silence was more than enough. Furious, Gok stomped forward until he was right in their faces. May I ask why? He whispered. But it might as well have been a shout from how it carried over the silent encampment which had ground to a halt. Both miners looked at each other again and gulped. After a moment of heavy silence, one of them looked back at Gok and answered, It was the thing that did him in, Field Master. We were still setting ourselves up where Major Doug told us to perch for a crossfire when he suddenly started shooting before we were ready, forcing the humans into cover. Just as we were about to join in, though, one of the humans did something. What kind of something? Gok asked. Humans are capable of doing a lot of things, but I fail to see how any of them could have you running here like Ungoy. The miners began to twitch in fear, but not from Gok this time, as they seemed to stare past him in their recollection while nervously running their claws through their arm feathers. It was clear that whatever this human did left them shaken, and in a low voice the miner began to explain. A human, male I think, broke cover and rushed towards us. The human was obviously trying to draw the major out so that the human sniper could get him, but the major felt he was good enough to take him out before eliminating the sniper. But the human gods, he moved so fast. His voice began to rise in pitch as he continued. Every time Major Doug took a shot, the human was already gone and getting closer. He was moving so fast, I could barely even see him. As the miner began to breath sharply in and out in a panic, Gok's eyes widened. He had never personally faced one of them before, but he recognized the reports. His gizzard was now screaming at him, and if even one was on the planet, their entire operation could be lost. Gok then whispered, A demon is here? The entire encampment somehow fell into an even deeper silence. Legends of the unkillable human demons, clad in thick armor and with strength and cunning to rival the Sanghaili themselves, had run rampant across the Covenant lines. There were even whispers of them back in the core of Covenant space, which thus far had remained blissfully unaware and removed from the war. Just a sighting was enough to demoralize an entire army. To his surprise and slight relief, the other miner shook his head and clarified, No, Field Master. It wasn't a demon. He wasn't wearing any armor, or a uniform for that matter. Gok let out a sigh of relief, but before he could say anything, the Kigyar sniper added, This human. He was faster. Far faster. And he had this sword he was carrying. A sword? Gok repeated, now confused. What do you mean, a sword? A literal sword, Field Master, the miner replied, his eyes wide in fear. Made of metal, and about as tall he was. We didn't understand why he was carrying such a thing instead of a gun, but then, he swung it, and he made the air slice at us. Gok stared blankly at the two miners, then flatly said, He sliced the air at you. And destroyed a wall, the other miner wailed. Then, when Gok fired his beam rifle at him, he deflected the shot, parried it with his sword. The Kigyar mimed the action with his hands as the other fervently nodded. Gok, meanwhile, could only stare incredulously at them. Several moments passed, with no one daring to speak. Finally, Gok asked, Are you two on drugs again? What? No, both miners protested, but Gok merely groaned and shook his head. We're telling the truth, Field Master. You see, I believe you two think you're telling the truth, Gok admitted. Had it been a demon, I might have believed you. But an ordinary human moving faster than the eye can see, capable of slicing his sword to shoot the air at you like magic and parrying a beam rifle shot. That's insane. Field Master, you have to dash. Quiet, Gok shouted, thoroughly losing all patience. The two miners clammed up, and Gok sighed as he pinched the ridge between his eyes and turned around. With his back facing them, he pointed towards the back end of the encampment and said, You two, just go clean the Ungoy's feeding chamber. Neither of you are fit for combat right now, and you've lost your narcotic privileges. But, now, before I lose my patience. Gok interrupted. The two miners flinched and looked at each other in despair, then rushed off to fulfill their orders. The Kigyar Field Master watched them go, the two snipers almost stumbling over each other to get away, and he shook his head. Clearly those two were on the take again. It wasn't the first time members of his crew had taken drugs while on a mission only to report strange, otherworldly things. Gok had long learned to ignore those ramblings and focus on what was tangible in front of him. Despite himself, however, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Human sword wielders. Heh. I know they're supposed to be primitive, but that's just laughable, he muttered, then went back to work. UNSC Midsummer Night, Stalwart-class light frigate. Kimbleoon orbit, Kunlun system. April 8th, 2541 1245 hours, UNSC military calendar. Alarms blared as the entire ship raced across the vast reaches of space high above Kimbleoon. Dull thuds reverberated throughout the frigate as their 650mm Rampart Point defense guns exchanged fire with their pursuers. There were two of them, both DS-class storm cutters that emerged from hiding within the asteroid belt. Since the Midsummer Night was already on combat alert, they were able to quickly enact evasive maneuvers, leading to the high-stakes game of cat and mouse they currently found themselves in. A large crash was heard as something impacted the back of the ship, causing Keyes and the others to stumble around. He was able to keep himself propped up against the holidable, however, and he barked, "Status report. Sir, pulse laser just took out one of our point defense guns," an ensign reported, and Keyes bit back a curse. "Redirect power to the engines and slingshot us around the moon," Keyes ordered, hoping to use the gravity assist to throw their pursuers off for even just a little bit. The Midsummer Night immediately began to follow his orders, banking hard away from the planet towards Kimbleoon's moon, Beowulf's. Their Engine's output increased ever so slightly, but it was enough to get them there just a little faster. Unfortunately for them, the Covenant ships weren't thrown off that much by the tactic and remained in hot pursuit, firing white-hot pulse lasers towards them. And nothing else, Keyes realized. He had fought storm cutters before. They were considered to be a light cruiser for the Covenant. Only 225 meters long, storm cutters were lightly armed and shielded by Covenant standards, and as such were mostly used for scouting interstellar systems, harassment, or the pursuit of fleeing vessels. That last role was clearly what was happening now, but what confused him was the fact that the two ships weren't using their heavier arsenal. Thus far, their plasma projectors had stayed completely silent, and both cutters were seemingly content with striking them with their pulse lasers only. It was then that Keyes realized just what he was dealing with, and he bared his teeth. They weren't trying to destroy his ship. They were trying to capture it, and there was only one faction in the Covenant who followed that MO. "These aren't Covenant military, they're Jackal pirates," he declared as he re-evaluated their situation. Everything made sense now. The distress signal, the communications blackout that immediately preceded the ambush, and the attempts at disabling his ship. If they were facing an actual Covenant armada, they would have destroyed the night by now. That gave him an opening, one he would have to exploit if they were make it out of this in one piece. "All hands, we are under attack by Jackal pirates," he announced into the ship's intercom. "Prepare for boarding parties." Keyes honestly hoped it wouldn't come to that, but it was better to be prepared than not. "Do you want us to assist as well, Commander?" Vine Zeke asked, speaking for all of the huntsmen still remaining in his ship. Without missing a beat, Keyes nodded. "Form up with the Marines. They'll direct you to where you need to be," Keyes ordered. Vine, Harriet, and Elm immediately nodded and flashed a salute, defaulting to their military upbringing. Given how they were officially in a combat zone, it only made sense. The other huntsmen, however, were far less formal, even as they began to leave the bridge and rush back down to the armory. "What did I tell you? This was a bad idea," Gron complained even as he pulled his sword from a locker. "We should have left when we had the chance. Instead, we walked into an obvious trap. Don't try to take credit for calling that out," May pointed out as she loaded a few arrows into her crossbow staff. She then pointed accusingly at Gron and added, "We all knew the risks coming in, and even though it was a trap, we had to make sure. I'd rather have pirates fight us rather than someone else who can't fight back." Gron clenched his fist and growled, glaring at May, who glared right back. After a moment, he scoffed and turned away, muttering, "Damn huntsmen and their hero complexes. Going to get us all killed." He rushed out of the armory, joining a passing squad of Marines on their way to their objective. The others watched him go. Then Yuri began to head out and said, "I'll calm him down. Make sure he doesn't do anything foolish." Sienna nodded, which Yuri took as his cue to leave. As the others quickly grabbed their weapons and loaded them as necessary, Fiona quietly asked, Is there anything we can really do?" Joanna frowned slightly as she placed her hand comfortingly on her teammate's shoulder. As much as she wanted to assure her otherwise, they all knew the truth. Unless the Jackals were able to successfully disable the ship and board, which they were trying to avoid, there wasn't anything they could do to affect the current battle. Even with all of their training and years of experience, all of it meant nothing because they were stuck as mere passengers in this ship-to-ship combat, not participants. Right now, their fates were in the hands of Commander Keyes and his crew. None of them ever felt this helpless in their lives, not even those who'd experienced grim attacks on air or sea ships, yet they just had to suck it up regardless. Back up at the bridge, Keyes kept his eyes glued to the holographic display depicting the battle they were in. Fire continued to be exchanged between their ships, but as another successful hit caused the Midsummer Night to quake, he was reminded once again of the vast disparity between human and Covenant vessels. While Shakespeare was able to help the rest of the crew in ensuring that their point defense guns successfully hit the two storm cutters, their effect was negligible. Their shields were still able to deflect them harmlessly away. The only weapon the Knight had which stood a chance at destroying their shields was their magnetic accelerator cannon, but that was located at the bow of the ship. They'd have to turn it around just to get a clear shot, but that was unlikely. If they were to turn around now, all they'd be doing is giving the pirates the opportunity they were looking for. Keyes then looked at the asteroid belt. Compared to the Sol systems, it was far larger and denser, with a greater magnitude of large asteroids that made navigation perilous. That was how the storm cutters were able to evade detection. They simply hid behind a few large asteroids to mask their presence. Slowly, an idea began to take form, and as yet another blast hit the side of the ship, venting atmosphere that Shakespeare immediately moved to seal, he quickly made his decision. Shakespeare, load up one of the longswords with a Shiva. Set it to autopilot and chart a course into the asteroid field. Keyes ordered, then pointed at another crewman. Launch archer pods A through D on my mark. We're going to use it to hide the fighter. Of course, Commander, Shakespeare replied, immediately starting the armament process. A few minutes passed that seemed stretch on into eternity as the midsummer night made yet another complete orbit around Kimbleoon. Then, when Shakespeare reported that the longsword was ready for takeoff, Keyes immediately shouted, "Launch now." 4 of the Knight's 16 Archer missile pods opened, launching a dozen missiles each that streaked towards the two storm cutters. Most of the missiles were intercepted by their point defense systems, and the rest impacted harmlessly against the flaring shields. But they did their job, as the low signature of the longsword flew out into the asteroid field. Keyes, meanwhile, had the Midsummer Night fly above the north pole of Kimbleoon, drawing the jackals away and allowing his trap to be set. Crow crouched, lightly rubbing his hand across the snow. It was far coarser than any snow he'd touched before on Remnant, which he supposed was due to the small glass particles held among the crystals. He wasn't focusing on the texture, however. Instead, Crow's attention was on the small, almost indistinguishable indentations leading away from their temporary base. At first glance, most people wouldn't have even noticed, but thanks to Crow's years of experience, he perceived them almost right away. They were footprints, but not belonging to a human. Instead, the feet were long and narrow, with what looked like an extension coming outward from the inside of the foot. Clearly, these footprints were made by a jackal, likely 2 of them, judging by the number of footprints he saw. Unless, of course, the jackal in question was running all over the place, but he sincerely doubted that. Getting back up, Crow scowled as he scanned the horizon. Harbinger clutched tightly in his hand as he stretched his senses out as far as they could. Thus far, he felt no immediate danger, but as he saw another faint flash of an explosion high above him in orbit, he was reminded that they weren't truly safe, either. He made his way back into the building, which was in the process of being fortified. Marines, using canisters of a concrete-like material called Instacrete, were binding together large pieces of rubble and filling in the gaps to form barricades. Smaller chunks of rubble were being shoved into sandbags, and out of every window, he could see at least one rifle barrel poking out and scanning for hostiles. "Branwyn, did you find anything?" Sergeant Johnson asked as he continued to help assemble their defenses while their squad's radio operator fiddled with his equipment, trying to get a signal. "Yeah, 2 pairs of tracks leading northeast," Crow reported as he threw his thumb over his shoulder in the general direction. Johnson frowned, and he took another puff of his cigar, then breathed out a small cloud of smoke. "I'm gonna assume they were made by jackals," Johnson replied, and Crow nodded. The sergeant's frown deepened, and he added, "They're definitely heading back to their base to report what happened. Judging by the yellow armor of Birdbrain here, we killed a jackal major, so most likely our runaways are minors." "So, there was a sniper team," Clover noted, crossing his arms while keeping his eyes on their surroundings. He then pointed out, "But only one of them actually took a shot." "What?" "Jackals are great marksmen with excellent eyesight, but they're piss-poor snipers," Johnson answered. "Too impatient and bloodthirsty. He likely took a shot before the others were ready." Then, when they saw what Crow did, they turned tail and ran, Robin added. It would have been the first time they'd seen a huntsman in action. If all they had to go off of humans before were Marines, no wonder they panicked. "My thoughts exactly," Johnson confirmed as he finished off his cigar. Checking his rifle, he said, "We have to assume they've already made it back to their base and reported what happened. Whether or not they actually believe them is irrelevant." Johnson then turned his head towards their radio operator and asked, "Capus, how's our radio? Can you get in contact with the other squads, or the Knight? Or even just the Pelicans?" Abby hopefully added, only for the Marine to shake his head. "Not even a bit," Private Capus denied with a small frown. "Radio's fine, physically, but outside of shortwave I'm not picking up anything. And that only has a range of a few kilometers at best. I can't hear anyone else." "Covies must be jamming us, then," Johnson suggested as he dropped the nub of his cigar on the polycrete floor and stomped it out. "Damn it, we're completely cut off." A heavy silence fell over the group, and Crow frowned. As they all feared, they had walked right into a trap. He and most likely the others by now, suspected that the distress signal that brought them down here in the first place was probably faked. A lure meant to draw victims in for the kill, where they'd be cut off and strangled before they even had a chance to fight back. Not a bad tactic, especially for pirates. Clearly they knew what they were doing, but unfortunately for the jackals, they were up against huntsmen. Normal tactics didn't always work so well against them. "Sergeant, we may need to head out and bring the other Marines here," Clover suggested. "This position, while not ideal, is defensible, and if we're limited to shortwave radio, then it's our only option for staying coordinated." Johnson nodded, then replied, "I agree, but I don't want to send too many out. Might leave us shorthanded in case the jackals show up for round 2. Abby raised her hand politely. When Johnson nodded his head at her, she nodded back, then gestured to herself, Robin, Clover, and Crow before suggesting, "We can go. Huntsmen can cover ground faster than you can. Hopefully, we can find the others and bring them back here before the jackals arrive." Johnson frowned. The Marine clearly didn't want to send his charges out into unnecessary danger, but at the same time he knew he didn't have much of a choice. Abby's logic was sound, and it wasn't as though where they were was any safer. As far as Crow was concerned, the entire planet was dangerous. After a few moments, Johnson sighed and reluctantly nodded. "All right, Redwall, Abby, Hill, if you can head out and find the others, I'd appreciate it," Johnson requested. The 3 huntsmen immediately nodded, with Clover flashing a quick salute. Then the 3 jumped out of the multi-storied building. They landed on the snow-covered street below, then split off and rushed deeper into the city. Crow guessed they'd be back within the hour, with any luck at least. The lone remaining huntsman then turned towards Johnson and asked, "Any reason why you didn't ask me?" "Yes, actually. I get the sense you're probably the tracker out of all of them, right?" Johnson asked, and when Crow nodded he continued, "Well then, we need to find that communications jammer. Without disabling it, we won't be able to get out of here anyway, and I have a hunch it's wherever their camp is. So, if you could go out, do some recon, and find it, we'd be able to know what to do next." Crow nodded, then stood up and stretched out his arms. He then remarked, "I'll be back." "You better. I promised your nieces I'd bring you back in one piece," Johnson joked. Crow couldn't help but let out a smile. Then he jumped out of the building. He landed with a roll on the street, then immediately sprinted to where he saw the pair of tracks. Large puffs of snow, ice, and a little bit of glass were kicked up into the air with each step. Crow's attention was equally split between following the small tracks ahead of him, as well as the surroundings for any onlookers. Thus far, he saw no one, but he refused to let his guard down, especially since a single shot of their beam rifles was enough to shatter his aura. Eventually, Crow slowed down as he saw a large pile of snow. He stopped right next to it, and after a quick inspection saw the signs of a messy tumble. Snow was haphazardly thrown out all over the place, with a hefty rock just exposed above the surface. Clearly the jackals had tripped in their panicked state. Looking around a bit more, to his surprise he saw 2 discarded beam rifles. Like the one the Jackal Major used, they were long and bulky with a purplish-blue body. There was no shoulder stock to speak of, nor an obvious scope, but he assumed that the focusing crystal on the top acted as a substitute. If Crow remembered his briefing correctly, this was a Type 27 beam rifle, by far the most commonly used model across the Covenant. He thought about leaving them there and continuing on, but then glanced at the shotgun housed within Harbinger and the Magnum holstered at his hip. While his current armament was perfectly suited for close and medium-distance combat, long-range was a different story. Normally he wouldn't care, especially since he obviously wasn't trained to handle any weird alien weapons. But after Abby's aura was taken out in one hit by one of those things, he couldn't suppress his curiosity about what it would be like to use one. He'd heard more than a couple of stories from Marines who'd picked up and wielded Covenant weapons on battlefields without too much trouble before, and one of the soldiers back at the rendezvous point had even claimed the dead Major's nearly empty beam rifle. So how hard could it really be? Coming to a decision, Crow picked up one of the beam rifles. It was fairly heavy, and the lack of a stock made it somewhat awkward to aim, but the SmartLink connection between the weapon and his glasses made it much easier. He also saw that, in the top right corner of his vision, his HUD displayed the ammo counter of the weapon. Unlike the Magnum or even Harbinger, the ammo count was displayed as a percentage, currently at 77%. Crow thought about taking a test shot, but decided against it. The charge was clearly limited with little to no ability to replenish it, and the last thing he wanted was to out himself deep in no man's land. Strapping the rifle onto the magnetic holster on his back, Crow continued to follow the tracks. The further he went, the fewer buildings and remains of buildings there were. His cover was depleting fast, and there were no trees to speak of. But that wasn't a problem for him. Crow came to a stop, then glanced around one more time just to make sure no one was watching. When he was certain, he transformed himself into a small, black bird and flew high into the air. Using the clouds as cover, Crow kept his eyes glued to the ground as he followed the tracks. He made sure to keep as little of a profile as possible. There weren't any birds left on the planet, after all, besides the jackals of course. If any of them were to see him, alarms might immediately be raised. Eventually, to Crow's surprise, he saw two aliens rushing through the snow. It wasn't hard for him to realize that the two aliens were the very same jackals he was tracking. He immediately turned to follow them, keeping a safe distance so that they wouldn't notice him. As they drew closer to the top of the ravine, Crow thought he saw something odd a few hundred meters away from the camp buried under the snow and glass, but he didn't dwell on it for long. It didn't take long before the two jackals entered their encampment, located at the top of a ravine. It reminded him somewhat of the camps his tribe used to make back in Mistral when he was a child, only instead of wooden palisades, watchtowers, and guards it was metal barricades, hovering platforms, and plenty of plasma turrets. They were type 29 shades, if he remembered correctly, consisting of an open seat housing a large, front-facing plasma cannon hovering on top of a tripod base. One of the turrets was golden in color, with the cannon glowing green from the fuel rods attached to it. Crow had to assume that was an anti-air turret of some kind. They weren't manned by jackals, though. Instead, he saw scores of grunts tending to the equipment, being bossed around by jackal overseers. Quite harshly, too, from what he could see. In the center of the encampment was a round building, made of the same purple alloy that the Covenant seemed to favor. There were yellow markings painted onto the surface, which Crow had to assume was some form of insignia meant to symbolize the pirates themselves. Several fuel tanks were laid out across the encampment, the pirates making sure to avoid straying too close. All in all, the entire camp was fairly well fortified. A frontal assault would result in a slaughter. On the far end of the encampment was a transceiver tower, which Crow immediately recognized as the thing that was jamming their communications. A loud squawk drew his attention, and Crow looked down to see the pair of pirates animatedly talking to another jackal major. Only this one's armor was more ornately decorated, with even a fur cape attached to it. Crow knew immediately this was their leader, and although he couldn't understand what the aliens were saying, something told him he was the topic of discussion. At first, he was worried that the jig was up, especially as the jackal major adopted what Crow recognized as a look of fear, even with its inhuman features. That fear, however, was slowly replaced with incredulous disbelief. Then, when the jackal major interrupted the two and sent them away in frustration, Crow realized that the aliens, apart from the two he sent running with their tails between their legs, didn't believe their comrades' claims in the slightest. If he was in his human form, he might have let out a smile and laugh. But he couldn't, and so he turned around and flew back into the city. Crow got what he wanted, so now it was time to report back what he found. Once he got close enough, he descended to the ground and turned back into a human. Crow kept his pace, though, and sprinted across the open field as fast as he could. He did manage to grab the second beam rifle as he passed it, though, figuring it might be useful. As he drew closer to his destination, he saw, much to his relief, that there was a lot more activity. The other huntsmen clearly managed to find the other squads without much difficulty and led them back here, although their numbers were diminished. A quick count told him that, out of the 50 Marines accompanying them, 10, including Private Smith, were Kia. Another 5, including Jenkins, were wounded and being tended to. What alarmed Crow the most, though, was the distinct lack of other sergeants, and even the lieutenant leading the platoon. "Is this everyone?" Crow asked as he approached Johnson. "Branwyn, good, you're back," Johnson announced as he turned back to face the huntsman. "Did you find it?" "Yep, right in the heart of their camp, just as you thought," Crow answered. "They've also laid out the welcome mat for us with shades, barricades, watchtowers, the whole shebang." "Well, damn. All we need now is some assorted cheese and wines, and we'll be set," Johnson replied as he looked over a topographical map laid out on a flat chunk of polycrete. He then pointed to the map and asked, "Mind marking it out for us?" Taking an offered pen, Crow marked the area he saw the pirates camp at. It was at the top of a ravine, giving them a good view of anything and anyone trying to approach their position. That posed a problem, but one they would have to overcome. "We have another issue," Clover reported, drawing Crow's attention. "As you've probably noticed, Lieutenant Jaleel and the other sergeants were assassinated. Sergeant Johnson's the only one remaining. They tried to cut off the head of the snake," Robin added as she crossed her arms. Crow frowned, not liking that bit of news one bit. That meant these pirates were even smarter than he would have liked. He then let out a sigh and asked, "Well, that's just peachy. Anything else we should be worried about?" "On our way back, we were spotted by one of the pelicans that dropped us off," Abby revealed. "It attempted to pick us up, but they were shot down." Abby walked to the open front of the building, then pointed towards the remains of a large tower in the heart of the ruined city. "It came from up there. We weren't able to get a close look, but from what we saw, the entire tower is filled with AA guns." "Fuel rods?" Crow asked, thinking back to the AA gun that he saw in their camp, but Abby shook her head. "No, their guns fired these large, pink crystals that somehow tracked the pelican. Once a few made contact, they exploded. The dropship never even had chance." Abby frowned, her mouse ears flattening against her head. "We went to the crash site, but..." The young huntress trailed off, but it was clear what she and the others found. Biting back a curse, Crow looked back at Johnson and said, "If we don't take down that anti-air, It doesn't matter if we get communications back up and running. I know, Johnson replied, running his finger along the paper map. He then added, but, luckily for you, I'm already coming up with a plan. It'll be risky, but with your help I think we can pull it off. Johnson turned back to the huntsman, then asked, if that's all right with you? Crow's thoughts drifted to the planets he had seen before arriving at Kimbleoon. The desolate fields of glass that overshadowed what once was a vibrant world filled with people. A distinction that Kimbleoon, at one point, shared. Crow then thought of Private Smith and the other soldiers now missing from their group. Men that lost their lives and would never be able to return to their homes and families. He clenched his fist, and with steeled eyes, Crow nodded. The others did as well, and Johnson let out a small smile. All right, here's what we're going to do. Standing behind a corner of what used to be an alleyway, Robin and Clover looked up at the ruined octagonal tower. It was far from what one would call a skyscraper, but at a mere 10 stories tall it was, by far, the largest remaining building in the settlement. What was clear, though, was that it had seen better days. Much of the south wall had completely fallen away, and all of the windows were shattered. Piles of scorched rubble were strewn across the street, with some of them having exposed rebar. That wasn't what they were focusing on, though. Instead, the two huntsmen were focused on the plethora of shades the jackals had set up in a defensive perimeter. Like the turrets Crow described at the encampment, they were type 29 shades that left their grunt operators exposed. There were 8 plasma turrets arranged on the upper 2 floors, scanning the area for any human presence. Patrolling along the building's floors were pairs of jackals, their wrist-mounted shields deactivated at the moment while they clutched their plasma pistols tightly in their hands. Judging by the attention they were giving to their surroundings, it was clear that they were ready to engage at a moment's notice. Mendoza, do you see the AA gun? Clover asked, speaking into teamcom. Hold on. Yeah, I think I see it. Heavy needler turret on the roof. Mendoza reported from half a kilometer back as he looked through the scope of his sniper rifle, along with another Marine supporting him with a beam rifle. Do you have a shot? Robin asked. Negative, ma'am. I can only see the top of the grunt's gas tank, he revealed, and Robin sighed. Well, there goes that option, she said, then turned to Clover. How do you want to handle this, Clover? If I had my team with me, I'd order Elm to take out the support columns and collapse the entire structure while Harriet took out the guards, Clover admitted. Robin looked at him for a moment, then turned away while rubbing the back of her head. Yeah, that would have made things easier, wouldn't it? She told herself, then sighed and looked back up at Clover. Before she could say anything, though, Clover raised his hand to stop her from what he assumed was an apology. Don't worry about it. We can make it work, he declared as he extended Kingfisher. He then pressed his fingers against his ear and said, Mendoza, when I give the signal, I need you to take out the 2 shades in front of us. You got it, Abby, Mendoza replied, and Clover turned back to Robin. How fast can you get in there? Clover asked the happy huntress, who smirked while cocking her wrist-mounted crossbow. Not as fast as Harriet, but I'm pretty light on my feet, she admitted, and Clover nodded. I'll trust you to take out the guards. I'll worry about the AA gun, he stated. Robin nodded, then took cover against the wall. Clover did the same, and he idly rubbed the pin on his chest as he peeked out from behind the corner at their target. He watched as a few jackals walked back, not noticing either him or Robin. Once they disappeared behind a corner, Clover brought his fingers to his ear. Fire, he ordered. At once, one loud report was heard from behind them, accompanied by a white contrail and a line of purple light that hit their targets. The 2 grunts manning the shades slumped over, their heads and the methane tanks attached to their backs blown out. Squawks of alarm rang out as the pirates reacted to the attack, but the 2 huntsmen were already sprinting across the open street. As the 2 Marines fired again, keeping the jackal's attention, Clover and Robin entered the ground floor and sprinted up the stairwell. They ran across a few jackals rushing to counterattack, but they were taken out without any issue. Robin was the first one out, where she emerged from behind 2 jackals who were taking cover behind their armed gauntlets. Without missing a beat, she fired a single crossbow bolt into the back of the right jackal's head. The alien dropped like a rock, and the other squawked and turned to face her. But Robin was quicker as she jumped over the jackal and sliced the bladed wing of her weapon through most of its thin neck, releasing a spray of arterial purple. As the alien slumped over, Robin was already running around the floor as fast as she could. Focusing on the shades, she killed the drivers before they were able to react. 2 jackals with their shields already up attempted to block her off and fire their plasma pistols at her, but Robin merely launched an explosive bolt at their feet. The ensuing explosion sent chunks of their bodies flying off in different directions, staining the ground and nearby wall with their bright purple blood. Clover, all eyes are on me, Robin announced as she dove behind a column when more jackals came down the stairwell, their shields and pistols raised. As soon as they saw Robin, they opened fire. Bolts of green, boiling hot plasma struck the polycrete pillar, burning chunks of it off and sending swaths of blistering heat over her skin. Robin grit her teeth to fight off the pain, grateful that her aura was there to protect her. It didn't last long, however, as Clover pulled himself up from the outside edge of the building onto the floor. Throwing out Kingfisher's line, he wrapped it around the entire group of surprised jackals, then pulled with all his strength. The wire bit into the pirates' flesh even as they were hurled from the tower, their screaming forms crashing into the remains of buildings on the opposite side of the street. Loud crunches and cracks cut the screaming off, followed by silence. "Come on, let's go," Clover declared, turning back to the stairwell only to jump back as an intense stream of plasma fire came down the stairwell. "Damn it," Robin cursed, then turned towards where she knew their snipers were aim-placed. "Mendoza, can you get rid of these guys? They have a wall of shields blocking us, and the other shades are spraying fire in our direction," Mendoza revealed. "We'll have to rebase before we can do anything." Robin grit her teeth, then looked at Clover and asked, "Well, any bright ideas?" "Just one," Clover replied as he rubbed his pin once again. Grabbing a grenade, he ran to the edge of the building and hitched the bladed hook at the end of Kingfisher's line around its ring. He pressed the priming pin and hung the now smoking fragmentation grenade off the side with the flexible pole at full extension, careful to make sure it didn't hit anything and start the detonation timer. He looked up to the top of the building, seeing that they were 2 stories beneath the roof. Figuring he had enough line to make his improvised plan work, he let out a few feet of slack, then leaned his upper body out of the building to face up to the edge of the roof. He angled the rod behind his head, narrowed his eyes in concentration, then whipped it forward to cast his lure almost vertically up. The hooked grenade shot up, trailing the line behind it with the whiz of the spinning reel. At the top of the arc, the grenade passed the rooftop and Clover stopped the reel, causing it to stall as gravity started to take over. At first, it looked as though the grenade didn't have enough horizontal momentum to make it over the edge onto the landing and would just fall right back down. Instead, Clover gave a practiced flick of the wrist that sent a wave twirling up through the line. When it hit the floating end, the explosive was whiplashed right off the hook and sailed out of sight past the roof edge. Clover and Robin heard faint clinks as the grenade bounced and skipped along the roof, then came to a stop. A heavy pause followed, and even the jackals above them stopped firing their weapons. Then the grenade went off, causing a large explosion that sent dust, debris, and a few bodies flying off. To everyone's surprise, the grenade's explosion was followed by yet another explosion. Only this one was much larger and sent the entire building rattling to its foundations. Judging by the pink smoke and shards of blamite falling around them, it didn't take much to realize that Clover's grenade throw had settled squarely at the base of the anti-aircraft turret. And what's more, it had somehow caused a chain reaction with the giant Needler's ammunition, setting off all the blamite in a super combined blast. The building shook violently as large cracks began to emerge. Realizing what was about to happen, Clover and Robin sprinted and jumped off the side. A moment later, the weakened structure completely collapsed in on itself, taking the remaining pirates and their equipment with them. It threatened to crush Clover and Robin as well, but Clover was able to use one of his landing strategies by snagging a neighboring building with Kingfisher to swing himself and Robin to safety. They landed on their backs, rolling around slightly before managing to reorient themselves onto their feet. Slowly, the 2 huntsmen stood up, watching as the building finished its collapse and sent clouds of dust blowing in all directions, forcing them to shield their faces with their arms. When the dust settled, and they were able to look at the destruction they had wrought, any trace of the tower was gone. "Holy shit, what the hell did you do?" "Needlers aren't supposed to detonate like that," Mendoza quietly asked through teamcom. "They have safety measures and stuff to prevent that from happening." Clover looked at Robin for a moment, then shrugged and replied, "Call it good luck. I'm going to take a wild guess and say that luck was due to soul magic bullshit. If so, that's fine by me," Mendoza admitted. Clover and Robin couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Then they rushed back to the rendezvous point, knowing that their comrade's operation was already underway. Laying prone and looking up the ravine, Crow peered through the scope of his beam rifle towards the pirate encampment. From the look of things, they were about to send hunting parties out into the ruined city. Unfortunately for the jackals, they wouldn't have to go far. With the exception of a few Marines staying behind to look after the wounded, as well as Mendoza, and another whose name Crow didn't recall who went with Clover and Robin, every other Marine and huntsman was lying in wait. Their guns, mostly assault rifles with a few sniper rifles joined by their pilfered beam rifles, were trained on the pirates. At this range, only the sniper rifles and beam rifles would have any significant impact, but that wouldn't be for long. "Snipers, be ready to take out those shades," Johnson ordered, armed with his own sniper rifle that he borrowed from a wounded Marine who was unable to effectively use it. He then turned his head towards Abby and asked, "Redwall, that semblance of yours, you certain it can get us up there?" Abby nodded and replied, "Yes, I'm sure. I have a year's worth of aura stored up in my sword, and this should only a portion of it." "Little bit too late for that now, Sergeant," Crow pointed out. "We're already here. What were you going to do if she couldn't?" "Wait here and draw the jackals to us," Johnson immediately answered. Crow turned his head to look at the Marine, then shrugged in mild acceptance. Their current position wasn't anywhere near ideal. especially when compared to the building they were previously using as their base of operations. But they had the benefit of distance on their side, as he doubted the shades would have near enough range to accurately hit them. Still, that would undoubtedly lead to more casualties. To have the greatest odds of success, they had to strike the jackals where they lived. His thoughts were broken as they heard a large explosion behind them. Briefly turning his head, Cryo saw a cloud of smoke rising from the ruined tower that the jackal A guns were located in. Realizing that Clover and Robin had succeeded, Cryo aimed his beam rifle at the head of a stupefied jackal, then fired a single shot. He saw the heat gauge on his HUD jump up and winced as he felt the weapon grow noticeably warm in his hands. But he focused instead on the jackal whose head had exploded, along with part of its upper body. All around Cryo, the other snipers opened fire as well, concentrating on the shades and any pirate foolish enough to be out in the open. Extra attention was given to the snipers on their floating watchtowers. It didn't take long for the jackals and the grunts to react, the former activating their shield gauntlets or attempting to return fire with their own weapons as the grunts rushed to man the now empty shades. The marine snipers, meanwhile, worked to ensure that didn't happen, but soon volleys of plasma fire was being directed at them. Reloading his sniper rifle, Johnson turned to Abby and yelled, "Redwall, you're up." "On it," Abby replied as she quickly stood up and held out her family's sword, Mossflower. She closed her eyes and breathed in and out deeply as her body shimmered with red aura. Then, Mossflower began to glow in the same color, and as she opened her eyes, the Claymore's blade became enveloped in crimson energy that reminded Johnson somewhat of an energy sword. Only instead of plasma, it was pure, concentrated aura. Aura that was quickly expanding, becoming longer and wider until it nearly covered a whole swathe of their firing line. With the projected blade held horizontally, its flat surface intercepted any plasma fired their way. "We're good," Abby shouted above the cacophony, and at once the Marines stood up and gathered behind the shielding cover of the aura blade. Move," Johnson ordered, and with a battle cry the Marines and huntsmen began to sprint up the ravine. Abby was at the front with the rest of the column behind her, her blade taking the brunt of the fire. Occasionally a stray round would be able to make it through a gap, striking a Marine and sending them stumbling like a ragdoll back down. Any jackals attempting to strike Abby directly, though, were quickly taken out by the Marine snipers who'd stayed back at their original cover. Soon, the humans reached the top of the ravine, and Abby let out a yell as she swung her weapon as hard as she could. The aura-encased blade cleaved right through anything in its path, cutting apart shades, watchtowers, jackals, and grunts alike as though they were merely made of paper. Only then did her semblance collapse, and Abby's aura flickered. She briefly fell to her knees, but a nearby Marine quickly helped her up, and she went back into the fray. The entire encampment became consumed in chaos as the Marines attacked the now panicked and confused jackals. Their shots were wild and inaccurate, but the same couldn't be said for the Marines nor Cryo. While the jackals were clearly organized and knew what they were doing, they were nowhere near as well trained and had completely lost their nerve. At the same time, Cryo was at the center of the fight, moving with blinding speed as he hacked the jackals and grunts apart with Harbinger in its sword form. Punctuated by shotgun blasts, Cryo was practically a blur. The jackals and grunts barely stood a chance, as any who got in his way were killed almost instantly. Those further back attempted to fire on him, but the Marines cut them down faster. Taking a short rest to reload his weapon, Cryo watched as the battle continued to rage. A few wounded and dead Marines were lying in the snow, but there were far more dead grunts and jackals. The entire encampment was practically littered with their remains, and the huntsman couldn't help but let out a small smirk. Everything was going remarkably well, but Cryo refused to let himself jinx it. Chambering a few shells, Cryo rushed back into the fray. By now, the pirates on the opposite end of the encampment had turned their guns around and opened fire on the humans. A few unfortunate Marines were cut down, their bodies blasted apart into smoldering chunks, while the rest dove to cover behind the central building or one of the many supply crates that housed the pirates' weapons. Unlike the materials the UNSC used, the Covenant alloy proved highly effective at blocking the plasma, but even so they were beginning to boil away after a few hits. "They're too dug in," Johnson yelled, blindly firing a few rounds from his assault rifle from behind cover. Scowling, Cryo briefly broke cover to fire a few rounds from his pistol himself, but only managed to cut down a single grunt before a shade turret aimed in his direction and began firing. He recognized this shade, however, as their A gun, forcing Cryo to grab Johnson and a nearby Marine before sprinting away. A moment later, two fuel rod shots struck the snow where he previously stood, creating a massive explosion that fried everything nearby. Even with his aura, Cryo knew he would have died had he stayed. "Damn it, we need to get rid of that AA gun," Cryo shouted, continuing to run as the pirates fired on him and the Marines. Attempts at taking out the gun were being made, but unfortunately the pirates' leader had managed to regroup his remaining forces. A wall of gauntlet shields and deployable covers blocked the humans from getting a good shot, while giving the AA gun enough of an opening to rain hell upon them. It fired another volley, and 3 Marines were consumed by fiery green explosions, their bodies completely destroyed. This sent the remaining Marines scrambling for cover, only for a few more to be picked off by jackals firing their plasma pistols from behind their shields. Knowing that if they kept this up their entire operation would be finished, Crow scowled and looked around for an opening. Spotting one at the far end of the camp, he sprinted as fast as he could. Plasma bolts struck the ground as he passed. Realizing what he was doing, Abby ran right behind him. Occasionally, the 2 huntsmen would swipe their weapons to intercept plasma bolts that strayed too close, but each time they did so noticeably reduced their aura. Once they reached the break in the line, they turned hard to the right and sprinted towards the pirates. 3 of the jackals turned their shields towards them and began firing their plasma pistols, but this produced enough of a gap in their line for a Marine sniper to pierce 2 of them with 1 shot. The third was shielded by his gauntlet, which caused the bullet to ricochet harmlessly into a nearby mountain, but it did throw the jackal off enough to allow Crow to close the distance and decapitate the alien with 1 swing. Now in the thick of the remaining pirates, Crow and Abby began attacking in earnest. Their swords swung through the jackal's thin bodies without much resistance, sending bright purple blood, limbs, and heads flying everywhere. The remaining grunts panicked and began running around wildly, their arms waving above their heads and ignoring the jackals trying to get them back in line. The AA Shade attempted to turn around and fire on the 2 huntsmen, but at this range Crow merely fired a shotgun shell into the partially exposed canopy, some of the scattershot ricocheting off the protective plating, but with the bulk of it spraying across the pilot's chest. Neon blue blood and gore splattered against the seat and the splayed-out corpse upon it, and the Shade continued to harmlessly spin in a circle. With their biggest gun out of commission, the pirate line fell apart, allowing the Marines to break cover and open fire. The remaining pirates began falling, their bodies being riddled with bullet holes. A few grenades were thrown over the deployed covers, their detonations blowing apart any jackals or grunts in their radius, while also destroying the plasma barriers. Before long, there was nothing separating the pirates from the humans' onslaught. Most of the remaining pirates panicked completely and turned tail to run, but they didn't get far as the humans cut them down. Only a handful of pirates kept up the defense, with the apparent leader furiously glaring at Crow and Abby as they continued to rack up the body count. As Crow cleaved a pair of jackals in half, he saw the pirate commander open a container laying at his feet. What the jackal pulled out immediately caught Crow's attention. It was a large, purple shoulder-mounted weapon that the jackal visibly strained to carry. An upward curving handguard protected the jackal's arm as he aimed it, and on the back Crow could see several inert fuel rods stacked on top of each other. He recognized it immediately as a fuel rod gun, the Covenant's equivalent to a rocket launcher. It was being aimed at Abby, who only noticed it right as the jackal prepared to fire. Crow immediately launched an aura slash at the leader in an attempt to stop it, but he could already see his attack was going to be blocked by the shields of the subordinates who were guarding it. Desperate, he focused his semblance on the commander as he rushed towards Abby, hoping to somehow get her out of the way in time. Then the jackal pulled the trigger, and both huntsmen flinched. But, instead of an explosive fuel rod being fired, the entire weapon shook. Hot green plasma began to leak from its containment, and the jackal panicked while trying to hurl it away. It didn't get far as the weapon promptly exploded with the force of a grenade, consuming the pirate leader completely along with anyone nearby, and sending both Crow and Abby flying back. They landed on their backs, then rolled to their feet, and when they looked they saw that there was nothing left of the pirate besides a ring of glass where it previously stood. With their leader's death, the remaining pirates fell apart. Soon there was nothing left, and only then did the humans cease their attack. Looking around to see if there was anyone left, Crow saw 2 pairs of footsteps leading off down the other side of the ravine. Straining his vision, he saw the very same jackals he followed earlier making a run for it. The 2 must have deserted as soon as the fighting started, realizing what was about to go down. Before he could say anything, though, 2 sniper shots rang out, causing both of the jackals to fall to the ground. "Got him," the Marine responsible said with grim satisfaction. Crow looked at him in slight surprise. Before he said anything, though, he remembered the reason why they were there in the first place. Figuring that the pirates deserved it, and that none of the Marines would particularly care about protests, Crow turned back towards the camp, where he saw Abby assisting other Marines in taking down the jammer, namely by hacking it apart with mossflower. "Capus, get on the horn and radio for evac," Johnson ordered as he sat down on an overturned supply crate, nursing a slight burn on his arm from a stray plasma bolt that came too close for comfort. Private Capus was already on it, speaking into his headset and alerting the remaining Pelicans of their presence. "Not to bring down the mood, but unless Keys can take down those pirate ships, we're not getting out of here," Crow pointed out, but Johnson merely shrugged as he pulled out another cigar and lit it up. "I wouldn't be too worried. Commander Keys knows what he's doing. If anyone's going to get us out of here, it'll be him," Johnson confidently declared. Crow raised a cynical eyebrow, then shrugged. He couldn't help but look up at the sky, though, as he saw a few more explosions that indicated the space battle was still raging. "I'm going to help secure the area," Crow said as he left Johnson behind. The Marine sergeant nodded and watched him go, then stood up and followed with his rifle at the ready. "You don't need to join me," Crow pointed out, but Johnson merely shook his head. "Promised two little ladies that I'd hold your hand, remember?" Johnson asked, a slight smile on his face. Crow couldn't help but roll his eyes as he continued going forward, leaving the bounds of the camp behind him. As they left the ruined barricade, Johnson perked an eyebrow and asked, "Any reason why you're taking us on this little field trip?" "Thought I saw something up ahead while I was doing recon," Crow answered. "Figured now was the best time to check it out." "Ah, I see," Johnson replied, frowning slightly as he brought his assault rifle up to his shoulder. At the same time, Crow tightened his grip on Harbinger, keeping his eye peeled for any danger. While he was fairly certain all of the pirates were dead, that wasn't a complete guarantee. Finally, the two men came across the site Crow had spotted earlier. At first glance, the relatively flat area didn't seem all that different from the rest of the desolate landscape. But Crow and Johnson quickly noticed the odd bumps in the snow, as though something was buried underneath. Glancing at each other, Johnson and Crow crouched near one and began digging out whatever was underneath the snow. It didn't take long for Crow to feel something hard and smooth, and he sighed and closed his eyes regretfully as he pulled the object out. "God damn them," Johnson muttered under his breath as they beheld the human skull Crow found. It was completely clean of any flesh, but from the teeth marks that littered the bone, it wasn't hard to determine how that happened. "This is a few months old," Crow noted, comparing what he'd seen back on Remnant during his many search and rescue missions and investigations to now. "So, there were survivors here," Johnson somberly noted. Crow nodded, then said, "But the jackals found them first." The two stared in cold silence at what they now recognized as the mass grave of the last survivors of Kimbleoon. Survivors that could have been saved had they arrived just a few months before. Knowing that there wasn't anything he could do for them now, Crow closed his eyes and sighed before standing back up. At the very least, he could take some satisfaction in the fact that he and everyone else avenged their murders, but that was a small comfort at best. Keyes braced himself against the holotable as yet another impact sent the midsummer night rocking. The commander didn't even bother asking what was lost. He already knew that the answer was yet another of their point defense guns. They were down to just one, and, combined with their engine output being reduced to a mere 20% capacity, that meant the pirates only needed one more good hit to leave them stranded. Just in case they lost atmosphere, he had everyone on the ship don pressurized suits, including himself and the huntsman. It wouldn't do much if they were vented out into space, but it was better than nothing. Still, Keyes didn't allow himself to grow too worried, especially since his plan to get them out of this mess was already underway. "Status on the Mac gun?" Keyes asked as he stared at the now flickering holotable. "Mac charge at 80% and climbing, sir," Shakespeare replied, his avatar flickering in and out as smaller impacts sent shudders throughout the midsummer night. "I estimate we will be ready to fire in 2 minutes." Keyes nodded at the information, then ordered, "Slingshot around Beouls into the asteroid belt. Prime all remaining Archer pods to fire on my command." The midsummer night immediately complied with Keyes' orders, and the ship flew around the small moon as fast as it could. Its momentum carried them across the void of space, the two storm cutters who still had their shields intact right on their heels. Keyes could practically taste the bloodlust the pirates were exuding as they gained on their injured prey. With any luck, that would blind them to the trap he had laid for them. Using the asteroids for cover, the Stalwart-class frigate flew away from their pursuers, exchanging fire whenever they could. Micrometeorite impacts could be heard and felt across the ship, but Keyes accepted whatever damage they caused and continued to press forward. Both he and the Jackal pirates had to carefully fly around the larger asteroids, though Keyes couldn't help but note that the pirates, just as he both expected and hoped for, were allowing themselves to fly closer to the asteroids themselves in order to keep closing in. Each scrape against the massive rocks made their shields flicker on impact, while the asteroids themselves were shattered into nothing more than dust. Keyes didn't focus on that, though. Instead, he kept his attention on the holotable itself, which was now zoomed out to display the section of the asteroid belt they were currently in. Dots and orbs representing individual asteroids were shown, but most remained unnamed. Only a handful actually had designations, and Keyes was flying right towards the largest of them, 2,499 Caracal. With a diameter of 5 kilometers, 2499 Caracal was the largest asteroid in the entire system, one that was previously a target of mining before the Insurrection and Covenant put a stop to those plans. It had laid untouched ever since its discovery, and only now was it finally going to be put to use. "Sir, Mac gun fully charged and ready to fire," Shakespeare reported as they neared the asteroid. Keyes nodded but kept his eyes focused on the asteroid and the payload hidden in its shadow. The midsummer night passed by the asteroid with no issue, and the pirates, oblivious to the danger they were flying into, kept up their pursuit. Keyes mentally counted down as they approached the asteroid, and as soon as they got into position, he calmly ordered, "Detonate." At first, there was nothing. Then, The blackness of space was pierced by a blinding white light as the Shiva-class nuclear warhead that had been delivered by the longsword he had launched earlier detonated within a crater right on the other side of the asteroid. The 30-megaton explosion sent large cracks splintering throughout the superstructure and bombarded the two Covenant vessels with a storm of stone and ice chunks like a massive fragmentation mine. Their shields rippled and visibly strained under the impact, and from the way they were quickly trying to turn away, it was clear that Key's plan had worked. Hard starboard, then fire. Key shouted as he braced himself against the holotable. A moment later, the entire ship lurched as it shut off the rear engines and refocused the power onto their auxiliary maneuvering thrusters. Firing at all cylinders, the ship did an about-face, orienting itself right at the nearest of the storm cutters. As soon as the ship was lined up, the entire ship shook as their Mark II magnetic accelerator cannon fired a single super-dense ferric tungsten slug at hypervelocity. The round struck the weakened shields, and after a momentary flicker, they failed completely and allowed the projectile to continue. It pierced the alien vessel's hull and out the other side, where it struck the other ship's shields as well. As the first ship violently exploded in a purple ball of fire, the remaining storm cutters' shields broke. But the round didn't have enough momentum to continue going, allowing the storm cutter a chance to turn and flee. They didn't get far, however, as a moment later a salvo of the Midsummer Night's remaining Archer missiles streamed across the void of space, right towards the storm cutter. Its point defense guns attempted to shoot them down, and while they got most, there were far too many. Nearly 300 missiles streamed towards the storm cutter, and over 100 managed to make it through and strike the unprotected hull. A series of explosions rippled through the alien spacecraft, and soon it joined its brethren as the ship bulged and broke apart. Only then did Keyes allow himself to sigh in relief as the rest of the crew began to cheer. He could hear the complement of Marines, and perhaps even the huntsmen themselves, join in on the celebration from deeper in the ship. Straightening himself out, Keyes directed the Midsummer Night back towards Kimbleoon. They still had men to retrieve, and he'd only celebrate once they were back in UNSC-controlled space to conduct repairs. At the same time, Keyes couldn't help but feel just a little apprehensive. Despite the fact that his lone ship took out 2 Covenant vessels on its own, a rare feat admittedly, he had placed his crew and Remnant's delegation under unacceptable risk. Disembarking down to Kimbleoon when they knew it was a trap was now, obviously, a mistake. One that could have resulted in catastrophic failure. In hindsight, they should have just left it alone. He just knew he was in for an earful once he got back. Still, he'd allow himself this moment to bask in the celebration. They won the battle, even if they took a few blows to do it. He'd fret about the tongue lashing he'd get later. Author note. Hello, everyone. Here's the latest chapter of Dust and Echoes. Special thanks to Jesse K and non-contributor for their help in bringing this to life. The skirmish on Kimbleoon has come to a close, and although the humans won, it was not without cost. Now they must move on, but this was only their first encounter against the Covenant. More are obviously coming, some sooner than others. Now, I have an announcement to make. Due to the sheer number of reviews I tend to get per chapter, I will no longer be doing the Q&A sessions for this or any of my stories. They take far too long for me to answer, which delays the posting of the chapters tremendously. I know this will be a disappointment to some, but it will make things easier for me when it comes to posting these chapters. If you guys do have any non-spoiler questions, please feel free to PM me and I may be able to provide an answer. Let us know what you guys think, and I hope you enjoy. Also, please feel free to add onto the TV tropes page for this story. Any additions you guys add are greatly appreciated. Chapter 17, Port of Call. UNSC Midsummer Night, Stalwart Class Light Frigate. Slipspace Transit. April 30th, 25/41/06 3 hours. UNSC Military Calendar. Crow bit back a curse as his cryopod opened with a sharp hiss of air. His skin felt raw against the still, sterile air of the ship, and his throat burned as his body attempted to regurgitate the bronchial surfactant that protected his lungs. He forced himself to swallow it down, despite it tasting utterly vile to him. Ugh, I am never going to get used to this, Crow complained to no one as he pulled himself out of the cryopod. Walking over to a nearby locker, Crow quickly began dressing himself as his fellow huntsmen and huntresses exited their pods as well, each one in a similar state of discomfort as his own. Some of them had it worse than he did, with Harriet and Fiona having bright red patches of skin that looked dangerously close to freezer burn. UNSC technicians were on them immediately, making sure they were all right while their auras already began the process of healing them. Only Clover seemed to be relatively unharmed, the lucky bastard that he was. Branwen, I see you're already up, Clover greeted him as he changed into his own clothes. Crow merely let out a huff in reply as he slipped his shirt on, then began walking towards the crybay door. To his annoyance, he quickly recognized Clover's footsteps as the Elysian began walking alongside him. What? Can't I go get breakfast? Clover jokingly asked, a slight smirk on his face. Crow merely rolled his eyes in response, then shrugged. Don't see why you'd want to, Crow replied. The food here is terrible. It's not too bad, Clover countered with a shrug of his own. Honestly, compared to what we get in Atlas military, the UNSC's practically a 5-star catering service. Despite himself, Crow couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Then he remarked, "I'll take your word for it. Sure, it's miles better than the food I had when I was a kid, but frankly that isn't saying much." Clover chuckled and shook his head. Then the two huntsmen continued their walk towards the Midsummer Night's mess hall. As they traversed, they had to move around technicians and engineers who continued making repairs to the vessel. Although the Knight had won their fight against the 2 Jackal Stormcutters, they had done a number to the ship's structural integrity. Armor had been boiled away, exposing sections of the ship to vacuum. Weapon emplacements were either destroyed or completely run dry, and their reactor output was only at a fraction of what they originally started with. There was no way they'd have been able to complete their original mission in this state. Were they to come across another Covenant vessel, they'd be sitting ducks. As such, Commander Keyes had ordered all non-essential personnel, including themselves, into Cryo while he had the ship's engineers repair as much of the damage as they could while they limped their way towards the nearest repair yard. They had done so at a snail's pace, taking nearly a month just to get to where they were now. But, finally, they were there, or at least about to be. "Any idea what this planet we're going to is?" Crow asked as he helped himself to a bit of scrambled eggs, toast, and a glass of milk. "Nothing much. Only that it's an inner colony," Clover admitted, sitting down across from him at the table. Around them, a few other Marines wearing casuals were chatting among themselves and eating their breakfast. Occasionally, a few would glance in their direction, especially as more huntsmen and huntresses entered the mess hall. But, by this point their presence had become routine, so the glances didn't last long. "Inner colony," Crow repeated, raising an eyebrow while taking a bite of toast. The term seemed familiar, but its meaning eluded the tired huntsman fresh out of Cryo. "They're also called the core worlds," Clover explained. "According to the data packages the commander provided to us, the inner colonies consist of the first 210 worlds colonized by humanity during the Domus Diaspora, the first wave of human colonization. They're the industrial, political, and economic centers of Terran society. So far, we've been to what would be considered outer colonies, which were typically far less developed." "Right, I remember now," Crow admitted, frowning slightly as he drank from his milk. "The outer colonies provided the raw resources while the inner colonies refined them, turning them into stuff. Incidentally, the inner colonies got rich while the outer colonies stayed poor, relatively speaking. Sounds awfully familiar, wouldn't you say?" Clover frowned slightly at the accusation, knowing exactly what Crow was getting at. Yet, he couldn't completely refute what Crow was saying, and so he sighed and shook his head before saying, "Yes, the parallels between Atlas and Mantle with the inner and outer colonies is striking." "Little too close for comfort?" Crow pointedly asked, and Clover let out another sigh. "You know, I've had this exact same conversation with Robin," Clover pointed out. "I'll tell you the same thing I told her then. Although Atlas' relationship with Mantle could be better, it's not as bad as the relationship between the inner and outer colonies. Yet, it's not that bad yet." Crow pointed back with an extended finger. "Atlas has been practically ignoring Mantle for decades, leaving them the scraps while they keep the best stuff for themselves. The technology, the power, everything. Hell, Atlas even took the name of the kingdom itself. Mantle feels left behind, just like the outer colonies did, and we all know how that turned out. Given what we both know is coming, that's not a pattern we want to follow." Clover looked into Crow's eyes once again, which Crow met without a flinch. The two veterans stared at each other for a few moments, neither backing down. Finally, Clover's eyes softened and he went back to eating. "I understand that," Clover admitted, swiping some butter onto his toast before taking a small bite. "All of my team does, and so does Robin's. The Covenant is too big of a threat for us to remain divided over petty differences anymore." "No arguments here," Crow replied, taking another quick drink of his milk. "Kinda sad that it took genocidal aliens bearing down on us to see that and not the genocidal monsters already at our front door, though." "That is also true," Clover acknowledged, then scooped up some eggs with his fork and brought it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed, then asked, "Speaking of which, what's your assessment on Kimbleoon?" "We got lucky," Crow immediately answered, placing his utensils on the table. "We knew it was a trap, yet we walked right in anyway. If it weren't for the fact that those jackals and grunts were pirates and not the actual Covenant, I don't think we'd be having this conversation right now." "Agreed," Clover replied. "Kimbleoon was just light infantry, and not particularly good ones, either. The actual Covenant military is likely to be a different beast entirely, like comparing a pack of sabers without an alpha to one that's also backed up with pteryxes, megaliths, and other types of grim." Crow nodded in sullen agreement. That initial acknowledgement had been a sobering one when they got back to the ship. At first, the huntsmen were high in spirits, thinking that they just proved they were able to take on the Covenant and win. But Commander Keyes had immediately shot that notion down. Kimbleoon was nothing more than a skirmish, not an actual battle. One that didn't even really matter in the grand scheme of things. Nothing of tactical or strategic value was gained. They only got several soldiers and nearly the entire ship killed in exchange for putting the pirates down. It had been an unacceptable risk to go down there, one that Keyes had clearly blamed himself for more than anyone else. Personally, while Crow was happy to have put those birds in the ground and make off with all their stuff, in the end he didn't think it was worth it. Still, as a first taste of what the Covenant have to offer, we could have had worse, Crow admitted after a moment of silent contemplation. Better to tip our toes in first before diving in. That is the silver lining, isn't it? Clover rhetorically asked. In that case, perhaps fighting those pirates first could be considered good luck? Crow scoffed and shook his head. He then said, I wouldn't go that far. Clover looked at him for a moment, then nodded and added, perhaps. But my semblance does bring good fortune, so I suppose that has something to do with how things went. Crow shot his head up towards Clover in surprise, who smiled knowingly before giving a playful wink. He then stood up, taking his tray with him as he placed it in the appropriate receptacle. As the Atlesian specialist left, Crow remained seated and watched him leave. Only then did he return his attention to his food, before shaking his head and letting out a huff. It took roughly an hour for the other huntsmen and huntresses to enter the mess hall and finish eating. Compared to Crow and Clover, their conversations were far livelier. There was a sense of victory in them, that they took on the Covenant and won. Some still acted outright dismissive, especially Gron, who still felt it was primarily a human conflict, although he did at least recognize that they were dangerous. At the same time, though, unease still hung over them. Their brush with death was way too close for anyone's tastes, and Crow suspected the youngest of them were attempting to convince themselves otherwise. In all his years in the field, Crow had long since learned to abandon those thoughts in favor of recognizing the danger in front of him as it was. Doing otherwise only got you and others killed. Eventually, they finished their discussions, then moved on to one of the Knight's still intact cold storage bays. Now that they were awake, and the ship nearing their stop, it was decided that it would be a good time to go over their spoils. Covenant weapons, technology, and even corpses. Gods, they look even uglier up close, Harriet remarked as she stood over the corpse of a grunt. Several bullet holes were punched into its exoskeleton, with part of its head missing as well as one of its forearms, but there was enough to get a good look at the alien. They're a lot bigger than I expected, Yuri admitted, rubbing his hand across his chin, which was now starting to sport some small blue feathers growing as a beard. He then glanced between the grunt and Fiona, then remarked, I think this one's taller than you, Fiona. The sheep fauness shrunk in on herself slightly, until Robin comfortingly patted her on the shoulder, then leaned over the grunt's corpse. She absent-mindedly ran her finger over the exoskeleton, getting a feel for the texture as well as applying a bit of pressure. The carapace didn't budge, then she brought her hand away and rubbed it against her shirt. Yeah, they're definitely different up close, Robin said, then turned towards the others. Still, wasn't that impressed by them. Sure, their weapons pack a punch and there were a lot of the little bastards, but there was no cohesion in them. No motivation to stand and fight. Once their leaders were dead, or the situation got too hot, they completely panicked. I've seen freshman students keep their composure better than those grunts did. It's like they were just given a gun and told how to shoot it, then sent onto the field, Clover added, crossing his arms. Well, according to our intel, Johnson spoke up, standing at the edge of the pull-out table the grunt was laid upon. That's pretty much how the Covenant used the grunts. They're at the bottom tier of their society and breed like there's no tomorrow, so they use them as cannon fodder. Sometimes they'll get thousands of the gas suckers and throw them against entrenched positions, completely unarmed mind you, just to exhaust ammunition and supplies. Then, once the survivors are completely exhausted, the actually trained and armed covies move in for the kill. That sounds heartless, Abby noted, her face aghast while the others, even Gron, grimaced. Never said the Covenant was nice, Johnson replied, glancing up at the mouse faunus. But yeah, the idea of sending soldiers into battle unarmed or untrained just to die, human or otherwise, makes my blood boil. Better for us, though. One of the only advantages we got in this war is that our soldiers are generally better trained than the Covenants, except for the elites, of course. If the Covenant actually took the time to properly train all their troops, I don't think we'd be here right now. It doesn't matter if they're trained or not, Vine calmly interjected. Quantity is a quality all on its own. That it is, Zeke, Johnson dryly responded, then let out a sigh. Either way, most of the Covenant's ground troops are made up of grunts. A typical formation is a bunch of grunts and jackals in front while the elite overseeing them is in the back. Usually they're armed with plasma pistols or needlers, as well as carrying plasma grenades. Sometimes they're given fuel rod guns, but those are reserved for specialists and veterans. I saw a jackal aim one at Abby earlier, before it exploded, Crow stated, and Johnson nodded. That's a rare sight, Johnson admitted. Jackals typically don't do that. Their bodies aren't really built for it. But given the situation he was in, I imagine he didn't really care. How come it exploded? Thomas asked, the goat faunus scratching his furry legs. Some fuel rods have built-in security mechanisms that, should the wielder die, it'll explode with the force of a plasma grenade. The Covenant don't like it when we try to make off with their stuff, you see. Unfortunately for the guy running that little operation, something happened which made the dead man's switch activate while he was still holding it. Then, kaboom. No more jackal. Johnson briefly shifted his eyes towards Cryo in recognition. The huntsman didn't bother looking back, but the message was received regardless. While I can understand the logic there, Elm admitted, that seems like a huge liability. What if someone using a fuel rod gun is killed while in the middle of their Lance, you called it? Right on both accounts, ma'am, Johnson confirmed. Which is yet another reason why you should take out any Covenant bastards using a fuel rod gun first. Might kill two birds with one stone. Seems like the Covenant is starting to recognize that, though. The frequency of guns having that dead man's switch has dropped considerably since the beginning of the war. Used to happen all the time. Now it's only most of the time. At the very least, gives you an opportunity to pick one up and use their own heavy weapons against them. Let me tell you, that's a satisfying feeling like nothing else. I can imagine, May admitted, speaking up from the other side of the room. She and the rest of the party were looking over one of the intact jackal bodies they had managed to recover. A large section of its stomach was completely gone, along with a hole punched through its eye and out the back of its skull, but it would be enough to bring back to Remnant as proof. What about these jackals? Joanna asked, pointing to the lean, avian creature. I know they're nothing but pirates, but any insight is better than nothing. Johnson hummed as he left the grunt's body to look over the jackal. Compared to the grunts, these guys were far deadlier. They're also just above the grunts in the Covenant's hierarchy, which they like to remind the gas suckers of every chance they get. Intel also suggests that they're all mercenaries, serving the Covenant on a contractual basis rather than any religious conviction. That makes me sick. Killing all those innocent people just for money? Robin growled, and Cryo grimly frowned while clenching his fist. The thought of someone willingly committing genocide simply because you were being paid to do so was revolting to him. A glance around the room told him that the others, especially the faunus who experienced such travesties firsthand, agreed. Johnson nodded, then admitted, yep, got some eyes on them, though, which Redwall can attest to. Sometimes I feel like the bruise that beam rifle shot gave me is still there, Abby muttered, rubbing the spot on her forehead where the shot in question hit. As I said before, jackals have some of the best eyesight in the entire Covenant military, Johnson explained, coming over to join Cryo and the others, mostly the ones who weren't present at Kimbleoon. They're excellent marksmen, able to hit a target the size of a pinhead from 2 kilometers out like it's nothing, but piss-poor snipers. Have little to no patience for that sort of thing. Sienna scrunched up her face at that, then turned to Yuri and asked, Yuri, what's the longest you've stayed in position to take out a target? About a week. Was trying to hunt down an Ursa Alpha. Yuri immediately replied, a smug chuckle escaping his lips from the memory. Took it out in one shot to the eye. Well, a jackal won't wait that long. At most, they'll give you a few minutes, Johnson said. Either way, if you see any jackals carrying carbines, or especially beam rifles, you keep your heads down because they'll take it clean off. Otherwise, most jackals go into combat carrying energy shield gauntlets, which are impervious to nearly all of our small arms, along with plasma pistols. My advice is to either move around and hit them in the back, throw a grenade at their feet, or, if you're feeling lucky, shoot them through the gap in their shields they fire from. Duly noted, Robin replied, crossing her arms and frowning slightly. She had noticed how strong their shields were when she and Clover fought against them back on Kimbleoon, and found that the exact same strategies that Johnson was giving them now worked wonders. The huntsmen, huntresses, and Johnson continued to look over the remains. Those two weren't the only corpses they gathered. In the end, they had managed to grab nearly 24 grunt bodies and half as many jackals, all of which were in different conditions. Some were mostly intact, like the first two they looked over. Others were heavily damaged, but not to the point of being completely unrecognizable. Either way, all of them would be brought back to Remnant to serve as physical proof of the Covenant's existence. Should they come across any more bodies, especially those of other species, they would do the same thing. Finally, they put the bodies back into cold storage, then moved on to a nearby storage room, which was holding all of the Covenant technology they had gathered. Special attention was given by the UNSC towards gathering Covenant weapons, which Cryo understood. Besides sheer numbers, the biggest advantage the Covenant had was in their technology, and the UNSC was throwing everything they had into cracking it so that they could replicate it for their own purposes. Unfortunately, from what he had been told, progress had been slow. Regardless, UNSC protocol was clear. Any and all alien technology was to be recovered, if possible, and handed over to the Office of Naval Intelligence for study and reverse engineering. It was a sound policy, but neither Cryo nor the rest of the Remnantian delegation belonged to the UNSC. Now, about the weapons. Cryo began as they looked over the alien arsenal. Dozens of plasma pistols, beam rifles, and even a few needlers were arranged on an inclined table, with technicians carefully examining them with gloved hands. We need to take some of them back to Remnant, Clover declared. They're vital evidence towards the Covenant's capabilities, and even if we can't replicate them, we can at least develop countermeasures. If it were up to me, I'd let you. So would the commander, Johnson replied, then sighed and shook his head. Unfortunately, ONI has a bit of a thing about alien technology. Can't keep their spooky hands off them. You'll be hard-pressed to convince them to let you take off with even one. I don't care what your ONI says, Sienna retorted, a frown on her face as she crossed her arms. That rule may apply to you and the rest of the UNSC, but we're not part of the UNSC. We're from Remnant, so technically we don't have to follow it. They must have collected hundreds of examples of these weapons by now, so don't try to tell me they can't afford to let us keep what we've rightfully earned. Sienna is right, Robin added. I'm not saying we want all of them, but Kimbleoon was a joint effort. It wouldn't be fair for only the UNSC to get the spoils. It should be shared. Cryo and the other huntsmen agreed, although he couldn't help but notice that Gran and Sienna focused most of their attention on the weapons themselves. When Sienna looked away, Gran's gaze lingered for a bit longer and adopted an almost conspiratorial edge to it. Cryo didn't like it, but kept his mouth shut as Johnson sighed again, and Gran looked back towards the sergeant. Again, I agree with you 100%, Johnson said, but it's not up to me or the commander. If I had to guess, your best luck is that ONI is going to get their hands on these weapons first, then give you the scraps. It sucks, I know, but that's the reality of the situation. Cryo frowned slightly, along with most of the Remnantian delegation. After a moment, however, he sighed and hung his head. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Johnson was most likely correct. They were on a UNSC vessel, after all, and Remnant didn't exactly have the facilities to study alien technology like the UNSC did. Still, he'd find some way to get some of the Covenant's tech to Remnant hands. They had to know what they were dealing with, and just bodies weren't going to be enough. A loud horn rang through the ship, bringing everyone's attention up towards the ceiling. Recognizing it as the signal that they were about to exit slipspace, the huntsmen and huntresses promptly left the storage room and made their way towards the bridge. They wanted to be there to see the approach to wherever it was that they were going. By the time they arrived at the bridge, Commander Keyes was standing in front of the holodable, looking out into the black, empty void of slipspace. The rest of the bridge crew were at their stations, monitoring the heavily damaged ship to make sure the stress of exiting slipspace wouldn't rip it asunder. While the risk of that was low, Cryo made sure to keep as tight of a grip on his semblance as possible. Commander, Clover greeted, flashing a quick salute to the man with the rest of the Aesops. Neither Cryo nor the rest of the delegation did so, but at the same time Cryo did stand up straighter as the commander turned around. Given how the man literally saved their lives, he had earned all of their respect. Huntsmen, huntresses, Commander Keyes replied. We'll be exiting slipspace soon near the planet Virage, where we can use one of its orbital or ground-based shipyards to make repairs. What can you tell us about the colony? Robin asked, glancing behind Keyes to look at the black void beyond the windows. Even though they had seen this view dozens of times before, it never stopped looking unnerving to Cryo. It felt like he was staring into the abyss, and that something was staring right back just out of sight. It's one of our earliest settled colonies with a predominantly Slavic culture, particularly Russian, Keyes explained. As such, English isn't the primary language of the planet. I had Shakespeare take the liberty of updating your translation software, so you'll be able to understand what everyone will be saying, but the same isn't true for them. In terms of population, economy, and climate, it's an industrial center with a population of roughly 300 million people. The planet itself is largely cool, especially in the polar regions, but towards the equator it's far more temperate and arboreal. It should be quite comfortable. I take it we'll be going planet-side during the repairs then? Cryo asked, and the commander nodded. You will, along with the rest of the crew, Keyes confirmed. Think of it as shore leave, or whatever the equivalent is for huntsmen and huntresses. God knows you all deserve it. Thank you, Commander, Abby replied, a warm smile on her face. Then she gently asked, what will you be doing? Besides overseeing the repairs, I'll be facing my superiors over my decision to engage in Kimbleoon, Keyes answered. The others frowned and he let out a sigh. Then he added, I don't know how it's going to go. It's possible that they may reassign you to a different ship or relieve me of command. Do you think they'll do that? Elm asked, her face softening. The last thing any of them wanted was for Keyes to be replaced, especially over something that they volunteered for. But when he shook his head, even Cryo relaxed a little. I don't think so, Keyes admitted, but his frown never left his face. But I put everyone on this ship in unnecessary danger. Almost got you and the ship killed. I'll be surprised if I don't get punished for it somehow. The Remnantians frowned, some more noticeably than others. But, as much as they wanted to protest further, they knew there wasn't anything they could really do other than hope for the best. Their scrolls then beeped as Shakespeare uploaded information about Virage onto them, which Cryo and the others immediately began to pore over. Scrolling through the information, the veteran huntsman quickly lost track of time in favor of absorbing it all to the point where he barely even noticed another warning klaxon blare, announcing that they were about to exit slipspace. Robin helpfully tapped him on the shoulder, alerting him to what was about to occur. Placing his scroll back into his pocket, Cryo stared out through the window as the black void outside was overlapped by a bright white light. It lasted for only a second. Then the midsummer night found itself looking at a small red star, or at least that's what the polarized window screen showed them. Their position displayed on the holodeck, Cryo watched as they approached the star named Smoradina, passing by the lone gas giant with dozens of moons orbiting it and the small asteroid field dividing the system in two. Thanks to the night's damaged state, it took roughly an hour to close the distance to Virich. But, as they got closer, they noticed right away that it was much different from the other colonies they went to previously. For one, hundreds of ships were going to and from the planet, mostly small merchant vessels along with a small fleet of roughly a dozen UNSC frigates and destroyers. Large space elevators came up from the surface, reaching down into the hearts of massive cities. Bright blue seas covered most of the planet's surface, along with a pair of visible continents that were separated by an ocean. Billowy white clouds blanketed the surface, and large sheets of ice covered the poles. There was no question about it. This planet, unlike all the others so far, was alive. After all the death and desolation they had witnessed on this journey, Cryo couldn't help but let out a small smile. Abby and Fiona, along with some of the more emotional members of the delegation such as Casper Marine, let out a few tears, but the rest were able to maintain their composure. UNSC Midsummer Night. You are clear for docking at Chernobog Orbital Shipyard. Proceed to Docking Station 12. A man with a thick accent spoke up on the other side of the already connected comm channel, shocking Cryo out of his stupor. Apparently things had progressed while he was off staring, and now the ship was flying towards a large orbital station. Over a dozen ships were locked into various docking bays, and as they drew closer, he could see sparks as workers and machines made repairs. Some of the damage made him wince, especially at the large plasma scars that had nearly gutted a ship twice the size of the Night. Otherwise, their approach was smooth, and soon the Midsummer Night was locked into place. As the engine died down, Commander Keyes closed his eyes and let out another sigh. He then turned back around to face the huntsman, stopping them from heading off to prepare their things. Before you go, there is one last situation that we need to address. I apologize in advance for any offense, Keyes said, looking at the faunus in the group. At first, they weren't quite sure of what he was getting at. Then Gron's eyes widened in realization, and he scowled. You gotta be kidding me, he complained, prompting the other faunus to realize as well. At the moment, Remnant's existence is highly classified. The only people in UNSC space who know of Remnant's existence, and your people, are on this mission or were directly involved with First Contact and the continued UNSC presence thereafter. Otherwise, knowledge of Remnant is strictly on a need-to-know basis. Keyes began to explain, confirming their fears. Unfortunately, that includes the existence of the faunus. As such, for the purpose of keeping Remnant's existence a secret until further notice, I've been requested to have you cover your faunus traits during our time at Virich. Everyone's demeanor shifted at the news. While the Aesops adopted looks of immediate understanding, the happy huntresses and the human half of Vale's delegation narrowed their eyes in disappointment. They also glanced sympathetically at their faunus companions, who were visibly saddened at the news. Fiona's ears even drooped pathetically. But, at the same time, it appeared that while they were disappointed by the announcement, their reluctant sighs and nods told Cryo that they accepted the necessity of the request. The same could not be said for the White Fang's delegation, with the notable exception of Abby, who appeared to agree with her fellow faunus outside of the White Fang. Commander, I must protest this. Yuri spoke up, his voice mostly calm but holding a noticeable edge to it. The faunus have been marginalized for far too long, and the last thing we want is for that to follow us here outside of Remnant. I understand you're upset, Commander Keyes began, softening his gaze towards the offended party, only for Gron to openly scoff while scowling. Upset? Oh, I think we're a little past being upset, Gron countered, narrowing his eyes at the human. This is the exact same type of grim shit we've been fighting against for thousands of years. The White Fang was founded to stop this from happening. What right do you have to tell us to hide ourselves away? While we have the utmost respect for the faunus, Commander Keyes diplomatically began, your unique attributes would make it impossible to blend yourselves into our society. People would start asking questions, which is the last thing we need at this time. Believe me, this isn't a decision we came to lightly. Yet you did it all the same, Gron angrily pointed out, then gestured towards the humans of the group. I don't see you asking any of the humans here to cover themselves up. Look at their hair, for the brothers' sake. Those can be easily explained as simple hair dyes, Keyes replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. The same cannot be said for your reptilian skin, Mr. Grammy's feathers instead of hair, Mr. Cornell's goat legs, or the ears the rest of you have. Gron's breathing grew harsher, while Keyes remained calm and composed. At the same time, he glanced at the pair of MPs who were standing guard in the room. They were focusing more and more of their attention onto the increasingly hostile Gron, which Cryo and the others quickly took note of. With a simple, slight movement of his head, Keyes ordered the men to stand down. They did so without question, although their fingers were hovering near their triggers. Gron's scowl intensified as he clenched his fists tightly, then retorted, Tisich, sure. That's the official reason, anyway. But we all know why you're doing this. And what reason would that be? Keyes asked, his voice low and commanding. Tension hung over the air, and Crow glanced around the room as the MPs readied themselves to move at any moment. Gron was too preoccupied with glaring at Keyes to notice, or perhaps he did and wanted something to go down. Either way, it was clear that if things continued as they were, a fight was likely to break out. Gron began to accuse. "Oh, you humans are all the dash." "That's enough, Gron," Sienna interrupted, causing the faunus to look at her in surprise. She was glaring at him, and after a moment he flinched and backed down. He stepped back and crossed his arms, grumbling angrily to himself, but Sienna's hardened gaze didn't leave him. Once she was certain Gron wasn't going to start a brawl in the middle of the bridge, she shifted her attention towards Commander Keyes and growled through bared teeth. "Apologies for my subordinate's behavior. Rest assured, we'll comply with the UNSC's request, but that doesn't mean we're happy about it. I will notify the rest of the White Fang of this when we return to Remnant." "Of course," Keyes replied, his voice returning to a calmer demeanor as the situation died down. "Do understand that this is only a temporary measure. I can't say when the policy will be lifted, but I don't expect it to last forever." "I should hope so," Sienna stated, her voice holding a slight edge to it. Keyes nodded, then gestured towards Sergeant Johnson, who was standing at the back of the group. "We've already laid out gear for you to wear in the barracks. Please follow Sergeant Johnson and he'll lead the way," Keyes requested. The huntsmen and huntresses nodded and moved to comply, but just before Sienna left, Keyes called out, "Ms. Khan, a word." Sienna deliberately took a few more dismissive steps before stopping and turning back around to face Commander Keyes. She could guess what he was going to say, and she huffed. "Gron's behavior was unprofessional, and I assure you it will not happen again." "Glad we're on the same page," Keyes replied, crossing his arms behind his back and straightening himself. He then asked, "I take it based off his reaction that he has a bit of a history with similar requests." "We all have," Sienna confirmed, frowning slightly. "It's one of the ways the kingdoms have historically oppressed us. They used our faunish traits to divide us from the rest of humanity, marking us for scorn or worse. Even today, some faunus feel compelled to hide their traits and pretend to be human rather than openly be who they are. Gron obviously never had that luxury. So don't think your UNSC can ask us to join and help your people, while treating ours as pariahs who need to hide ourselves away from your sensibilities. We've had more than enough of such empty promises. I can imagine, and you have my sympathies. If it weren't for extraneous circumstances, I wouldn't be making this request," he said, then narrowed his eyes. "But, understand this. The Midsummer Night is my ship, and while you are on board you are under my command." Mr. Trake's actions were borderline violent insubordination. "The only reason why I am not throwing him in the brig for the rest of the mission is because I expected such a strong reaction. If he does so again, or threatens any UNSC personnel either on the Midsummer Night or otherwise, I will not be as lenient. Make sure he knows that. Am I clear, Ms. Khan?" Sienna Khan looked up at Commander Keyes, her eyes narrowed. Keyes was staring right back, and the two leaders didn't once break eye contact. After a moment, still locking gazes, Sienna gritted out, "Crystal." "Good. You're dismissed," Keyes ordered, turning his back towards the rest of the bridge. Without saying another word, Sienna turned around and left, stalking down the hall while imperiously ignoring the watchful eyes now being focused on her. Being forced to suppress herself on the planet would be bad enough, and she would not lower her head a second longer than necessary, whatever their judgment. Jacob Keyes watched as the Pelican ferrying the huntsmen and huntresses departed the Midsummer Night towards the planet below. Apprehension hung over him like a cloud, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh. That could have gone better, he quietly admitted to himself. As soon as he had gotten the order from the UNSC, Keyes had dreaded the reaction he was going to get. While he wouldn't consider himself to be an expert in faunus relations, and he suspected no one in the UNSC could claim that title at the moment, he knew without a shred of doubt in his mind that they wouldn't take it well. He personally found the order to be morally repugnant, although he had to admit the logic behind it. That was the only reason why he gave it. The faunus reactions were mostly in line with what he expected, with most glumly accepting of the circumstances while the others were incensed. He suspected that was likely to happen, especially since Sienna Khan was noted to be far more confrontational in her leadership of the White Fang. In fact, reports from ONI spoke of the beginnings of an internal power struggle between Sienna and the White Fang's current leader, Gyra Belladonna, over its direction. Gyra openly advocated for a more peaceful resolution of the racial strife plaguing humanity in the faunus, one built off communication and mutual understanding, whereas Sienna advocated for a far more proactive, if outright violent, approach towards combating injustice. He could understand where she was coming from, but at the exact same time he had seen far too many groups that were once peaceful become nothing more than violent terrorists and insurrectionists after giving in to those darker impulses. One of the hopes the UNSC had was that, by taking Sienna on this mission, they could assuage her onto their side, thereby preventing a potential radicalization of the civil rights group. But Keyes feared that possibility was diminishing, especially after Grandtrake nearly started a fight over the order. While they were able to avoid an open confrontation, the fact that a fight nearly broke out at all was cause for concern. Not just for Terran-Faunus relations, but for the mission as a whole. It was no secret that, out of everyone on the mission, Gron was by far the most combative and dismissive towards their shared ordeal, frequently calling the war against the Covenant a purely human affair. The implication was obvious. Gron viewed humans and Faunus as two entirely separate species, and Keyes got the sense that Gron felt the Faunus were superior. That was a dangerous view. For the life of him, Keyes couldn't quite understand why Sienna felt the need to bring him along in the first place. He suspected that the White Fang had a critical lack of huntsman-grade fighters, and Gron was one of the few they had on hand. Another part of him, though, worried that Gron and Sienna were more in tune with each other than it would appear. Either way, Keyes directed his men to keep a closer eye on both Gron Trake and Sienna Khan. While he doubted they would cause any actual issues, he could no longer guarantee it. As far as he was concerned, the White Fang was now the most problematic group of delegates he had on his ship. The Aesops had been nothing but professional, seamlessly molding into the UNSC command structure like a well-worn glove. And while not military, the Veil group had proven themselves to be professional both on and off the field. Even the Happy Huntresses, despite still being under arrest for sneaking onto the ship, had proven to be respectable and trustworthy enough to not cause any issues. But a member of the White Fang almost started a brawl in the bridge, one that could have resulted in needless casualties and perhaps even a few deaths. That was unacceptable. Already he was typing up an incident report when he got a type band communication from a nearby ONI prowler. Letting out another sigh, Keyes finished and submitted it before looking over the summons and its accompanying authorization codes. After he finished and left his console to start walking, he wondered if it boded better or worse for him that he would apparently be answering to some clandestine ONI representative for this debriefing rather than a more direct superior. Certainly better than a committee, he decided as he entered the hangar bay, where a black-coated Pelican dropship, guarded by a pair of Odistes, was waiting for him. Both soldiers flashed quick salutes as he passed them by, then entered the dropship behind him. As soon as the hangar was depressurized, the Pelican took off into the black void of space, leaving the midsummer night behind. Silence filled the air as the Pelican flew out towards the asteroid belt, far away from any prying eyes. There, nestled between the asteroids, was a single Sahara-class heavy prowler. From his view in the cockpit, it was nearly impossible to make out thanks to its stealth ablative coating, making it nearly invisible to both the naked eye and radar systems. He only knew it was there when the vessel temporarily turned its active camouflage off, opening one of its hangar bays and allowing the Pelican access. The dropship entered without pause, and as soon as they landed, the hangar was closed and the ship's stealth systems were back online. When the hangar bay pressurized, Commander Keyes calmly stepped out of the Pelican, with the two Odistes escorting him. The trio walked through the mostly empty prowler, but Keyes knew he was being watched every step he took. This entire ship was owned and operated by ONI, and he wouldn't be surprised if there were more cameras watching him beyond the few obvious ones he had seen. Down the long, narrow hallways he went, never once slacking or breaking his stride. If he were to be punished, Keyes was going to do it with his head held high. Finally, the two Odistes led him to a single door. It opened automatically for Keyes, who took a deep breath before walking in. The room inside was brightly lit, a featureless steel cube with a small metal table in the center. On the opposite side of the table, seated at a chair, was an agent of ONI, no discernible name tag on his person. His eyes were covered by a pair of thick sunglasses, a ridiculous affectation in the middle of a starship, in Keyes' opinion, and his jet black hair neatly combed back. Other than his pale skin, Keyes couldn't make out any discernible details. "Commander Keyes," the agent greeted, not even bothering to introduce himself, then gestured towards the empty chair opposite him. Jacob easily hid his irritation at the cloak and dagger power play bullshit. "Please, have a seat. We have much to discuss." Jacob Keyes immediately sat down and pulled the chair in towards the table. For several moments, the ONI spook simply stared silently at him, as though he was peering into his soul. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, but Keyes refused to show anything less than perfect composure. Doing otherwise wouldn't help him, and would probably make things worse than they already were. Finally, the agent pulled a file folder out from his lap and placed it on top of the table. It was labeled Incident Report, Kimbleoon. Then the agent opened the folder, revealing the pictures and written report held within, and began tapping it slowly with his finger. "We received your report about the skirmish on Kimbleoon," the agent revealed. "There's no need to debrief me on the details. I already know them. What I and the Office of Naval Intelligence want to know is what convinced you to take this particular course of action." Keyes nodded, then began to explain. Due to the recency and nature of Kimbleoon's glassing, it was determined that the planet would serve as an excellent example of light plasma bombardment for Remnant's delegates. Our approach to the planet was normal, until we received the garbled distress call. "I'm aware of this," the agent interjected, pointing his finger at Keyes while frowning. The Midsummer Night received the transmission and determined it was both old and very likely to be a trap. Yet, despite this acknowledgement, not only did you authorize a ground expedition to investigate the signal, but you also allowed a team of huntsmen to travel down as well, nearly getting them and your entire ship killed. Again, the steps leading up to this incident aren't in question, Commander. I need to know the reasons why." "Understood," Keyes replied, his voice calm and composed. "I was simply starting from the beginning to better explain myself. As you said, once we received the transmission, we determined both its age and likely source. Myself, the crew of the Midsummer Night, and the huntsmen and huntresses under my care immediately recognized the risks. We were presented with few options on how to proceed, and none of them were truly favorable. Please explain, the spook ordered, his tone of voice suggesting that he already knew the reasons why, but he wanted the words to come out of Key's mouth. Our best-case scenario was that there were, or at least had been survivors on the planet, Keyes explained. Had that been the case, the operation would have been a simple search and rescue, and leaving the system too early would have resulted in their deaths. Had the source of the transmission been pirates, as it turned out to be, our fear was that by leaving, we'd either be telling the pirates we knew they were there, meaning they'd leave before a UNSC battle fleet could arrive to investigate, or, even worse, prepare a fleet of their own to assault ours. We also feared leaving a less protected target, such as a merchant vessel, to take our place at some other time. At least we could defend ourselves. As for the huntsmen and huntresses' inclusion, they made the argument that, should it just be a search and rescue, they'd be able to accomplish their mission of gathering information at the same time, Keyes added. Or, if need be, they could have served as effective force multipliers on the field. Since they were all trained fighters, they felt the risk was minimal. As it turned out, their presence did result in far fewer casualties among my Marines. While that is true, Commander, and the combat data you gathered is of prime interest, the fact remains that you had standing orders to adhere to, the agent reminded him. Your mission was simply to ferry the huntsmen and huntresses across UNSC space, showing them evidence of the Covenant's activities so that we can convince Remnant to join the war on our behalf. We cannot do that if they get killed, which almost happened under your watch. While I can understand the desire to investigate and head off any threats those pirates may have caused in the future, the proper course of action should have been to leave the system and report it to the nearest UNSC station. I understand that perfectly, and I'm in total agreement, Keyes said. If I could go back and choose differently, I would have left it alone. Glad we see eye to eye, the agent said as he closed the folder and slid it to the side. Placing your charges in unnecessary danger aside, this isn't the only concern we have with your handling of the mission. Not only did you allow a group of stowaways to participate, not even an hour ago one of your delegates nearly started a brawl on your ship. The happy huntresses have been placed under formal arrest due to their actions, Keyes explained, and have been under constant surveillance. At the same time, they have proven themselves to be professional and trustworthy, and my belief was that by allowing this the UNSC would be able to establish a positive reception in Mantle, granting us a foothold. So far, I believe my gamble is paying off. And what about Grontrake and the White Fang? The ONI agent warned. I understand the reasons why the order caused such an outburst. Discriminatory policies against the faunus on Remnant are well documented by now, and the regrettably necessary order was given with the understanding that it would cause discomfort. With that in mind, you do deserve credit, Commander, for handling the situation as diplomatically as you could. I fear that, had the incident actually escalated into violence and not just angry words, it would have been a diplomatic incident even worse than had the huntsman died against the Covenant. At least that would have proven how dangerous they are, and not make us out to look like despots to both the faunus and Remnant as a whole. I agree completely, Keyes stated, straightening himself slightly. Do keep in mind that we're only assuming that Gron would have actually started something. There's no real evidence that he would have escalated into violence. Yet the fact that he nearly did is still cause of concern. By all accounts, he should have been thrown into the brig for at least the duration of the shore leave, the spook pointed out. Why did you let him go onto the planet's surface? Wouldn't that set a precedent that they could get away with similar actions in the future? I made it abundantly clear to Sienna that this was a one-time courtesy, on account of Grontrake's outburst coming after their order to disguise themselves, Keyes replied. Their protest was something I expected, although his reaction was far more than I originally anticipated. That was what stayed my hand, as well as keeping in mind the optics of arresting one of the delegates after a single minor incident. Regardless, I've already ordered at least a pair of Marines or ODSTs to watch Gron at all times, and should he pull anything like this again he will be properly punished. See that he doesn't, the agent replied, then folded up his arms and locked his fingers together. He then said, Now then, luckily for you, Commander, this isn't a disciplinary hearing. Highcom has already decided that removing you from the mission, which would be entirely justified in my opinion, over your conduct would be counterproductive, both from a continuity standpoint as well as logistical. You will, however, be receiving a citation on your record. Should you receive another, you'll be relieved of your command and demoted. Of course, Keyes replied, internally letting out a sigh of relief. A formal reprimand and citation was the best possible outcome for him, although he would have to remain on his best behavior for the foreseeable future. In addition to your citation, the Office of Naval Intelligence has decided that, in order to ensure the mission parameters are properly met, an agent will be assigned to your ship, the man suddenly added, shocking Keyes. He bit back a curse, realizing that he should power onto their ring, then said, Understandable. May I assume you'll be the agent in question? Heavens no, the bureaucrat immediately answered, then let out a slight chuckle. I'm of far better use behind a desk than on the field. No, the agent in question is just outside this door waiting for you. She'll be escorting you back to the midsummer night. Keyes nodded in mild acceptance. He'd had more than enough dealings with ONI and their stomach-churning secrets to know that putting an agent on his ship would mean nothing but trouble. But, at the same time, there wasn't anything he could do about it. Giving the ONI man a nod, he stood up once he was silently dismissed, and the commander turned around and walked out of the room. Just as the agent said, there was a woman waiting for him, standing against the hull with her arms crossed behind her back. She was wearing a black dress uniform, complete with long sleeves and pants that were tucked into her black boots. On the left side of her chest was the ONI seal, a black and white pyramid with a black and white ringed circle in the bottom middle in front of a background of black lines aimed towards the center, with the acronym written across her right sleeve. Her blonde hair was neatly tied back into a ponytail, and despite being nearly a foot shorter than him, she confidently locked her hardened blue eyes onto his own. "Commander," the woman greeted. Walking towards him, Lieutenant Veronica Dare, Office of Naval Intelligence, Section 1. "I've been assigned to accompany you for the rest of your mission." Keyes nodded, then held out his hand. Dare glanced at it for a moment, then took his hand into her own and shook it. Taking this as a sign, Keyes replied, "Glad to meet you, Lieutenant. I look forward to a proper working relationship with you." Dare nodded, then tightened her grip slightly and said, "As do I, Commander." Author note. Hello, everyone. After nearly 2 months of waiting, here's the next chapter of Dust and Echoes. Thank you all for your patience, and special thanks to non-contributor and Jesse K for their help in bringing this story to life. The Midsummer Night and its crew have arrived at the colony of Virage for repairs, along with shore leave for the weary travelers. But not everything is perfect, as Keyes has to face the consequences of his actions and tensions with the White Fangro. How will this play out? You guys will have to wait and see. Now, regarding the reviews. A few of you, mostly guests, have been sending me reviews which are just story requests. As in requesting that I write this particular story. I'm going to go out and declare that I will ignore any such requests. I write fanfiction for fun, and that means I only write stories that I come up with for series that I am interested in. I have no interest in writing a story that someone else comes up with, so please do not send me those requests. I want to keep guest reviews, but they need to be applicable to the story itself. With that in mind, I also request that the reviews don't become a message board for the story. Some of you have been responding to other people in the reviews, and I'm going to ask that you refrain from doing that in the future. Also, when leaving reviews, it is not necessary to quote entire sections of the original work. That works on space battles, but on it gets in the way. Overall, I'm happy that you guys have been enjoying my story so much, so please keep up the comments. I love seeing them. Also, Nantono, the Arbiter/Thelvadim is coming, and when he is, he'll be of major importance for the overall story. It's just that I couldn't bring him in yet like I could with the Master Chief. Let us know what you guys think, and I hope you enjoy.